Hello. We've had enough of a loading screen. Ads aside. God. Hello, everyone. Hello, motherfuckers. This is, as far as I know, this is the music from Sword and Shield. This is like when you're battling a gym leader. It is probably my favorite Pokemon song, actually, out of all of them. How is everybody doing today? It is Friday. I'm regretful to say that this will not be a 12-hour stream and I won't be doing any birthday celebrations today because I'm feeling like the hottest of garbage today. So I don't have it in me to try and do a 12-hour stream. I can't. Not after all the shit I've been dealing with as well. I have the most intense back pain as well right now, so I'm just like, you know what? I just want to play Pokemon and enjoy it. That is all I have intended for today. So yeah, it's not celebration, it's not birthday, because I just can't. I'm normally running on one brain cell, but I feel like especially today I'm running on the final brain cell. There will be no more after this. There was so many things. So we have load shedding stage 4 that was announced like this morning. And then Shark Week cramps just make me want to die. And then I had issues with OBS, so I sat for half an hour trying to fix it. And I was just like, bro, give me peace. And then as I clicked go live, the internet was like, no. I don't know what Ray did, but he fixed it. Because he was having issues with his work meeting as well. So, god damn. But I want to play fucking Pokemon. And for the peoples who can't play it, you know, you want to watch it as well. So that's what we're gonna do. But yeah, let's start. I need to sneeze. Or do I? Apparently I didn't. I didn't need to sneeze as badly as I thought I did. Can I add you on Switch? I don't know if I have my friend code somewhere. Please work for the love of Glob. I will cry if you don't. I will cry. Let's see. Okay, the sound is working. Can I... Is that as loud as it gets? My options are blue eyes or brown eyes. Do we get to customize that more? I'm just gonna make my name my usual gamer name. I wish the music was a bit louder. What the hell? Oh, you can I change my eyeballs, please? Mini customizations. Yeah, I mean, my boyfriend's been playing, but I didn't watch him. I didn't. No, I want to view it. What the fuck? No! Hello? Am I dumb? Hi, Pokemoners. Bitches. Do I have to say yes? Oh, I was pressing the wrong button. Okay, it makes more sense now. I was like, why is it stuck? Why is it stuck? Okay, it's fine. I was pressing the wrong button. A mess of sound, yeah. I mean, my brain today was a fucking mess of sound. Ah, and I didn't put captions on. Okay, guys, today's a fucking mess. We're going with that. Jesus, take the wheel, because I am tired. I am tired of driving. Goodness. I hope everyone's doing good though. Sorry today's been super messy. Bowl cuts. I'm good, thanks. Oh, that's cute. Y'all, we got yelling here. Space buns. Bowl cut? Absolutely not. What was shortcut? Interesting. I might go ponytail. The space buns are cute. Where were they? Oh wait, there's a braid on the back? Okay, I might actually go for those ones. Fuck yeah. What colors do we have? Oh geez, there's quite a lot actually. Okay. Scarlet or violet. Miku. Luca. Okay. What was gold? Oh, just blonde basically. Alright, so I'm thinking maybe ash purple because that's current color of my hair. Because it's not quite purple. It's not quite violet. Let's be serious. Accidentally changed menus. Yeah, I think ash purple works. Okay. Change look. Do I get to change my eyeballs, please? Oh, there's lots of changes to be made. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Big round eyes, big bug eyes. That's what I got. Alright, I'm gonna close this. The captioning thing. Because it's very distracting. I keep looking at it because every time I speak, it pops up with text and then my eyes try and read the text. But it's what I basically just said. So, like, why am I trying to read it? Oh, man. Today was a hot disaster. But it's okay. We're here now. I do have green eyes, but I don't think I have such vibrant green eyes. Probably yellow-green, actually. It's quite pretty. Oh, shit. God damn it. Light blue with gold pupils. I'm just curious why you would want different colored pupils. Red pupils. Completely black. Hashtag anime character. I'm very curious about these other options they have here, but I'm gonna go with the... We're gonna be very boring. I'm making myself, right? What's the most intense eyelashes they have? Oh, that's cute. Can I stop double tapping? That would be very cool of me. Ah, shit. Woof! No, that's too much. Too much! I like the... That one's quite cute, with the one wingy. Now where's my chat gone? There it is. Such odd options. Yeah, you have to put your hair... I have to put my hair in space buns? I mean, I definitely could. Would require brushing my hair though. What is this? I can change the color. Interesting. Ooh. Looks a bit weird though. I don't know. You hungry? Alright, enjoy. No Shiba Inu eyebrows for me, thanks. What the heck are those? Damn, they have a lot of brows. No, I think I'm gonna go with A. Yeah, we're gonna pretend that my eyebrows aren't actually a different color from my actual eyebrows. From my actual hair. We're gonna make them match my hair in this. I'm just browsing currently. I'm just browsing. So many brows to browse. Oh, that's cute. How's that different? Oh, fuller lips, I guess. Yeah, we have both a upper lip and bottom lip. Is it a real RPG unless you have millions of things to browse through, right? This is kind of cute. I think beige looks pretty natural. Hot chicken wingers! Hello, hello. How are you? Beige, I said, hey. I want it to be, like, natural, because, like, the pink is a bit, like... Y'all picking up what I'm putting down there. Beauty spots, I don't got none of them. I have freckles! I do got some freckles. They're not very visible, though. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Cute little freckles. Still in the character creation? Yeah, chicken wingers. I've had a day of a morning. Let me just say it like that. I have had a day of a morning, so I'm a little bit behind on everything. But we are beginning. Yep, looks good to me. I'm playing with my Bobby. Good boy. Leading the way into the future while valuing our individuality. Is that why we had such intense customization? Because we're individuals. It's time for you too to dive into the world of Pokemon. Let's go! Bunch of snowflakes. We are a bunch of snowflakes, though. Paldea is a sprawling region bursting with lush nature and magnificent landscapes. It is also, of course, home to the mysterious creatures known to us as Pokemon. They reside here in great numbers, in fact. It's so cute, I'm gonna die! Pokemon can be found living all over in the seas and the skies, even in our cities and towns. We humans coexist with Pokemon as we both help one another to live and thrive. UVA Academy, Uber Java Academy is here to help you learn even more about these precious partners. Within our halls, people from all regions gather to study together, and as Pokemon trainers, they have their Pokemon do battle, growing alongside them. Is that a black Taurus? A black bull? Holy shit. Is that a regional? What the? While our robust curriculum of coursework helps our students draw forth their fullest potential, it is within these halls that you will find your friends, your Pokemon, and your true self. Bless. Is that a is it shiny Taurus black? Surely not. Oh shit. Vroom vroom, bitch. It's not a shiny, it's a regional. That's their color. Oh my god. There's a flamingo? Pokemon violence. Let's go beat up some other kids. I mean, that's all of the Pokemons, to be fair. I want that new Pikachu. We've got Mafia parrots as well, because their hairstyles like thug life. Do you guys want me to put space buns? Because I can. Just might take me a second because I have a lot of hair. Forget the kids, think about the Pokemon. Oh, this is so cute! Oh my god! Space buns! It's me! I like my uniform. Oh my god. Huh, and the little... Oh my goodness, this is adorable. Hey, that's the Switch I have! Oh shit. The fuck? Man, I always love like the little things that they put in the game. I would have killed for shorts like that in school. Instead we got long. Oh, yeah. Well, listen, I was showing Mao last night. I had a brown school uniform in my first high school, and that shit was awful at best. Oh my goodness. Montya! Practical shorts, right? They got fucking huge ass pockets, man. Huh. The attention to detail. This is so cool. Hey, Montya. What do you want, buddy? Full brown uniform. Chicken wingers. I'm not even joking. The shoes, the socks, the skirt, the jersey, the blazer, the tie, the scarf, the stockings. And then the sports uniform was brown shorts. And then you had to wear the shirt that was the color of your, like, house or whatever. So yeah. How is everybody doing today? You know, never mind, I had a rough start. I hope you all had a better start than I did. You don't know which one, but let me It is your first day at your new school after all. I missed the first message because I just clicked through it anyway. I'm so excited for you! Still, you might want to cool your engines before you go racing out the door. The school contacted me and said you're supposed to wait here a little while longer. Their words, not mine. Apparently there's something very important for your first day that still hasn't arrived. Ding dong! Hi Smurf! Also, Panda, I'm okay. I had a really rough start to the day, but it's fine. We're making it work. Maybe that's the very thing we're waiting for. Morgan, get the door, would you? Rough. It's a rough morning. Yo, for the people who were here when the stream actually started, like a goddamn. I'm breathing, okay? Do forgive the intrusion. Oh my god. It's the president. He's literally just got his balls hanging out. Sending all the hugs, thank you. I think it is better now. Panda, there's just too many things. OBS is crashing, my internet is crashing, my body is crashing, and I'm just like, please, can something work? You are Miss Morgan, yes. On behalf of the Academy, I must apologize for the late arrival of your enrollment documents. And also for my delay in introducing myself. Balls out. I am the director of, what did we say? It's Uva Java Academy. You may call me Mr. Clavel. Is he the bad guy? The director and you came in person to help my daughter with her first day. Yeah, this is sus. I'm responsible for the entire academy, including any failures on its part. You got them bad guy eyebrows, right? 6 balls, man is the top G. He is. He's very proud of his balls. Does seem to be so. You can't trust the principal just entering your house, right? So here at last are the enrollment documents that you should have already been delivered to you. Fantastic. Yeah, Venti, just relax. Let's not have a repeat of yesterday, please. Just calm down. Breathe. If people are spoiling, the comments will be deleted. Since you've come all this way, can I at least offer you a cup of tea? No need to trouble yourself. He's a coffee man. I've got a thing or two to discuss with the director here. Why don't you head back up to your room and finish getting ready for school? You'll need your bag and your hat as well. I have to wear a hat. But he has such good posture. The people, all the good people in my life that I know have really bad posture, so he must be a bad guy. How can I refuse such a kind offer? Sneaky ass. That man's a sneaky ass. Anyway, so I'm gonna take this pause to go put my hair up in space buns. It looks like an ad is gonna start in 5 minutes anyway, so since we haven't really done much, I am just gonna throw on an ad. But I will be back. I won't be long because, like I said, I'm just gonna go throw my hair up in space buns so I can match my character. And yeah, it's space buns time. You have scoliosis. You're the goodest guy. You see, exactly. All right. No, fuck. Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. I was literally just about to get up and go put my hair up in space buns so that I can match my character. Thank you so much for the raid, Candy. How was your stream? You playing Genshin? What were you up to today? Have you tried the new event? I haven't even looked at it. Space is the final frontier, but hide your sweet treats. The candy rocket shuttle has landed. Oh shit! You have to raid and run? No worries, Candy. Run, girl, run. Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome to all the raiders. For anybody who don't know me, my name is Nat Ortato, variety streamer from South Africa, recently gone full-time. So yeah, I'm excited to play Pokemon the whole day. But yes, welcome, all the peepos is here. Grim Pixie, I hope you're doing well. JP, Johnny, Rebel, hi Rebs, and Candy herself, of course. Smurf, you weren't here before, right? KLM Poos, welcome. How was everybody? How was Candy's stream? What was she up to today? Did she have a good time? You were trying to finish the new event? I haven't even looked at the new one. Ah! One last pull on Nahida's banner, but you got nothing. No! Oh, Buttsicles. Thank you for the lurkies, Candy. Thank you for the hearts. And thank you everyone for being here. Working so I don't get to watch the fun Pokemon things. Oh, Pixie, I'm sorry. Apex and Genshin, she did not get Nahida. You know what, Nita, she'll be back in 4 months. It's okay. We'll stay positive in our hearts that she will get Nita. Mosen, hi Mosen, welcome. Don't know you. Do you want to introduce yourself? never seen your name in this chat before. 3 month subscriber, new here, welcome. JP! Thank you! Welcome to the thirsty Let's not complete that sentence. Oh my god. JP! Thank you. Yeah, I think I've been 30 for the last, I don't know, I want to say that at least the last 3 years I've already been 30. It's just that the documents have caught up with my actual age. So, you know. You got your Slayer drinks? Oh, nice! How are they? Are they good? You have load shedding soon? No worries, Panda. Let me go do the space buns.
My brain is
Hey, Peanut.
melting.
Hey, Cupcake. Welcome in on that raid. Okay, guys, yeah. Let me be right back because the ad is about to start. So I'm going to go do my buns anyway. I'm going to put you on the BRB screen and then we'll come back and we'll do the things, yeah? All right? So hi and bye, but I will be right back.
Alrighty. Oh, safe. Ah, beautiful. Don't fuck this up. Ah! Ah!
Oh! Shotgun, you can just run up to them and shoot them in the face. Where is this guy? Did you guys see that? What did he just do? Did you guys see that?
Kero? Did she just say it once? Kero?
Man, I don't play scary games at all. I am a chicken bitch of note, let me tell you. I get a fright from my own notifications if I don't see them coming, so... You guys! What is it? 3-7? Oops. Ah! Oh. Slowly. Ah! I'm miserable right now. This is impressive and not in a good way. I agree, but I just got one now, so maybe I should be thankful. Okay, now another one. That's not him. That's also not him. That's especially not him. That is a bow. That is not a dog boy. That is also not a dog boy. This is disappointment. I'm gonna go ugly cry. This is a cat! Ah! Money, 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 money! Make an offering. Okay.
Emax_Yoda screamed, my sprinkler goes like this. Comes back like this.
Okay, I wasn't expecting the second part, so that that one got me. Very nice. I like it. Listen, Tango, they never say why the power's out. They're like, oh yeah, there's a fault. I'm like, yeah, it's your fault the power's out. Turn it back on. My god. These buns were almost so big that I couldn't put my headset on. Alright. Oh shit, everyone's got load shedding. Yeah, fuck. Today is a day, hey? Hero, thank you, thank you! Alright. Can you see? I'm like, I want you to see my Bulbasaur, because I got my buddy with me, but... We got buns! We got them buns! Did you guys see the new... What is it? Was it Lechonk? There's a new Lechonk emote. Peek peek. There he is. Such a happy little guy. We got space buns. Okay. I don't know if I'm just expecting this because Nintendo or if this game actually looks alright. I don't know. I think it looks good, man. I think it looks good. The character customization is also really fun. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about it so far. But yeah, we've basically just started. I literally got told to go to my room. So yeah, for whatever reason, I don't know what I'm supposed to do up here or for how long. Oh wait, she said pick up my shit. Yeah. Oh, do I have to wear a hat? I don't want. I just did my space buns. You told me to put a hat on this. Nat hasn't been outside yet. Yeah, guys, no spoilers, no backseating. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're a mod, if you're a VIP, if you're a new person. I will ban you. If I remember to unban you. You know, it'll happen if it happens. No spoilers whatsoever. I don't want to hear... I don't want to see a Pokemon name that I don't know. I don't want you to say anything that I haven't experienced yet. No backseating. No spoilers. No tolerance. None. That is the rules for today. Zero tolerance. Anyway, you can press the X button to open the main menu. Save. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, standard. No, I've covered my cute hair with this hat. Gross. I can't wait to change that. Anyway. Time to spoil. I will ban you, Hassan. For the rest of today, you'll be gone. You will not be able to participate. Banham is swing today they swing freely. You know, normally I'm a very tolerant person. I'm very patient with people. Don't try me today. You're not backseating by watching. No, I mean like, you know what a backseat driver is, Cupcake? None of that. You only know Pokemon up to the 5th generation? Yeah. You can't believe I said this? Hassan, I will not have it spoiled for me. Mao will gladly ban you. Why she got clown feet? Mao, please. Oh, okay, you were messing, Cupcake. I wasn't sure. Just look at you already for your big first day. Surely I had a first day. Surely kids go to school before Pokemon school, right? You might just spoil something. That's not a bad idea, Venti. I don't want any spoilers. Like I said, zero tolerance. You're in a mood today, Mao? Oh, same. I woke up in a mood. The uniform of our storied academy suits you quite well indeed. Nah, son, that's a weird thing to say to a kid. Bro. Oh, gracious. How very careless of me. To say that, I agree. I had entirely forgotten I have something else for you. A most important thing. But your living room is hardly the place for it. Would you care to follow me outside? Would you care to follow me into your van? Into my van, I mean. I wonder what this important thing might be. Let's follow the director out and see. I mean, Mom, he didn't invite you, to be fair. But okay. Yeah, man's giving off them stranger danger vibes. For realsies, not for play though. Turn down T and those eyebrows. We have trust issues going into the game. Take that hat off, girly. It does not suit you. Right then, dear Pokemon, time to come out of your Pokeballs. He just throws his balls at me. Cool. This is not even a contest. I know exactly who I'm picking. Time to remove my chat button and go in full screen. Venti. No one can help you now. You've done this to yourself. We provide each student entering the academy a Pokemon of their own. I'll ask you to choose which among these three you'd like to have as your partner. Sprigatito, the grass cat Pokemon. Fuecoco, the fire croc Pokemon. Craw. And Quaxley, the duckling Pokemon. Pomp. Sun. Sprigatito has your heart. Same though, actually. The grass cat is fucking cute. Venti, don't tell me who to pick. Venti. Venti. That's strike one. Don't tell me who to pick. They're all very good company. Why they usually refuse to even leave my side. Oh. I decided my starter months ago. Years ago, in fact. From the very beginning. No, I'm joking. But when they released images, I was like, I do wish I could stay and see which one you'll choose, but I must be off to visit. Excuse me? Are you just leaving all three with me? Because I'll take them all. I'll be at the house just over there. Take your time with your decision and then come find me once your mind is made up. This is very interesting. Yeah, Venti's going to Loke. That's a good idea, Venti. Now, if you'll excuse me until... you have a Bulbasaur as well? I would never judge Nat based on her Pokemon choice. Oh, you definitely would, Bubble. What a mannerly fellow. These three are all lovely, but you need to choose just one, right? Not an easy task. Why not take this opportunity to walk about with these little ones and get to know them? I'm sure they have lots to teach you. Oh, please, this is so cute. But before you go, I got you a little something to celebrate your big day. Take it with you if you're going out on your own. Rotom phone. Perfect. The latest model of smartphone. A Pokemon called Rotom lives in it. You can use to run all sorts of handy apps. So wait, do they like mass breed Rotoms to make like appliances and shit? Because I know there's also like a fridge and a lawnmower and like a bunch of other Rotoms. According to the instructions, you can check the map app by pressing the Y button. Sweet! Thanks, Mom. Take two and run. Yeah. I'm gonna put one in the Pokeball and then one under each arm, and I'm just gonna book it and be like, you guys are all coming with me now. Head to the house. Okay, little babies, let's go. Can you talk to them? No, but you can walk through them. That's interesting. No collision. Are we going this way, little buddies? Oh my god, they're gonna run after me. Oh, my heart! I shouldn't be too loud, raiders, in meetings. Hey, little bud. What did you guys find? Rotom most exploited Pokemon has to be, right? And you? Why are you sitting here? Yeah, what are we looking at? Where's Sprigatui? Hey! Why are you running away from me? What the fuck? Hello? I'm so confused. I thought they wanted to go look at the ocean, because the other two seemed really excited about it. Oh, there we go. No, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. They were like leading me onto the grass, and then they were like, no, never mind. I have no idea. Yeah, Sprigatui. Like Ratatouille, but with the Sprigat. And now again. Yeah? What are you looking at? This is so cute. Literally herding cats. It does feel like that. I want to talk to the kitty cow one. The man trying to get a shiny Rotom from breeding is making a good side hustle from the offcasts. Oh my god. Actually, Bubble. I hate it here. Let me talk to the cat. God. It just keeps running away from me. That's the only thing. For whatever reason, Quaxley is just standing still here. Come here, Sprigatui. Hey! I can't even sprint. Oops, I accidentally opened the map. Okay. Similar to the previous Pokemon game that I played. Can we take 3 and just say they ran off? I would love to do that, you know. Okay, I accidentally pressed B. Sejo, hello, hello. Oh, now I can run. Now we're booking it. Where are they? Look at their little legs. They can't keep up. Okay, I just want to see if I can actually talk to people. Oh, okay. This is Cabo Poco. It's not much, just a little pinch of community, but it's home. Aww. The power of science is amazing. If you connect with friends, you can head out on adventures together. Up to 4 of you at a time. Sweet! Okay, so he's teaching me about the internet there. Thanks, bud. Oh god, is this my rival? Is this my rival's house? Am I at the right place? Oh my god. Make it stop, make it go away. The cat is so cute. I'm definitely going for the cat. Uh-oh. Aww. Just snorfing the flowers. What was that noise? Aww. Poor baby. Who dis? Miss Morgan has yet to make her choice. Oh, they're so cute. Ah. You can see which is the responsible Pokemon here. So we've got dumb but lovable, the boss, and cute. Buenas, we haven't met, have we? I must say, I wasn't expecting to see you here quite so soon. Girlie, you told me to walk down the road. What do you mean? Hang on, director. Is this who I think it is? Yes, this is our academy's newest student, Miss Morgan. She'll be attending as of today. So you're that kid who moved in up the road. I've been dying to find out more about you. I'm Nimona. Normally I live in the school dorms, but home is here. What do you say, new neighbor? Wanna be friends? Yeah, she seems pretty cool. She got green hair as well. Huh? What's wrong? Did I scare you off? Maybe I came on a little strong. That's fine. President of our school council and a champion rank trainer in her own right. Damn. Absolutely love Pokemon battling. In fact, we should battle right now, you and me. Oh, she's gonna whip me. Easy now, you two will be in the same class. How is she already the president if I'm just starting? Am I late? Oh my god, you'll have plenty of time to battle later and get to know one another better, of course. We're gonna be neighbors and classmates? Nice! We'll be able to battle all we want. This is the start of an abusive friendship. On that note. Have you decided which of these Pokemon you would like to be your first partner? No doubt. No doubt. No, not a single doubt in my mind. It's the Sprigatui. Oh, the little toe beans? I don't care what type it is. Just look at it, how cute it is. I can't. You can use its plant powers to soak up whatever water you throw at it. Would you like to go with our good grass type Pokemon, Sprigatito here? Yes. Oh my god. My heart, my soul. Sprigatito cosplay when? I don't know how I'd go about that. Would you like to give it a nickname? Yes, actually. And this is probably going to be like breaking like every previous like record for things, but if people aren't naming this thing catnip, then I don't know what you're doing with your lives. It's literally a grass cat. It's catnip. Cute as hell. Oh, the noises. The green and the pink as well. I love green and pink together.
A burnt baked potato screamed, "I love you guys, enjoy stream."
Potato! I hope you're doing well. Take care of yourself. We miss you. We all miss you, Potato. Cat crack? Oh, Venti. Sprigatito seems to have taken quite a liking to you, Miss Morgan. This is your first Pokemon, yes? Please raise it with love and care only. And of course, be sure to keep it tucked safely inside a Pokeball. But I wanted to run behind me. I can't believe you actually chose Sprigatito. I mean, like, way to make the perfect choice for you. You two make such a good combo. What? Because she knows me so well, right? Can I choose one of these Pokemon too? Did you not receive a Pokemon when you entered the academy? Not back then, no. I had other Pokemon I was focused on raising at the time. But now I want to raise a new Pokemon alongside Morgan while she raises her own new partner. This is kind of cute though. Can't wait to see what Spaghetti... Cupcake, you haven't seen it? Oh no. Indeed, a rather splendid idea. If you wish to raise one of these Pokemon on equal footing with Miss Morgan here, I shall be more than happy to allow it. You haven't? Oh. Well, you'll be able to see, I guess, as the story progresses. Since Morgan chose Sprigatito, I'll go for this little one. Nice to meet you, Quaxley. Welcome to the team. You don't look at leaks? Unfortunately, I had... Pump! Okay. Very enthusiastic. I unfortunately had stuff like leaks shown on Twitter, in fact. Now that we've chosen our Pokemon, we have to battle. I'll be waiting for you down at the beach. Come join me when you're ready. You're in the back seat? No, 100% Cupcake. These Pokemon look so cute. Galaxy Wolf, they do. I'm not gonna say anything about the evolved forms, but yeah. I just want to have a run around and see if there's anything I can steal out of Nemona's garden. How's berry bushes? Huh? Oh, there we go. Thank you, Venti. Oh! What a good baby. Just went out and found a thing. You're in the boot? In the boot? You had a doo-doo 12 hour. Oh yeah! How are you feeling, Cupcake? Did you get enough sleep in the end? Oh shit! Sprigatito's just finding everything. They're just having a grand old time. I'm coming now, Nemona. Just relax, girly. I'm so confused about the rival's choice. So, can I call you Mag? I don't know if you like the name Maggie, but Mag. apparently, and I don't remember this when I played Sword and Shield, but even that generation, they picked the weaker one, which they didn't do in the past, right? So that also confused me. When I saw that, I was like, wait, what? Does that only call her out to look for things? Or him? I actually don't know. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. I wanted to go big. Okay. Auto heal. I wanted to look at my party. Maybe I can't do that yet. It'll auto fight. Oh shit. Okay. Just maybe let me just learn those things over time, Venti, as well. Because I'm sure the game will explain everything as well. So don't backseat, which is what you are doing. I will learn these things over time. Hi Kenshin, hello, hello. How are you doing today? Put the seeds down so you can see. Yeah, we need one of those. We need one of those cards that have the bit in the middle that you can put down. Anyone can be a Pokemon trainer as long as they have Pokemon by their side, and it's our duty as trainers to help our Pokemon grow stronger through battles. So you're ready to battle me? Yeah, because you have one that's weaker to my one, but it's okay. Perfecto! Maybe she should have had the cat. I'm so excited for this battle. I think I'll use Miss Nemona. Is she a Pokemon? I trust you remember that Miss Morgan is wholly inexperienced in Pokemon battling. Good call, director. I was about to send out one of my usual partners. Oh my goodness. It just sends out a like level 100 shiny Gyarados to kick my ass. Imagine. Let's have a fruitful battle. Oh man, this is really cool. You are challenged by Pokemon trainer Nemona. Quaxley! Let's go. Oh, that's so cute. I know this is your first Pokemon battle, so let's just have some fun. Cute. Why wouldn't I use this one? We better get to remove this dumb hat, right? I didn't go put my hair up in space buns just for it to not be visible in game. You must have been studying up. Smart moves. Grass is strong against water. So my boyfriend was telling me that in the old games, if you lost this first trainer battle, it somehow made the game like easier for you. It like changed the difficulty somehow. And I was just like, what? Because I didn't think it was possible to lose. Like the first battle. Because they don't have a lot of HP, but they also don't do a lot of damage. That's a cool fact. Yes, yes, bear. Quaxley is so zesty. Yeah, I had a feeling you might like Quaxley. Slay picking Sprigatito, I did too. What did you name yours, Noah? Look at you winning your first battle ever. You've got even more potential than I thought. You're gonna be a strong trainer for sure. Thanks. Let's go again. Just one more battle. What the heck? Calm down. Pretty sure I lost in my first battle in Pokemon Red. I was proper noob and it was my first Pokemon. Oh, Cupcake. It's okay. Miss Morgan and her Sprigatito are surely weary already from that last battle. Ah, sorry. I got kind of caught up in all the excitement. What's that supposed to mean? Because Quaxley is very, like, sparkly. Potato. You never do nicknames? Noah. Let's battle again soon. So is she like a mentor? Because my character actually looks like a child. You two seem to be becoming fast friends, though you've only just met. Can I count on you to take your new schoolmate here under your wing, Miss Nemona? Like, we're literally classmates, but I look like 10 years old. That reminds me, since you're new to training Pokemon, there's an app you definitely need. You have a smartphone, right? Let me see it for a sec. Hailstorm! Hello, hello, how are you? The Pokédex app was added. Hey, nice! Pokédex will automatically register any Pokemon you catch. It's a must-have for Pokemon trainers. It's a super handy app. Our homeroom teacher, Mr. Jack, actually made it himself. Pretty sure he didn't make the Pokédex, but sure. Back in my day, we used ordinary paper and handwritten notes to compile our Pokédexes. It's quite the age we live in now. Oof, filling out a Pokédex by hand, I can't even imagine how much work that would take. Are we all just forgetting Professor Oak? Wow. I'm doing good, Hailstorm. The start of stream was very rocky, but it's fine, we're here now. Nemona is cute. That's not a spoiler, though. She is very cute. No matter how much the times may change, the wonder of meeting new Pokemon never does. This is a truly timeless pleasure. That's why people have been playing it for 25 plus years. And the more Pokemon that you encounter, the more you'll find yourself growing and changing. My Squirtle, it's actually Bulbasaur. It's a Bulby. He's very big. He's keeping me company. It's maybe hard to tell. But yeah, it's a Bulby. App, why are we doing this? Just give me a Pokédex, right? Times have changed, Cupcake. I hope you will both work hard towards the goal of completing your own Pokédexes. Now, Miss Nemona, I do still have a few matters to discuss with your parents. Could you please go see Miss Morgan to the academy? You would be doing me quite the favor. They have similar heads, they do, and the mouth as well, because I think Squirtle has this mouth as well. It's just like... Now it's Squirtle. The Squirtle has red eyes as well, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's only Charmy that's got blue eyes. But yeah, no need to apologize. It's all good. It's all good. He can't hear you. It's time you and I were on our way. Oh my god. Fwah! Yeah, I think it's good that we left out the fire one, because the fire ones have got a little bit more pep in their step than the other two. Maybe I ought to make a little more time to work on my Pokédex along with all my battling. Oh right, speaking of Pokédexes, Morgan, you probably never caught a wild Pokemon, right? I'll show you the ropes before I take you to the academy. Come with me. Let's go, beach. Where the fuck did she go? Okay, press the to open the Pokédex. Okay, navigate with X. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Let's have a look at the Pokédex. In the future Pokemon games, they're gonna put a Pokédex chip in our heads. Yes. Do you mean like our actual heads, or do you mean like our characters in the game, Potato? Battle or catch Pokemon to compile volumes in your Pokédex app with fancier covers for Pokemon you've caught. Open up the Pokédex to view all the volumes you've collected on a digital shelf and check out what rewards you can earn by pressing the X button. What? Holy shit. We have caught many wild Pokemons. This lady doesn't know. Honestly, but I wouldn't mind that, Potato. Press the plus button when looking at a Pokemon you've registered in your Pokédex, and you can check the Pokemon's habitat to learn more about it. Oh, explore different areas as you adventure and meet tons of Pokemon. Oh my god, the picture though? Wait, I clicked the wrong... I keep clicking this, like, crouch button by mistake. Oh my god. That is adorable. The sweet scent its body gives off mesmerizes those around it. The scent grows stronger when this Pokemon is in the sun. Just a sec, guys. Okay, guys. It was just Ray being silly, so he
Would you
sent
like a
me.
cup of water?
Hey,
'Cause you look thirsty as fuck right
Hey.
now.
he sent me a meme, but the meme was basically because he told me something. He told me a fact, Pokemon fact, and then it's the fact that I shared with you guys, and then he was here in chat on his other account to say nice fact. So I think it should be the other way though, the way that he did it. It should be Ray getting the award from Bear Angler, but it's okay. Hold on, wait, I want to show you guys the meme because it's funny. He's only 1 foot tall. He's itty bitty. A walking scented candle, kind of. Also, hydrate. You know what, Potato, you're gonna forgive me for this, but I'm hydrating with coffee. We're having that kind of day. Not Ray misspelling his own name. I love him. What a goober. How dare? How dare what? How dare I have coffee? Yeah, that's Ray's alt. You misspelled your name. Also swap them. Because Ray should be the one getting the thing. But it's a good meme. I like it. Okay, habitat unknown. That makes sense. You know, sorry. Oh. Oh, that's cool. Recently battled. So if you battle it but you don't catch it. Oh. Do they still help people? I'm actually asking a question here, so answers are appreciated. Do they tell you what's weak and what's strong? Can I stop pressing that button? Do they tell you what's weak and what's strong to things? Because like I have an image up on my screen to help me because I can never remember the. Ooh, how do you get up here? I guess I have to fly or. Oh wait, it's when you get the other guy, right? Never mind. If you fought it before it shows, the new Pokemon doesn't. Okay. So, like, Sword and Shield, they did it. Unless you haven't fought it. Ah. Jump button. There's a jump button. I just keep making my character crouch. I hear that Nimona will be taking you to school. Yes. How dare they consume caffeine? What's the jump button? Because I keep crouching. Oh man, this game is so cute. And I read about all the wonderful teachers you'll have looking after you at the school, plus so many handy facilities you can use as much as you like. Add in your new friend Nimona, it sounds like your school life is shaping up to be fantastic. She's more excited than I am for school. Now you'll be staying in the school dorms, so I want you to promise me you'll eat proper meals. Here's a bit of spending money to start off with. I also packed a lunch for your first day. Are you winning, son? Hi, alright. I'm doing good. I wasn't winning this morning. A sandwich from mom? Shit. Thanks. A dish made by sandwiching vegetables, meat, or other ingredients. Or, it's non-specific. What did mom put in the sandwich? Or other ingredients. It makes a fantastic meal when out on a picnic. But yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good, alright. How are you doing? Will you also be playing Pokemon? I think I remember you mentioning it. She's kind of a MILF. Oh my goodness, Potato, I can't believe you said that. You obtained 5 potions. Hell yeah, I'll take that. Oh, you're chilling at work? I hope your workday goes swiftly then. Use them on that precious little partner of yours, should it get hurt in battle. You're not much into Pokemons? Oh, okay, fair enough. I thought you might have been, because you have Peto. And in Pokemon, you can have unlimited Peto. Try to savor them all, the good times and the hard times too. If you ever want to come back home, you know your bed is always ready for you. Oh, bless. Can't relate. You're more into the waifus? Okay, that's fair enough. She is pretty, she is pretty. Not gonna lie. You two had better be off, I suppose. Take care on the way to school. I guess you're playing Pokemon, just waifu edition, right? Genshin, and you started that new one. I can't remember what it's called now. Your mother's so nice. Yeah, The one in games. The one in video games is amazing. Vamos! Let's go! Tower of Fantasy. Not Tower of Fantasy, there was another one. Crap. It was something that you were playing like super recently. I don't know if you continued playing it. Yes, there we go. Valkyrie Elysium. I knew Elysium was in the name. I just couldn't remember what the rest of the name was. And I was like, my brain was buffering. Popcore Path. If there is not a chicken Pokemon on here, I'm actually going to have words. Alright, this here is Popcore Path. Yeah? But look at you, Odite, just exposing yourself for all the waifu collection games you play. What are those? Did you guys see the chubby baby? Oh my god, it's a path that leads to adventure for you and me. Out here, things are different than in town. You're going to see wild Pokemon out and about. They'll be on the path and in the grass and such. Your proud collection of waifus, yeah. Get too close to one and you'll have to battle. But you've got Sprigatito for that, right? And if you want to try catch a Pokemon, you gotta use a good old Pokeball. I've got tons. Have a few. Thanks. You put the Pokeballs in your bags. Okay. If that's the only thing I'm exposing, then there's nothing to worry about. Fair enough. Device for catching wild Pokemon. Okay, we know what a Pokeball is. The game is mansplaining to me. Oink oink! Fuck yes. Did you guys know? Did you guys know? I should have made a button for this, but there's a new Twitch global emote for Lechonk. It's so cute. You can try catch a wild Pokemon by pressing the X button. When you're having a hard time catching Pokemon, try to deal damage to it. So just beat it into submission. That's how Pokemon works. I don't know how much damage I do, but this is only a level 3. Butt wiggle. See, this is the kind of Pokemon game that I can play. I understand this one. Oh, this is kind of cool. I don't have to go into my bag to get it. I understand how this works. The other one that I was playing yesterday. Fuck, that game's hard. Hey, yo! Lechonk, let's go! You have to use let's go catching mechanic after the situation. No, I will ban you. Easiest ban of my life. Does anyone want to name this little fella? Well, actually, Panda redeemed the thing earlier. Do I name the first one after Panda? Or do I get a cuter one for Panda? Let me do a cuter one for Panda. I don't want her redeemed to be for a little pig. Bacon. I quite like the name Pork Chop. But actually I might go with oh shit, no! I pressed the wrong button. I'm so much in the habit that X is at the bottom on like PlayStation for like yes. That I done goofed, but it's okay. This is fine. You caught the very first Pokemon that went for you? What the fuck? I'm crummy when it comes to actually catching Pokemon. Maybe you should give me tips. Yeah, girl. Let's go. I'm all about that hoarding. Battling, not so much. More balls. Also, Ray, you better fix that meme of yours. Make it right. Put the names in the right place. And spell your name correctly. Weaken the Pokemon, then throw the Pokeball. Remember that and you'll be fine. She's telling me as if I didn't already just do that. But thank you, Nimona. She's very cute. I like her. Any next cat Pokemon, call it Odite. 100% it's gonna happen. I actually want to make note of that somewhere. Let me just get a notepad up. I wanna do a cute one for Panda, so I'll kind of hacks that one, you know. What did she actually want me to name it though? I can't remember. I would have to go look at the redeems, I think. Because I can't remember when she did it. Shit. Okay, I'll go look at that, but let me write down Odites. Since it's here. Gonna need to buy naming rights next time I'm here. Yeah? So Odite wants a kitty Pokemon. Named Odite, obviously. Of course, of course. Alright, let's meet back up at the lighthouse over there. You can see our school from the top. She's taking me on a trip, this girlie. Okay, yeah. Start of battle, throwing Pokeballs. ZR. Oh, it's the... There's unstock. Wait, what? You can't redeem it? Reward is on cooldown. Oh, I think it's to stop people from spamming. So it's just on cooldown at the moment, Potato. I think it's just so that people don't spam it. Oh, that must be why I set it up like that. It's for me. She's fattening you up so she can stab you and eat you later. What the fuck? Girly! Aggressive. BE aggressive. My goodness. She's on her own mission. Actually, I don't know if my... How did I check again? No, that was map. God damn it, this might take me a little while. You just witnessed a murder? Even me. Okay, my catnip's a boy. So Boyki. My Boyki's on a mission there. Need to lurk a bit? No worries, Smurf. Please, have a wonderful, wonderful day. Come here. Actually, wait, no. There's a Pokemon here I want to catch. Hop, hip! Hip, hop! Oh, Kakuna? Was that the little spider thing? What is that? Anyway, let's battle this beach. Ah! No you. No you, Smurf. I hope your day goes swiftly though. We'll just give him a little bit of a boop on the nose. Okay, that's a bigger boop than I thought it would be. Okay, I'm just gonna throw a ball now because I'm a little bit worried that I kill it. Just the health looks a little bit spicy. Boy! Hop, hip, leaf. Wait, did I pull the fucking leaves off of a hop hip? Oh my goodness. I need to go look at my redeems actually. Where do I see that? Let's see. Requests queue. There we go. I'm so bad with doing this actually. Let's see. Okay. Oh, she just wants to call Panda. Maybe I can name this one Panda. This is a cute one. I wanted to give her a cute Pokemon because she's cute. Yeah, we'll call this one Panda. Because the evolved form of this is... Oh my god. I think I love all of them actually. This whole line, this whole evolution line is just cute as hell. And if you guys don't know Panda, she is cute as hell. She's cute, but she's also really beautiful and she's really funny. And she... I don't think she streams on Twitch, but she streams on YouTube. And I love her so much. Just know. I have all the love in the world for her. Fat Pikachu. How's it gonna fly now? Wait, what? Oh, because I pulled the leaves off. Yeah, I know, right? What is that? Is that a little spider? No. Yeah, we do stand Panda. We love Panda. Bless her. Tarantula? It's so tiny. Am I gonna kill it? Be gentle. Okay, we're good. Man. I love that I don't have to open my bag to get out a Pokeball. That is actually really cool. I could have named the fat Pikachu panda, that is true. But I wasn't sure how long it was gonna take to get there. I stole its threads. Oh my goodness, now it's naked. It actually looks like a granny from this view. Because the hair, the thread looks like a looks like those granny doos. Oh, it's for me. Would I? Super potion. It's a bit early. Can we still kick trees? No? Okay, cool. I didn't want to kick trees anyway. The open worldness is kind of like taking a little getting used to. Can I, oh my gosh. Even climbing on the rocks? What an animal. This is hyper-realistic Pokemon. Kicking a tree might hurt your foot? No. Can we call it Tran? Oh, sorry, Cupcake. Because of the delay. Sorry, I didn't see that before. Look at that little Lechonk. You're gonna become bacon bits. Ayo. Oh, Fletchling. Hello. Oh. Please don't hurt my cat. Ooh. Is that a Spupa in the distance there? I think that's a Spupa. You guys can't see it because it's behind my chat, but... Oof! Naughty birdie. Don't hurt my kitty cat. It's Pikachu! No, you guys will see just now if it's still there. I don't know what the despawning is like in this game yet, but... There's a Spupa up the hill. Boy! Look at that. Good job. We're not gonna give it a nickname. Oh, this is actually really cool. Fuck. The interface. There, even here, there's a Spupa here. Oh, it's Amgary. Is it gonna come fight me? Nope. I already have one of you. It is called Spupa, right? Oh, so it's a Scatterbug, my bad. It's been a while. Okay, no, that didn't hurt it. What is Spupa then? How very dare. Who's that Pokemon? Spupa is what it evolves into. Oh, okay, well that makes a lot of sense. I don't know. My brain was just like... Okay, that makes sense why I thought it was Spupa. I'm not... what's its Evoline? Oh? What you got, Panda? Tail Whip? Very cool. What does Spupa become? Vivillon. Oh, that's the pretty one. Hey, with like all the variety, like the different variations. I was gonna say with the varieties. What a fucking word. Scatterbug powder. Oh my god, Sprigatui! What are you doing, little Bane? Oh my goodness. The cutest. Hi, little baby. It's the new Pikachu. Poor me. Is this a cat? I don't know if this counts for Odite. I'm scared to kill it. Electric bug. Oh, that's It's not a cat. It's not a cat, right? Odite. This is like it's a mouse type-ish Pokemon. That's fine. I will keep an eye out for a cat. Anything feline. Oh my goodness. This is one of the Pokemon I was most excited for. Can I claim a name for a future Pokemon? You can. Oh my god, I love this. It's a mouse Pokemon. Okay, it's not a cat. I'm not gonna give it a nickname for now. So fucking cute. Add to my party, please. Who's getting the boot? Sorry, Scatterbug. No spoilers? Okay, no spoilers. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. That's perfect. Ah, I was so excited for this one. Do you know what I find very funny about it? Is that it's got Game Freak's favorite Pokemon. In other words, the Charizard colors. It's got Charizard colors. No, go get the Scatterbug. What are you doing? Go get him. Ooh. You sleepy, baby? Do I need to give Heelys? Oh, no. An old dragon type? Oh. I don't know. There we go. Sprigatoui's been just a little too spicy. Anyone have any suggestions for... They're so tiny! Oh my goodness. I just want to fill my pockets with them. Oh, hello. What are you? Cherry Berry? I just turned 30. My eyes are too old to see shiny things in the grass. Hello, little baby. Are you good? There's more fletchlings. They're just all chilling together. Holy shit. That is so cute. Fuck. I don't know is the name. I mean, sure, why not? They're all just straight vibing. Look, they're all just... There's little birdies. Hi, guys. They're literally just minding their business. They're just having a time by themselves there. Oh, this is so fucking cute. Holy shit. I'm gonna keep calling that thing Spupa because my brain doesn't work. Oranberry. Oh. Mm-hmm. So far you've caught... Listen, I didn't know how to read that out loud, sorry. What was that? It's my boy. Vroom vroom. I've never heard that kind of cry before. Could be some strong Pokemon or something. Ooh. When you get the Master Ball, you can catch Nimona. Noir, please. If that's not canon, I'm gonna fly to you and fight you. I say we find whatever made that cry. Let's take a look around. Just be careful. There's a kind of unsafe cave not far from here, so steer clear. And I know your rotten phone can keep you safe, but watch your step by these cliffs anyway. Sure. If that's not canon, I'm gonna come physically fight you, Noah, so you better start hitting the gym or something. Lechonk. Can you bring Ray? Sure, why not? The only thing is, when he said when he travels, he wants his first, the first place he wants to go to is like an English-speaking country, so I don't think we can visit you. So I don't think he'll come with. And this broken fence? What do you mean? What do you mean, Noah? IRL, I would not get that close to the edge. There was a fence there for a reason. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah? Houndooms. Houndoom. I hope you fall off that. Sus, man. Bow wow? Is that Bow Wow? Oh my god. This is why I wanted the purple one. Because you get a motherfucking robot. Hello? Both of your knees gone. You've just left the house. Both your knees are already shot. No logic. Absolutely none. Vroom vroom, motherfucker. Let's go. Aww. The mysterious Pokemon seems to be too weak to move. Can I give it food? Or a... give it a sandwich. Can I give it a sandwich? You want my sandwich, buddy? Give it the Rotom phone? No. Yeah? It matches your pants. It does. I'm giving you my food. Will you be my friend? Oh, what a sweet baby. Was I supposed to give it something else? Because I feel like the sandwich is the right answer there. Looks like a robot. Wouldn't it rather eat a phone than a sandwich? I need the phone because apparently I just jumped down cliffs and the phone is the only thing that's saving my knees from exploding. Let's be serious for a moment, okay? I obviously need that phone to save my knees. Oh. Oh? We're going on a trip on a motherfucking rocket ship. Hello? Bro. Or is this the motorbike form? What was in that sandwich? See, that's the thing, Cupcake. Remember I read the description. It was like vegetables, meat, or other ingredients or some shit. And I was just like, what are the other ingredients? Didn't mom make the sandwich for me? Why doesn't she know what's in it? She put some spice in that sandwich. Okay, well, I guess we're going into the Dangerous Cave. With my Pokemon, my new friend. Why? Oh, for some reason it was like stuck on walking. Stop! Let me run! I can't go ahead of him? Is that why it keeps making me walk? Oi! Malgin! Did she not tell me to not come in this cave though? We're going to be best late for our first day. Yeah. There you are. You okay? You're not hurt, right? Oh, actually. Yum, 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 yum. Where is my... There it is. I don't know if I have those ones on, but I'm gonna pause those ones. Okay, this one is done. We're still waiting for a kitty cat for Odite. Okay, that's perfect. How you doing, Yaku? If you'd gotten hurt because I said we should go looking for whatever made that cry. No, never mind that. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, daddy. Thanks for being here. You just gotta find some way to climb out of there. If you can get close enough, try pulling. What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. No worries, daddy. Thank you for the keys. She's basically just saying, find your own way up, you know? Okay, okay, buddy. Oh, the puppies! That was amazing. Yeah, I did that with my hands. That Pokemon might be as strong as mine, maybe stronger. Oh! Is that a, what is it called? Trump goose? Young goose? Mongoose? I can't remember. But he's got Trump hairstyle either way. I conspire against you? Wait, what? Nice ad? Oh, daddy. It's not me. Oh, it is called Young Goose. Don't tell me he hasn't got Trump hair, though. You're 100% of her ad revenue, probably? Yeah, daddy, I don't understand that. Trump Goose? I mean, look at the hair. Please be serious for a second. Tell me it doesn't have Trump's hairstyle. That was a little bit spicy of me, but it's okay. You'll be getting the game next week? Oh, nice! Which one are you getting, daddy? Scarlet or Violet? Bam, bam. Let's go. Loitering Pokemon. You see, this is not a cat. Violet, because it looks cooler. I feel so bad. Everyone's saying that now. I feel like I bullied Ray into letting me play this one. I mean, I'm sure he'll play this one eventually as well. There's a big boy up there. Ray crying right now. No! How do I... What's the jump button? Because there's green shit up there as well. I don't know what that is, but it's shiny as hell. Y'all know I'm a sucker for green, so... A Diglett? Is this a normal Diglett? You hate the robot legendary? Oh, okay, fair enough. Why is no one getting Scarlet? I mean, Ray's got Scarlet. He seems happy with the red one. Daddy thinks it looks doo-doo. Oh. Wait, I didn't see. Was this a normal Diglett? Ayo! I really like how they did that level up thing. Because like it has like the little bubble to show you it learned something. Oh, it's the normal Diglett. Okay. This is definitely not a cat. 148. We've definitely skipped some Pokemon there. That's a young goose again, hey? I like that they don't instantly like run at you, because... Okay, I guess I'll not go that way. In Pikachu Let's Go, the aggression... Release me! Give me my camera! Oh my god. It's just a horde of little puppies. No, that's mean. Oh, he's just gonna blast them. Okay, never mind. I thought he was gonna blast them to space. It looks like the Grovile's third. But red with wheels. Yeah. I see what you mean, actually. Houndour. Watch your back, they're strong. Oh shit. Okay, game says no, not that way. He got a V on his back. Is that intentional or... You might go Leaf Kitty? I have the Leaf Kitty. So Ray chose the fire starter as well, but he said he's like benching it. He like doesn't want to use it. It straight up pulverized that rock. How can she see? What the fuck? Where are we off to, buddy? Look out, something's coming. Uh-oh. You're not going Leaf Kitty? Oh wait, sorry, I misread that. You usually choose fire. Okay. It's that big old boy that we saw earlier. A big old papa. Cause you got it? What the heck, daddy? Just cause I got the kitty? Nimona has this cave rigged with spy cams because she's where she lures victims like you. Okay, well, Catnip's not going to do well against this because it's a fire type, right? What? What the? Okay, so I'm forced to let my child die. This is grim as hell. What? Okay, this is cool. Why does it look pissed off? It's like, okay, well, I guess I'll fight then. Uh-oh. What typing is this thing anyway? Has to be Electric Dragon, right? Whoa! Why didn't we just do this from the beginning? Just out of curiosity. If this is something that... This is a skill that we had before. We went the long way around. For whatever reason. That is a transformer? Yes. This thing's just standing there like... These evolutions look ugly as fuck. This is not an evolution though. This is the cover Pokemon, Daddy. Oh, you mean you went and looked at the... I'm so sorry, Daddy. Maybe it used up all its power? What is this Pokemon anyway? It kind of looks like a Cyclizar, but I've never seen one quite like this before. Now looks so different from a minute ago. You think it's okay? I don't know. Yeah, listen, Daddy. People were stunned into silence when the starters were leaked. So yeah, I feel you. All that aside, I'm seriously glad to have you back up here in one piece. You know, that battle down there was really something. You and this fella look perfectly in sync facing that Houndoom. I mean, we didn't really do anything. You didn't even tell it what to do. I guess it's not like you're this Pokemon's trainer yet. Oh good, it looks like it perked up a little. Motherfucker wants another sandwich. Do you think this fella was the one making that mysterious cry we heard before? Have you seen the Water Final Evo? Yes. Ray is not a fan. It has a butt plug? Daddy, what the fuck? Oh man, oh man, oh man. The more I look at this Pokemon, the more mysterious it seems. It's so fruity. Yes, Noah. It's the most fruity. If you do become a straight... What did you choose, by the way, Noah? You gotta let me battle against it. Let's exchange numbers so we can get in touch if we get separated again. She's got a black phone. Do we get to change the color of our phone? I want a green one. Because my actual phone is green. Swift! Thanks! Very cool. Oh, yes, you told me... Okay, sorry, Noah. My bad. Better take a breather. She says as if she's not the problem here. Hey buddy, can I talk to him? Are you good? Oh, happy baby. You gonna come with us? Oh, okay. We don't jump down cliffs, we just slide down them. Y'all coming with, or? I like how there's just a Lechonk standing between them. Literally just minding his own business, living his life in the wild. You didn't look at the leaked versions though? Oh, went in blind as possible. Yeah, I mean, I didn't go searching for them, but they were definitely on Twitter. What are you doing out here? What the heck? Name one after you? Okay. I'm not talking to you two. You can shove off. Wow. Aren't you Arvin? You're enrolled in the humanities track, right? And aren't you the son of that Pokemon researcher, Professor Turo? Doesn't matter who my dad is. The real issue here is what in the world this Pokemon is doing out here. And what is with this form it's in? See, we heard this strange cry and we tried to investigate, but Morgan fell off a cliff. That Pokemon saved her, but it seemed like it wore itself out in the process. It got kinda slumpy afterwards. But you should have seen it before. It looked totally different. It was unbelievably strong. Oh yeah, let me just make notes. Yaku also wants a Pokemon. You don't have any requests for anything specific, Yaku? As it should be, but it can't fight while it's like this. Actually, there's a Pokemon. Yaku, I'm picking one for you. I'm picking a specific Pokemon for you. The form Miraidon takes in battle, that's its true form. Oh shit. How'd you know it? You can't go in the lab, it's locked. I don't remember ever seeing you around, but given the uniform you go to the academy too, do you? Why was that a question? You're curious? Don't worry, you'll understand, Yaku. When I choose it, you'll understand why. Miraidon isn't the sort of Pokemon that any old trainer can hope to command. It's special. I think the game is on sale. Oh, really? Daddy? If it's on sale, definitely grab it. Special how? What sort of Pokemon is it? You think you're up to ordering Miraidon around? Then how about I test your worthiness? Ugh. $10 off? You can buy yourself snacks with $10, right? Snacks while you play. I've been feeling all out of sorts, so I'm gonna use this battle to blast these doldrums away. I do not know that word. What color is it? Wait, what color is what, Noah? Sorry. The Pokemon for Yaku? What's with these adults attacking children? Gosh. These memories are leaving a bad taste in my mouth and I want it gone. Well, maybe eat something tasty then and stop beating up kids. Just an idea, mate. Get him! Get him! How dare you? This guy wants to act all high and mighty. He's literally got one Pokemon and it's a Squavit. Don't at me, buddy. Oh, it's like a yellowy white color, like an off-white color. It was one of the Pokemon... I don't want you to say what it is, Noir, because you might be able to guess it, but it's one of the Pokemon that was kind of like in like promo materials. Yeah, buddy, you wanted to. Now you got another bad taste in your mouth, and that's the taste of defeat. So enjoy. You did this to yourself, honestly. Also, Ray bought me this Bulbasaur for my birthday. That's why he's sitting with me. Playing the game together. Making sure it wasn't the one I wanted, named after me. Did you redeem one, Noah? Did I miss it? Did you say defeat? You know what, Jargon, I was gonna make that joke and then I was like, no. Would be kind of weird. Do I need to refresh it? Maybe I need to refresh it. Ray is a good boy. He is. Best boy, in fact. Not yet. Oh, it's on cooldown at the moment. Oh, sorry, Noah. Maybe, because it was 5 minutes ago, I think there's probably like a 5-minute cooldown. You might be able to redeem it soon. If you really think you can take Miraidon off my hands for me, you'll need this. It's a Pokeball that Brute's been kept in. Miraidon's Pokeball. He gets a special Pokeball? Okay. A boy? That is a man, actually. That is not a boy. That thing's your problem now, not mine. Good luck! What a weirdo. I agree. Oh, he's like a little puppy. That Arven guy definitely knows more than he's letting on. Next time he and I are battling, I'm gonna wring some answers out of him. Oh, gee, she's aggressive. But oh, right, we gotta climb the lighthouse. Can't wait to show you the view of our school. Oh, she's so cute, man. But wait. I want to see if there's anything behind here. Oh, look at that. Arven is misty and dry. No. Because of the sass? Oh, what is that? Oh, it's just a... whatever that bug thing was called. My goodness. Did my ears just pop? No, I've just got ringing in one ear. We're good. Oh no, Wingulls! Damn it. Are there more? Is that what the sneaky sneaks is for? I could have bagged one of those Wingulls if I'd been sneaky sneak. Look, Morgan, that's Messagoza. Is that our fucking school? We go to Hogwarts? No ways. That huge building with the Pokeball on it is our school. Shit, bitch. It's gonna be so great having you in the same class. I'm looking forward to it. Yay! Right? I can't wait to get back. We're gonna get to learn so much stuff and battle so much. Yay. Isn't it awesome? What you can see from up here. All the Pokemons as well. The loots. It's just me or the graphics a little bit from a distance. You know what's waiting for you all over these natural spaces? Tons of Pokemon! Is it not me or the graphics didn't look a little bit there? Do I need to like change the settings? Does this game even have graphic settings? I don't think so. Let's make it to Los Platos for starters. The plate. Oh, we're going to the plate. Let's go. Vamos! I don't know Spanish, so y'all just gonna have to be patient with me. Poco! There was no chickens on here. I can't tell you how disappointed I am. My day is actually ruined. Okay, so... where's ya boy? He's not in here? Interesting. So how do I... I have Miraidon, but I don't know how to use him. Whoops! That was a mistake. Oh! Your boy is flying? That's cute as hell. Yeah, it was just funny, like, looking into the distance and the graphics just, like, tanked. Chesto Berry. Do you get to grow trees again? Hey, let's battle! Hey, let's not, actually. Here's an idea. Boy, boy! Boy, boy! Boy, boy! Psyduck! Should we get the boy, boy? I want the boy, boy. I love boy, boy. Boito! Oh, there's a Sumeru in the background! Let's not kill everything. Does this game have like all the Pokemon, or is there some that are missing? Oh my god, look how little it is! Wait, can you guys see it, or is the chat covering it? No, you can see it bouncing in the background there. So cute. Also, Noah, I don't know if you guessed the Pokemon that I wanted to give to Yaku. Some are missing. Do you think they'll be available with like expansions, or what do they call it, DLC? Ayo, boy boy! This is the part of the game that I enjoy the most, completing my Pokédex. The rest of it... Hell yeah! This is not a cat. I might put Azu in my team, actually. Boiselfur! Oh, hi little baby! You wanna come with me? It basically ran up to me, so I'm gonna take that as a hint. Definitely DLC and something else I don't want to say. Okay. No worries, no worries. Oh, this is a level 7. Let's go, Sprigatui. Ooh, okay. Okay, it looked like it was going down fast, so I panicked. But it's okay, I think this thing will survive. Can take a couple boops. Oh! Little baby. One more. Bubble beam! Ba 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 ba. You have an idea? So it's because I know Yaku pretty well. Well, you know, like as a community member, like he's shared some things with us, so there's a specific one. See the happy HD clouds and the happy HD trees. Yeah, HD. Ah. Yes, actually. Oh no, hold on, I need to do this first. Azzy. Azzy, Azzy. Oh. Sorry, Lechonk. I'll do evolutions another time. Oh, just a sec. Yep. I got a snack. It's a Swiss roll and custard. Okay, we're good. We're good. Alright, there was also a Psyduck. Did he disappear now because I took too long because I was eating cake? Oh, there's one. Hey, buddy. You want to come with me? Where is our custard? Here. But you have to get here before I finish it. It's first come, first serve. Start running. Oh, shit. Oh. Psyduck is such a cute Pokemon. Oh, geez, that's a bit spicy. Can Pokemon that don't have tails use that attack or that ability? I wonder. Noise. Chronic headache. Oh. Oh, that was a cute picture. Cold cider custard. Oh man, sorry, Cupcake. I keep seeing those late. That's just council of Pormies and an Azzy with them. What are they doing? They're just straight up vibing over here. I don't want to bother them. I'm just curious. Why am I getting chased by Psyduck? He just wants to go. Or is he their security guard? Well, it's fine. We'll let them vibe out over there. First Tran and now Custard. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's not on purpose. I'm literally just it's because of the delay. Because I don't see the message. I just want the ball. Let me live my life. Oh, there's a Ralts. Okay, I want the Ralts. The fuck? What the fuck is that? Is that just a... Oh, he's in the shade? Okay. It looked really weird. I want the Ralts. Hey, buddy. Come with me. You'll use TTS next time? Yes, definitely. But also, where's your points? You gotta use your points, Cupcake. You chose a Pokemon yet? I haven't seen it yet, Yaku. But I will show you as soon as I get it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sprigatui. He's so small and angry. You use the points. No, not those points. I mean, like, there's the redeem. Also, Noah, if you haven't done the redeem yet, it should be available. Unless Cupcake redeems it before you, in which case, rip. Damn, but loophole. I mean, yeah, it's gotta be for channel points. It's gotta be for channel points. If you want to name something. Struggle bug. You'll be good, yeah? I don't know if you can name them later. I know in the previous games there was like a place where you go to rename them. Do I need to use channel points? It's gotta be fair, Mel. Otherwise anyone could just... Is that a bug that's swimming? What is that? Oh, it's Mudkip! Mama! Mama! Can I go in the water? Oh! Okay, I cannot swim. Yeah, you can't be punished. Okay, so don't go into the water because you cannot swim. Got my Pokemon all healed up. Oh! I found him. I found him. This one. This is Yaku. Okay, let's not kill him. Woo! So the reason why this is Yaku is because Yaku bakes a lot. And this is a little dog called Fido. Because he's literally fucking dough. He is bread. Be gentle. Yaku, is this not perfect? This is why I picked this one. It's literally a little bread doggy. And it's cute as all hell as well. Oh shit, catnip's level 10. Puppy Pokemon. The yeast in Fido's breath is useful for cooking, so this Pokemon has been protected by people since long ago. Yes, I do want to give this one a name. Done. I'm just gonna send it to my box though, because I wanna keep the other ones. I wonder, does Fido evolve? Does anybody know? What is that? Oh, it's just a little chunk. That's fine. A Chestoberry. The Psyduck sleeping under the tree looks so weird because the color from the shade. Can I run across this? Okay, I can run over shallow water. Yeah, let's go beat up some kids. Because he wants to battle, you know? Don't answer her, Chad. It's a cunning plan to get us banned for backseating. Look at them! If you talk to a Pokemon trainer like me, it means we're gonna battle. There's literally 4 Pokemon sitting here watching us. What the heck? Youngster Elian? Oh, he's got a Taurus shirt on it. I love it. Oh, he's got Spooter. The Pokemon are literally just sitting there watching the fight. Name new pink Pokemon after me, please. Don't want to be specific, but his name starts with T. So, what name am I using? What name am I using? New pink. Just Noir? Okay, Noir's fine then. New pink. T. Noir. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I've done Yaku's one. So I can say that one's complete. Oh, it did update this time. Perfect. Thank you! What does this do? Boost attack? Nah, I don't think I need to do that. Oh no, shit, it's paralyzed. Crap. Ah. Let's bring out a Boip. Because that's a bug, right? So I can eat it. Struggle bug. Sorry, buddy. I like that the bird's flying though. That's quite interesting. Oof. Tarantula because it's round? Okay. I think I'm picking up what they're putting down there. Your Pokemon are strong, huh? Oh wait, I could change the camera angle? Oh, the little Azzy was sitting here watching us the whole time. Hello, sweet baby. I'm gonna let you live your life though. You can be happy in nature. I already caught one of your friends or your family members. And Hoopa! He was cheering you on. He was like so excited. Clearly the other Psyduck's lost interest. Oh shit, this thing's still paralyzed. Oh, well, let's see if it works. No? Okay, never mind. Ouch. Oh, not effective? That's cool. Can the paralysis wear off, or do I have to use something? I might as well use the... Interesting animation there. Owie. I don't know. Oh, no, that was a mistake. Ooh, okay. This is fine. We didn't, we weren't too spicy. Oh my god, the fucking Psyducks behind me, bro. They're like right behind me, like a pair of creepers. Yay! I don't know what Fairy Wind is. Oh! Okay. That's maybe not a bad thing to have. So is it going to be Grass Fairy? Because that's cute as hell. They want to know if you have any games on your phone. The thing about that is I can 100% see a Psyduck asking to see if you have any... Oh wait, this is for... Oh, okay. I thought this was the cat. I was like, what? But that's on Panda. The little fluffy panda. Okay, Poison Ground. I like the icons that they have for it. Whoopa! Oh my god, I love this like little digital bookshelf thing that we have. Look at them! Wait, why is one so big? Holy shit. Is that just a giant Psyduck? Do you get different size Pokemon? Hi guys. You just chilling? I know they're on a hill, but the one is actually bigger than the other. Are you gonna follow me? It's your fan club. Growth hormones in the Pokemilk. But wait, Pokemon come out of eggs. Do they still drink milk? Oh my god, they're so cute. Actually my fan club, because those are the three that were watching me earlier. Oh, Iggly! Oh, what is that? Oh, it's just a swimming side. There's a Magikarp in there. Oh my, I want to get the Iggly buff though. Hello! I literally cannot focus in this game. It's open world. This was a mistake. This format doesn't work for my distracted brain. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I don't know if it's safe to hit that one again. Catnip avoided the attack? Oh my goodness. What a good baby. Oh, there's another Psyduck behind me. Well and truly my fan club. I'm just gonna slowly make my way to the end of the game and have my Psyduck and Azzy fan club behind me. We have all the Pokemon before school starts. Yeah. This is not a new Pokemon. Got him. Hi guys, you still here? Is this the... Is that the big Psyduck that was following me around? The only thing is... Oh! Yes! Let's go! Oh, the swimming Psyduck is so cute. Is he just vibing over there? Oh my god, that's adorable. Anyway, I'm scared that I kill this, but let's give it a shot. Oh my god, in the distance, in the background, the little Azzy swimming! Oh, fuck, that's so cute. With the little tail floating. I'm gonna run out of Pokeballs, well and truly. got a magic cup, and this boy's gonna stay in my party. Do you know why? Because this is gonna be my boy. A nickname? Na 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 na, good morning. Good morning. It is technically 3:30, but I guess it's morning for you, Daddy. I don't think I'm gonna give it a nickname. I can't think of one right now. Nice. Cool. Very cool. Oh, there's a whole bunch of babies now. I don't know what you want the materials for. Fido fur. Oh, whoops. I accidentally got into battle with this thing. Strawberry apricot Red Bull 0 out of 10 in case anyone comes across one. I had it and I liked it, Jargon, but it's good to know that you're not a fan, I guess. I think Ray didn't like it either, actually. He said it was okay, but he'd rather have other things. Anyway, let us continue. I'm getting very distracted, but I think I've caught what I can in the area. You've always hated fake strawberry? I'm not sure why I'd get it. Yeah, I think I like it more like for the tart apricot flavor. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. Sunkern! I don't know if I even noticed the strawberry flavor. The apricot drew you in? Yeah. I don't know if I have any more of those left. I didn't quite enjoy the... What was it called? Like, cactus fruit one? I don't know if I enjoyed that one so much. Literally, I have a main quest and here I am looking for every other Pokemon that I can catch instead. The brain, this brain does not focus. It doesn't have that setting. Cold coffee, ew. Oh, shush, cupcake. It takes me ages to finish. You know, like how I got distracted from my original mission, my original goal? Yeah, that's literally me, no matter what I'm doing. Endure. Very nice. I love that the Pokemon sleep under the trees, though. That is so cute. These are all common bitches. Cold coffee is great if it's meant to be cold. What is that? What the fuck is that? Can I... What a... Hello? No! The fuck? Oh my gosh. This is the worst. What is this thing? Gimme ghoul coin. Fuck. Anyway. GG's, Daddy. It's the in-between that's bad. My coffee went cold. Yeah, but that's the thing, like, because I get distracted. It takes me ages to finish. Like, in literally anything. The only thing that won't take me ages to finish is, like, if it's savory food. That should disappears down the gullet very quickly. So, like, biltong, chips, nuts, all that stuff I eat really fast. Sorry guys, I'm just here to pick up stuff. Don't mind me. I need Pokeballs, okay? I'm running out of walls. I'm just catching everything that I see, so... Did I win? Oh wait, you're talking to Hassan. You wanted to name the rock monkey looking thing? Yeah, I don't know what that was. It's like a little... It looked like a little bug Pokemon holding a coin, but... It was just a coin thing that I could pick up. I should definitely go back though, because yeah, let's go back now. Before I get lost. Who's just leaving these items all over the place? It's a good question, actually. I think it's people, like, getting harassed by chunks. And then, like, things fall out of their pockets, and they're like, nope, I'm not going back for that. Might as well just explore the world. Yeah, we're probably very late for school. Oops. So glad that happened. Cool.
Oi, boy!
The small Pokemon are kind of hard to avoid because I don't always see them. Did we fight this kid? We didn't. Tato, when you get a chance, please submit a picture for the Prince table. We need like a profile picture because you're going to need to announce who's standing. Oh shit. Oh, what do you recommend, Mao? Is it just like a cosplay picture? Because then I can just send you one. Is a hero the student? She got you. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna ban you, Hassan. I did get a cut, Daddy. Yeah, so I got it's like a side fringe cut. This kid's got a Lechonk. But the color hasn't changed, actually. Hassan's just being a nonsense. But yeah, I trimmed it just so that it's healthy again. But then I also wanted a fringe because I'm tired of my 5 head. I want to cover it a little bit. You're colorblind? Yeah, we know, Hassan. We know. But every time I stream, Hassan's like, oh, new hair color. I'm like, nope. I just watched. I washed it. That's the only thing that's changed, is that I washed it. But every time I wash it, it's apparently a different color, so... Oh, is he crying? Oh my god, we made a child cry. Oh wait, that was a little girl, right? We made her cry. It's a Fido. What is this? Oh, you Morgan over here. Wholesome? No. 0% say so. You're learning way too many naughty things online. Because of Kai. You can come here to take care of a lot of things related to your Pokemon, but I'll leave the explanation to the pros here. Happy to be of service. Welcome to the Pokemon Center. What? This is just like a little kiosk. You just bullied her, beat up her Pokemon, and stole her Pokémon money? What the fuck? Right? That's literally Pokemon though. That's every time we play Pokemon. We're just beating up little kids. I'm here to keep everyone's Pokemon healthy. Here on my left is the Pokemon counter. You can buy things like Pokeballs and potions. We accept payments both in cash and in LP. 1 LP is worth 1... I don't know what the Pokemon... Pokecoin? Technical machine. Oh, shit. TMs. That's interesting. You'll need to pay an LP and supply the machine with materials that Pokemon drop. Oh, okay. Interesting. Oh, shit. Okay. It's a petrol station? It really is, though. That's what it looks like. You can connect with other trainers and find yourself some adventuring companions. Come visit us at the Pokemon Center anytime you need any help. Pokédollar? Ah, I see. Pokecoins is Pokemon Go, right? Had a rough adventure? Get to the Pokemon Center. Sometimes you have to know this sort of stuff for quizzes at school. But mnemonics help you out. Here's one. Are you ready? Then let's go. What? Oh. Goofy, sure, but it helps you remember you can send your lead Pokemon out with the R button. That way you can have Pokemon that's walking with you go pick up items laying around. Or go battle on its own. Yeah, we did see that. Okay, perfect. Very cool. Yeah, this looks exactly like a petrol station. Welcome to the Pokemon Center. Can I register my birthday? My birthday was yesterday! I like how the messages just came through. I'm telling you guys, there's a delay. I'm not gonna... It's time-sensitive stuff's not gonna work. It's not a case of or not. I didn't read your messages and choose not to do it. Your messages came through after I'd already put in my birth date. So... Oh, that's cute. Sprigatui. Oh, okay. This is so cute, man. Okay, let's see. I need more balls. Tato too honest for those kinds of shenanigans anyway, it's true. It's a character flaw. I'm painfully honest. I hate lying even in games, or like picking like the bad options. Do I need that many balls? I keep finding them everywhere. I'll buy 25 for now. Pokédoll. My dad, when I was younger and he tried to get me to like apply for jobs and stuff, he would always be like, no, just embellish a little bit. Cedric! Hi, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I don't think I need... I have so many revives just from picking them up. This is fine. I don't think I have anything to sell yet. This is fine. And I don't need any machines, TMs. Let's see. Definitely not supposed to be looking over here, but there is a Pokeball. I think I'm just going up to the school. I actually didn't check what I was supposed to be doing. I was just like, okay, let's go. I'm done here. But this is fine. Maybe I find something new. Potions. Oh, what? What is that? Oh, it's a Suncone. Man, I turned 30 and my eyes suddenly stopped working. What is this? This is a scam. Ooh. It's for me? Oh, they got Surskrits in the pond. So suddenly, yeah, just like overnight, my eyes just stopped working. Don't you guys want to come over here? Psst, psst, psst. I can't go in the water. Come here. Nope. Okay, cool. Well, she's got a deerling. Is she an influencer? Oh. No, okay. I just talked to the Pokemon. I got Bounsweet. Hi. Can I talk to you? No? Okay. They just despawned in front of my eyes. Cool. Nothing like relaxing on the grass. Yeah, that's literally the entirety of my university. I spent a lot of time sleeping outside. Oh, I thought that was a wild one. Install Eyes 2.0. Wow. Imagine using my own lines against me. The sheer audacity. The Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of this bitch. Alright, I should probably... Let's see. Okay. Hey! You don't know any of these new Pokemon? I mean, that's the beauty of it, right? That's the beauty of it, Mao. Our desserts will melt your heart. Please tell me they're selling ice cream. Yes. Oh, that is so cute. Mint chocolate is my favorite. Wait, you guys can't see because of the chat, but look. That's my favorite ice cream. What is this? Meal powers? Egg power? What the heck? Salt ice cream? Oh my god, these are adorable, but I don't know what I'd need them for, so I'll come back for these. Teriyaki? Yeah, some of those were a little bit questionable. Whoop. One of my... Well, normally when we go out for ice cream, I'll get, like salted caramel. That's like one of my favorite flavors. Fido and Iggly. No, thank you. Goodbye. I just want the stuff. Rolts. Lots of Fidos. And Iggly. Fletchling. That new... I keep calling it the new Pikachu. The Pawmi. Oh, it's so tiny. Like, Ray mentioned to me, because he played a little bit before me this morning. And he was like... keep an eye out for it. It's a lot smaller than you think it's gonna be. And it is tiny. It's like a little hamster. You also like salted caramel. Hello, motherfucker. What's cracking, Dan? Let's see. What is that? What the? Is that just a... Oh, it's just a plant. It looks like a Pokemon. You're working? You're working hard or you're hardly working? That's a tree. Thanks, Noah. Heh heh heh. I've got two. Two what? Two what, kid? You're gonna have two boots up the ass if you're not careful. Yes. Sounds about right then. Do you say that like pear or pear? Oh, he's got a little Ezzy. Man. This wouldn't be super effective? Just effective, but you're definitely hardly working. Mao, don't admit that. Houndour. Yes, switch. Yeah. Imagine working. Are you working today, Jargon? Or did you end up, did you end up calling in? Nice. Again. Hey! Yeah, sorry, kid. When does Magikarp evolve? Everyone is playing Pokemon. Everyone and their dog, Hero. Is your entire list of streamers just playing Pokemon? I called in so I could mod for my favorite streamer. Wait, did you really? Did you sleep at all? Because when I asked you earlier, you were like, yeah, I got like 2 hours. You should definitely be using this time to sleep. 80%? Oh my goodness, that's crazy. You did call in? Oh man. You better sleep, sir. You better get some sleep. But thank you. I appreciate you being here. I just hope either you get some sleep or you have enough caffeine to last you. You slept between messages. Sleep is for the weak, I guess. Right, Hero? You can also agree with that. Sleep is for the weak. Send Butterfree to use sleep powder? Oh my goodness. Is that abuse, like forcefully making your friends like sleep? And is it considered like drugging them because you're using the Pokemon? Your chat is gone for the stream. Oh yeah. I removed it earlier because we were looking at the ice creams, but thank you. I should have popped it back up. It's just nice to have like if someone joins the stream and they're like, what is she talking about? Like they can see some of the conversation on screen. It's another Mudkip. Mudkip. Ooh, there's a thing over there. Look, Mom, I'm on TV! Shit. There's just bowls all over the place. Having a chat box is also nice for VODs. Yes, that's also true. It is good for the VODs. Because yeah, the chat doesn't stick around. After some time it disappears. Why you... Jargon, I can't believe you. I can't believe you done this, sir. What is that? Oh, it's a fetchling? Okay. That's fine. Oh! There's the Spuper! Okay, we're good. Thank you, Grim Pixie. You heading home? Travel safe. Whenever I see this one, Spuper, just the name Spew is like throw up. So I just imagine that thing around it is like barf, and I'm just grossed out by it. It wasn't intentional, I genuinely wasn't sure we had permission set properly. Yeah, I did set it... Did it just harden? I set it so that only mods could do it. Mods or higher. Just because, yeah. I don't want people doing things willy-nilly. As I mentioned before, I believe that... Oh, I should have bought 30 Pokeballs for an extra... It's fine. When we shout someone out, it's like endorsing, it's like saying, I think this is a good person. So, like, I don't want it to be just anyone, because I don't know everyone, you know? Tam! What does Charm do again? Ask for advice. What? Fuck it, I'll do it. There we go. Pumpkin Jack. Actually, Jargon, if you do have a second, could I ask you to do the other shout out for Grumpixie? Because I think I followed her. Have an awesome rest of your day in chat. God, you got load shedding soon. Oh, sorry, Rebel. I hope it moves along swiftly. Daylight. Of course, Dan was playing Dank Souls. Okay, I did follow her. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Dragon. So you can ask the Pokemon if they want to learn. Too slow, Momo. It's okay. Spupa. No, thank you. I want to make a living dex in this game. I'm going to try my best to play it a lot and make a living dex. Because it's something I've always wanted, but I never quite got around to it. In other games. I think Ray actually has a living dex. And I think he was building a shiny dex as well. The school's up that way, yeah? Hogwarts. Just wanted to see if there's anything else here. Take some dex pics as you... Pardon? Yeah, you see, Dan has stopped fighting the shoutouts because he knows he can't win. Interesting wall. Not sure how effective it is. Any trainer worth their salt knows. Knows what, homie? You're surrounded by birdies that I don't want to fight. Goodness. Pop quiz, what happens when a Pokemon's HP runs out? She's not gonna let me answer? Guess not. She's gonna show you? No, I'm gonna show her, actually. It would have been funny if she did have, like, a super strong Pokemon and she knocked me the fuck out. Like... that would have been really funny if she had done that. Ooh, who was that? I didn't see. Oh! Ah. Okay. I mean, I don't know if I'll use it. Let's see. Oh, wouldn't mind skipping charge. Okay, that's interesting. I'm gonna go with these recommendations. Just because I never know. The answer is, as you can see, they get too exhausted to fight. 420. I got 420 as a prize. Blessed. What? Oh, and it's got an autosave function? Fantastic. I don't know what the point of this wall is. Like, what are they gonna do? Swim across the trench? And scale the wall on the other side? I don't know, man. Seems a little bit silly if you ask me. I wonder if... Guess this is it. This guy wants to fuck someone's shit up. These grown-ass adults attacking children on the road. Oh, Rookie-dee! Whoa, where did the... Whoa! Where did the ground go? This is fine. Oh wait, this is not gonna work well. Not very effective, but took a fair chunk of your health out. Actually, I want to swap to Pawmi. I should have named it Pawpaw. I was gonna call it Mimi, but it's a boy. So Pawpaw would have worked. Everybody gotta start somewhere. Maybe they're midlife crisising some Pokemon classes. This thing is so cute. I love its big, like, fluffy front feet. Shoku! Oh my god. My heart right now. Mimi? Mimi is a fine name for a boy. I mean, it could be. But I like Popo better for a boy. I mean, to be fair, I call Sky Lulu. So, shit don't matter. Who is this for? Hoppip? I mean, it could be cool. Let's see what Hoppip wants. It wants to forget Splash. Oh my, I didn't even realize it has Splash. What a interesting move that it had before. I don't know why. Panda forgot Splash and learned Poison Powder instead. You like a Giga Chad for a boy? Oh, Hassan. Oh shit. I need to read. Wouldn't mind skipping Sunspore. Oh fuck! Accidentally clicked back. So the thing is, like, sleep powder can be really useful for like tricky to catch Pokemon. Yeah, I'm gonna get Giga. Oh my goodness, get Giga. This is all kinds of bully. Sorry, Panda. This guy just literally standing in front of the... And for tricky to catch people. Oh my goodness, the sun. Whoa, that was a lot of money. This guy's literally standing outside the gate. Just waiting for kids to walk past so he can wail on them. Been having some nice battles. And this guy, is he gonna sell me life insurance? What's going on there? Oh, Pokemon League rep. Whoops. If you can defeat 4 trainers here in Area 1 of the South Province, there's a lovely prize with your name on it. So far, you've defeated 5 trainers here in Area 1. On behalf of the Pokemon League, here's your lovely prize. Thunder Wave? Shit. That's pretty cool, actually. A Stitch in Time saves 9. Cool, thanks, guy. I don't know if they need healing, but I'm gonna do it. Your PC is finally tired of your shit. Gonna restart. Quick, guys, misbehave while Jargon's gone. It just means that I will ban you instead of him, so you can make that decision yourself, really. What? Girl, I didn't know that. Thank you. Oh, you actually have to click on them? Okay, that autumn uniform is shocking. How's that spring? Why am I fully dressed? Oh, actually. I do have clown feet though. What the hell? Performance sneakers? Shit. Oh shit, Mao is watching. Sorry, guys. I don't need gloves. This is the back. Oh, that's cute. Sporty cap. No, actually, we don't want a hat. How do I remove? There we go. Yeah. I got another coffee delivery. I can't believe you timed him out. Do we want glasses? I don't wear glasses. Feels wrong to wear glasses in video games. Oh, you can change the cases? Interesting. Huh. Interesting, very interesting. I don't know why the spring uniforms got you in long pants. Yes. What was the other one? No notices? Okay. Sushi, sushi! Hello, hello. How are you? So this is the last stop before we go into the school. Let's see if there's anything on the side of the wall. You're doing great? Oh my goodness. How's your classes going? You having a good time? I'm good. I'm good. Today's stream was a little bit rocky at first. But yeah, otherwise today's going pretty good. Loving the new Pokemon game. Whoever did that will be hearing from my lawyer. So you have to find out first who it was, I guess, Noah. Classes are going fine. You got an exam next week? Have you been studying hard or hardly studying? Is there no... So they put a fence on this side. Sneaky bastards. Both? Oh, good. The hat is gone. Yeah. Oh, luxury ball. Holy shit. I'll take that. Thank you very much. Is there any reason to go inside there? Does not look like it. That's offensive. Offensive. Oh, the fence is offensive? Jargon on mobile. He's in power saving mode at the moment. Life has been great. You have an announcement. Oh my god. Are you getting married? Jump over fence? Can you? Dan, please. You cannot play the single card anymore? You're married? Probably not. Dan, how could you lie to me? I don't remember who it was. Someone said jump earlier and I was just like, where's the jump button? Don't tell me to jump and you don't tell me to button for it. What is that? A shiny boy? You got a boyfriend? Oh my god. Congrats. Hope you guys are happy together. It was you? Oh my goodness. Spacebar. I'm just gonna ban all of you at this point. Ban, block, delete. Gotta get stronger by beating up kids outside of the school. Aww, Sushi, that's so sweet. Oh, it's my fan club again. Except this time it's a bunch of Lechonks. Shinx! I don't think I have anything for this. Alright, you can see yourself while you're battling. There's my little fan club behind me. Pick on someone your own size? Yeah, god. Guy wants to get strong, but he's like, yes, let me fight this actual child. I guess the kids already are. What the? No. That's a grown-ass man fighting children. Alberto is giving Markiplier vibes? Oh my goodness. There's been so many OnlyFans Markiplier jokes on Twitter lately. And I'm just like, what's going on there? Your PC is stuck at no video? Oh, Jargon, what have you done? You broke it? You broke your PC? Okay, let's take a quick run just up here. I think I might have been up here earlier. Is that a Squavit? I think it is. I don't think I came up here earlier then. Hi, little buddy. Oh, you don't want to come with me? Or was it because the piggy was chasing you? What is that? It looks like a little trubbish. What is it? What is that? What are those? Oh no, that's the little shrew thingy. Oh my goodness, that's terrifying. Shroodle. Has a Christmas hat? Yeah. All of the emotes have Christmas hats at the moment. Oh, Jesus. Sorry, buddy. Oh, okay. He scratched me back. What an asshole. Let's catch him. It's Clefairy! Oh, please don't talk to me about Clefairies. I'm still tender after yesterday. It's a sore topic for me. Shroodle! What a strange Pokemon. Have they had a shrew Pokemon yet? Is that a Bonsley? It is! Hey little buddy! You wanna come with me? These guys are such goobers. Oh! Fuck. I forgot they're tough little guys. Ow. I didn't know it was gonna be super effective and a critical hit. Holy fucking shit. Fucking destroyed. That's the first accidental kill, so I'm so glad it wasn't on a new Pokemon. Hey, there's more Squabits here. Maybe I'll find one that isn't afraid of me. Hey buddy, do you wanna come with me? Oh, he's got full cheeks. Did they always look like that? Okay, let's just do Scratch. Rest in pieces. Holy shit. Fucking... That Bonsley did not know what was coming. Feels bad, man. Just wrecked his shit. It's okay. We'll find another one. Look at those big cheeks. It stashes berries in its tail as well. All I remember from one of the... I don't know if it was from the TV show or from a movie. Oh, there's another Bonsley. We're good. What is that? Oh, it's the... Is that the little Pikachu one? Okay, let's be gentle with this Bonsley. That was the only Bonsley in the whole game. Imagine though if it was. Okay, so we won't do a super effective move, but it might take me a little while to catch this one. Kick its tiny ass. I want to because Bonsley is actually a very annoying Pokemon. I think it was... Did Ash have a Bonsley in the anime? Fucking so annoying. All it did was shout its name the entire time, and I was like, I know that's kind of your... You know, that's kind of the Pokemon thing, to just say their names, but like, God, it was so annoying. I know. Also, I think if it was the only of something, maybe Ray would know that and he would tell me to be careful. Because otherwise I'd have to restart the game. There we go. Bonsley Tears. Oh, okay. After reading the description, it's a little bit less weird. From its eyes, it can expel excess moisture from its body. This liquid is similar in composition to human sweat. I did make it cry, apparently. I didn't see that earlier when I killed the other one. There's another Bonsley behind me. The fuck? Just hiding in the bush there, cool. A rare candy? Mmm. What are those? Huh. Struggle bug. We can't go down these cliffs, can we? No. The game boops you back. It's like, oh no, 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 no. I did get a Squavit, right? I'm pretty sure I did. What are those? Oh, peeps! Oh. I love seeing the, like the little Pokemon, like, together. I don't know what you call, what the collective noun is for a Hoppip, but... You can go down, dash off the edge. You want me to die? I'll remember that. Not that you want me to die, just like dashing. How do you dash though? What the? You can dash? I feel like dash hasn't been explained. B? Oh, like that? Weird little slide. It's the jump button twice. You guys play too much, man. Use big foolin'. Oh, here's a... Oh, there's a shiny thing up there. Oh, there's... Is that a... There's a berry in the tree! Huh, anyway. No. Not quite. Not quite high enough, perhaps? It was just an awkward slide down. Yeah? Oh. Nope, okay. I wasn't sure. What happens if you get stuck there? Just jump into the water, I guess. Hi, guy. Do you want to come here? No? Okay, cool. Man, this feels so big. Oh, I keep thinking, okay, let me continue the story, and then I keep seeing shiny lights in the distance. I'm like, okay, just this one, and then it's the next one, and then it's the next one, and I'm just like, well, I'm just going from shiny light to shiny light at this point, you know? Woo! The Squavits are on a mission. Oh, here's a guy heading to school. Why are you asking? Because you want to beat me up? Oh, there's another shiny. And another trainer. Ruben the janitor. Look at the texture on his clothing. That's mad. Gulpin. I don't think I have... Whoops. I don't have any fire Pokemon, do I? Oh, Fletching has Amber. Fire burns poison, right? Maybe? Collecting all the shiny lights and catching every new Pokemon you see gets you so sidetracked. Definitely. Like, I don't know where we are in the story. Ah, why did I think I was super effective? Ground or Psychic? Ah, thank you, Dash Dash. I don't think I have either of those, actually. Wait, why is it asleep? I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I don't have anything. Poison? Poison? No! I thought you were saying poison instead. This is fine. the pig sweating in the background. Let's see. Someone didn't go to type class and it shows. Listen, it's been a hot second since I played a Pokemon. I haven't played since Sword and Shield. I played the DLC. That was a long time ago. Also me googling type effectiveness every 5 minutes. Ah! Let's see what Fairy Wind does. Not very effective. Well, I learned that now, so that's okay. Stop making all my Pokemon sleepy, dude. Come on. Put you to sleep, you little shit. Yeah. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. They're both asleep. It's just a snooze fest here. The swapping Pokemon animation takes a little while. No! Okay, it's fine. Do they wake up after battle, or do I actually have to wake them up? I can't believe this guy. Oh, my fan club. They do stay asleep? Oh my goodness. I guess that's why we found so many, like, stuff laying around. There's Sprigatui, can have that one. Oh. Just want to see. I don't know if I need the berries for something later. I guess they don't really need to wake up for now. Ooh. Another shiny. Cherry berry. Hey, it's one of these coin guys. Gimme Ghoul coin. Wait till you come across a Pokemon that raises a bunch of its stats with a single move in a battle. You'll be waiting ages for the dialogue. Oh no! Gross. I don't use those kind of I don't use those kinds of things. Wait, what? Oh, okay. He's just giving me advice. Cool. Okay, let's go back. Let's focus. But there was another light somewhere, so I'm gonna grab that on the way here. There's somewhere... I saw it in the distance and I was like, I'll go back for that. There it is. Ooh! Potion? Hi Galaxy Wolf, how are you doing? Ooh! I think we fought everyone in this area. Picked up all the shits. There's a coin over here. Ah, shit. No! Fuck. Skill issue. I'm doing good, Hassan. How are you? How's your studies going today? No! Fucking... Christ on a cracker. These hop hips are like... putting me under pressure here. Got performance anxiety. Not gonna lie, the running is janky though. They're like, why don't you just fly up there? No! Fuck! Shit! Crap, man. Can I go up this way? Maybe this will be less painful. The answer is no. You guys wanna go, actually. They're actually harshing my mellow. The one who's in the way is just vibing there. Aww. Do I just need to change who's... Oh wait, I thought I changed it. Never mind. Make lead Pokemon this one. Get him! Yeah. Good baby. Ooh, ooh. There we go. We did it, guys. No jump? No jumping? No. You need to go to the airport and pick your... Oh my goodness. She's gonna whip your ass. Skill issue. Only the most. Don't know what you do with those coins, but it's okay. Yeah, I think... It didn't seem like there was anything else to catch. Let's just do one final heal. And clear those statuses on the other Pokemon. Because that shit was rough. Does this game not actually have a jump though? So is this new age Nurse Joy? What? I didn't know that, but thank you. She's giving me all kinds of useful tips. Not like the usual tips in games, where it's like, yes, I've already passed that, thank you for telling me. You spend them in a casino to develop a gambling addiction. But Pokemon does have gambling in it, right? It has those slot machines. Right? Oi! Did you battle some trainers on the hill? Bet your Pokemon are getting stronger. How about you show me how much you have learned in a battle? Nimona. In front of the gates, this girl. She has no sense. No sense of time and place. Well and truly. Hi, V! I'm doing good. How are you? You're not going to watch? Are you going to be playing? Enjoy when you do. 2 Pokemon. Oh shit, I got Pommy out? Well, you're in for a treat. Did you see the little hands? This is not even on purpose, Nimona. I'm so sorry. Crushed to death by Chansey. No, no! What a terrible story. Thank you, V. Well, I hope you do enjoy when you do get a chance. Oh shit, homie's getting worked up. Who did you choose as your starter? I went for, what is it, Sprigatito? Who I named Catnip. Very, very cute. Do you know who you'll be choosing, V? Catnip wants to learn the move Magical Leaf. That's perfect. I think we all went for yeah. I know my boyfriend chose the Crocodile, but he said he was going to bench it because he didn't want to actually play with it. And I was like, okay, that's fair. You haven't played further than that? Ah, okay. Never misses. Oh, that does a lot of damage as well. Holy shit. I think I might take that. Wants to forget Leafage? No. I'm not going to use Tail Whip ever. Sorry. They all made me feel kind of bad. The big eyes. Yeah. I always feel terrible. I hate choosing. I hate choosing because I'm just like, I feel sad for the other ones, which is why when I buy, you can't see them now, but my Eevee plushies, even though Sylveon's like technically my favorite of the evolutions, like I can't not have the rest of them because it makes me sad. I'm missing one of like the hoodie Eevees. Sending out Pawmi. Do I have anything to counter electric? Not really. This is no. This could work. I'm hooked now on watching. Where did you get them from? So, there was someone, I think their page was called like Chaos Craft or something. It's a place she has a Facebook page. And she sells them. My boyfriend got me an Eevee plushie. Like, I can show you. I can take one off the shelf for you. Oh! So this is one of the ones that I have. Ray bought this one for me. It's from, like, the actual Pokemon Center. So this is a small one, but then I have other ones that are, like, not legit ones. That are, like, 3 times the size. And these ones I got from a place called Chaos Craft. If you send me a DMD, because I'm very bad at remembering things, so it will leave my brain the moment I stop speaking. But if you just send me like a message on Twitter, then I can send it to you later. And then I also have... Ooh, this one might fall. Ooh. Okay, let me not unpack that shelf. Actually, maybe I can take this one. Okay. Whoops. So I really like Mimikyu, but they're also like Eevee themed. So it's Mimikyu, but it's imitating a Glaceon. So I have Damn it. Chaos Craft. Actually, yes. Yeah. And then the Mimikyu ones I got from a place called Sparkle Cotton Dream, and they're on Instagram. So the other one's on Facebook, and Sparkle Cotton Dream is on Instagram. Fuck, this kind of sucks, but I think this was flying. Yeah, I think this is probably the... Oh shit, Terra type. Huh. Anyway. Yeah, so... I love my Eevees and my Bulby. My big boy. I was supposed to do this earlier and I got distracted and then forgot that I was... What in the hole? Uh-oh. Wow. That's kind of mean. He's got a little light bulb on his head. Yeah, I was like, can I have it in the bed? And Ray was just like, no. And I'm like, but... He bought it for me. And he's like, no, not in the bed. So he sits at the computer with me. I normally put him like in front of my stomach. Or like, yeah, I guess it's in front of my stomach to stop me from leaning over. So it kind of like pushes me back. What was Magical Leaf again? I can't remember. It was just big damage. Okay. Man, that Pokemon is so cute. I can't. Sorry, Pawmi. Aww. That is like one of my favorites. I was so excited. But yeah, V, let me not spoil this game for you as well. Because I'm about to like continue with the story now. I don't want to spoil your experience. Because I know the feeling. I do that with Genshin. Like, I wanna watch my friends, but I also don't want the story spoiled for me. You can't terrestrialize your Pokemon yet? She's like, teehee, you can't do this simple thing yet? The simple trick to make your Pokemon stronger? Hee hee. She's so rude. You're going to lurk. Thank you so much, V. Oh, you must have a wonderful, wonderful day. Enjoy playing. You'll have to tell me later who your favorite is. Thank you, Jargon. Mesa Goza's waiting just past this gate. At last, the city where our school is. Oh, it's a whole ass city? Oh, I see. So our school's just at the back? There's a ton of hills and stairs and stuff in the city, so I'm going to take a quick breather and then catch up with you soon. That's me, man. If I had to go run around in a city that was full of stairs, yeah, I think I would need to take a breather before I attempt to get to the school. Look at those slopes. That's mad shit, yo. Oh, more ice cream? You'd need to move. Just be like, no, it's not happening. I'm done, actually. Man, earlier this week I bit the underside of my tongue. I don't know what I did, but it's so fucking painful. Girlie, I thought you were resting. What do you- I literally just- oh my god. Give me peace, let's go. You bit the tip of your tongue? Ah, that sucks because there's a lot of like things, like noises that we make where your tongue touches like the back of your teeth. So it's like constantly either touching your teeth or it's touching the roof of your mouth. Lots of folks come here to learn about advances in technology and all kinds of other stuff. They also come here for cardio. Running up all those stairs. There's a hair salon. You can change your look. Plus places with tasty food and fixings. You never really notice how much the underside, what kind of action the underside of your tongue. Tasty food, obviously. I didn't have you pegged for a big eater. But that's smart. You can't battle well with a growling tummy, right? Speaking of battling... relax. There's a few things you gotta get done for that to happen, but I'll take care of them. Yeah, the bottom of my tongue is so sore. Every time I speak. You think it would make me speak less, but... Delibird presents? Oh! That's cute as hell, man. The stairs up to the school are no joke. I can see that. Holy shit. This is how they filter out the students. They're like, if you guys can make it to the top of the stairs, you can join. Because look at that shit. Look at that. Look at all those stairs. Absolutely fucking not. Welcome! Thanks! You got Bronzong. Bronze. You got a big bell Pokemon. Look at the Swablues! The one on the right there, literally PowerPoint presentation. The other two are fine. But the one on the right is like a PowerPoint presentation. The good students would ride the Pokemons up the stairs. Yeah, you think, hey? This guy's got a Greedent. Look how big and fluffy that tail is. Star-shaped sunglasses. Hi, little buddy. Oh. That's so cute. Why would you be asking that? Why do you want to know? Oh, Pachirisu! Aww. That's so cute. Fuck. Let's see if they sell different flavors here. No. All the same. Oh, I thought this was a pool. It's a place to battle. Cool. Look like a pool? Yeah, especially from a distance. Vending machine? Freshwater soda pop lemonade. I don't really use those. I just use the potions. I'm guessing this is a sandwich shop. That's cute, man. New sandwiches? Welcome! If I put the fillings in like so, and then do the condiments like this... Oh, hello. Sorry, I was really thinking hard about something just now. I researched sandwich recipes, you see. My dream is to one day discover amazing recipes worth being called master level sandwiches. When you don't know your type versus type, but you're naming all the... You see, the thing is, like, I know Pokemon. Okay? I know Pokemon, but it's just the typing that confuses me. I can teach you recipes too if you like. Hell yeah. What a nice guy. I know Pokemon. I've been knowing Pokemon. Zesty sandwich. Jam sandwich. Interesting. Jam and slices of strawberry. Okay. Marmalade. Bro, that looks like cheese, but okay. Do his arms look really short? I'll go look now. Tropical sandwich. Touch of extra marmalade. It looks like it's avocado and a crab stick though. Like, this one's avocado though. What's the pink stuff? Interesting. Oh, this guy's got short arms. I think it's just because his... Even his legs look really short. His torso's really big. And I don't mean horizontally, I mean like vertically. His torso is longer than his legs. Which seems a little bit off. So I think that's why the rest of him... I love that they got little pillows in here for the Pokemon. Oh my god, that's adorable. And then this is the non-Pokemon side. There's a child here drinking a glass of water. Cool. When he talks, they look... No, but even when he was standing there... Even his legs were, like, way too short. And this place? Is this a go-in place? Seabreeze Cafe! Oh my goodness. Spicy potatoes? It's me! I'm the spicy potatoes. I don't know how to say that. What is this? Something sweet? Coffee, lemon soda, quesadilla. Oh, no! I didn't want to buy it. That's interesting, though. Quite a lot of food items. Is that a place you can go in? Oh, shit! Seafood? Oh my goodness, I love this. Pinchos? Seafood pinchos? Oh my goodness. Okay, well, I know this has got milk in it, but I don't know. It looks like a rice pudding, to be honest. Smoked peppers. Ceviche, which I do know.
Alfajores.
Alfajores? Is the J a... The J's a her? Rice with milk? Okay, so it's essentially rice pudding then. It's the cinnamon that made me think that. Seafood pasta. Man, this stuff's really cool. Thank you, Joggin. Apparently this region is based on Spain. Oh my god. Wait, I need to... Dry curry, it's a Pokeball. The fruit parfait has got a love disc. The little pink heart. Caesar salad. I don't think there's anything remarkable here. I wouldn't be able to eat this. It's so cute. But wait until you see the thing hiding under my face. Oh, look at it! I love and hate cute food at the same time in games because I'm just like I can't eat that, but I also want to eat it because they always make it look super fucking tasty. Genshin's got the same issue, hey? Fuck. They have really cute food in Genshin. Go for broke grill. Oh my goodness. What have we got? Okay, I was hoping for more Pokemon themed food, but that's fine. Paella. Not too sure about the pronunciation there, but I think double L is a yeah sound. Fruit punch. This actually looks very nice. Potato tortilla. I said it right? Fuck yeah. I hate saying things wrong, even if I don't know the language. I'm just like, I don't want to say it. What the heck is this? Roasted vegetables? Peppers? They look a bit like bell peppers. Hors d'oeuvre is literally the worst word in the existence of ever, because I'm just like, what? Hors? Hors d'oeuvres? Hors d'oeuvres? Fucking whores. Hors d'oeuvres. This is literally just a crab claw. I can't, I hate it. I'm just like, well, the French language is very intimidating. You need to be very careful about which letters you ignore. Oh! You can buy ham, lettuce, onion, mayonnaise, ketchup, mustard, salt, pepper, butter, cream cheese, jam, olive oil, silver pick. Oh, it's just a little, it's like a little toothpick with like a little flag. Oh, that's cute as hell, man. Okay, well, I'm not going to buy this stuff yet because there's probably like a recipe book that you fill out. So that's later's problem. You can make your own sandwiches because that guy said he would teach you, right? This is a dead end. Okay, well, I'm going to go through there anyway. And you? Hello. Hola, for fresh produce, look no further. You seem to have made it out of the first wild area and therefore farther than I did. I hope I'm not... A potato salad? Chorizo? An egg. This is good to know. I'm guessing there's quite a lot of cooking actually in this. This is a dead end. Is a threat. Uh-oh. But dead ends are nice because it means that you... Egg power! 1 Pokemon eggs when you're out on a picnic. Hello? Picnics? Is it just because you didn't have time to play fishes, or... Oh wait, this is the same... Okay, that's confusing. What an interesting... Oh, there's a ball. How did I miss that the first time? I just realized now, I was like busy complaining about the French language and I'm like, I hope Sushi did not hear any of that. But it is an intimidating language, holy shit. Hi, Banana! Speaking of, hi, Banana! How you doing? Sushi and Venti both, yeah, definitely. We got bananas, we got straw babies, tomatoes and pickles. This is very cool. Progress is slow. Violet and Quaxley. Okay. So I'm also playing Violet, and I went with Sprigatito. Sprigatui, as I call it. Man, there's so many places. I'm just walking into all of these places to look and see what they've got. So what Pokemon are available to name? So it's basically, I throw you on the list. If you have like a special request, then I'll name it when we find it. I did end up... Let's see. So I have someone requesting a specific Pokemon. Someone requested a cat. So like, so if you want something specific named, then you can. Otherwise, it's just like the next one that becomes available. Did I go in here? Oh, this is just Seabreeze Cafe again? Same stuff. Yeah. So yeah, if you do want to redeem, you can be specific or you can just choose whatever pops up next. Is this a store that I can go into? Doesn't look like it. Is it that way? Same, dude. I'm also lost. Whoa. But wait, there's more. Oh my goodness. Oh, babies! This looks like a gift store. So what? That would also be the cafe. Cafe. And this one? Are these ones just for looks? Ooh. Oh man, I was hoping for cute Pokemon theme. Chocolate banana? Oh my goodness. Guys, what would you order? Banana best fruit. Bananas are great though. They're very versatile. I'd have spent all of my money on Pokeballs. Oh. Fair. Chocolate banana has to be, right? Like, fuck. That looks good, man. Oh, this guy's from Kanto. That's cool. Oh, no, 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 no. I keep pressing the wrong buttons. There's a Combi! Oh. So cute. How do you say crepe? Creep? Crepe? Didn't we have a discussion about this? Grilled rice balls? Oh my goodness. And pinchitos? We call that a sasati in South Africa. Aren't there a couple ways to say it? And this? This is also... Is this the same? Yeah. That's still so cute, man. Flip. Oh, and Swablu. Hello. Can I talk to this one? Oh, okay. Well, I guess. You say it like an American? Well, that's the thing. So, what we call that in South Africa, for us, that's a pancake, yeah? That's like thin... So for us, that's a pancake. We don't really use the word crepe in South Africa. Crepe, pancake. We call it a pancake. It's a pancake. And what you call a pancake is like an American pancake. That like thick, fluffy one. Because that's not like a classic pancake in South Africa. And then there's also flapjacks, but flapjacks are typically smaller. Can you buy balloons? No, I guess not. Haggis crisp? Is that not something else? Oh, this is the barber. Can you... Is there like a place where you can get clothes? Crepe. Okay. Creep. My brain did no work. Hairstyling? No. So this is only hairstyle. Just sneaking out of the store as if I stole something. This is fine. Cool, cool, cool. Clothing? Yes! This looks like bags. Oh, this is just bags? Damn it. I remember the Boltons brand from that other game. What is it called? Sword and Shield. Those are all the same ones. They have one kind of bag, and that's it. Okay, cool. I'm so glad. No! I accidentally went back. Oh, it's called Baggins? Oh my god. It's from Bag End. Pokemon materials. Or does she have Pokemon materials? Why is she just standing there saying Pokemon materials? Okay, cool. What is this? Short and Sweeled. Did I say it wrong? Picnic Knacks. Oh my god, that's cute. What? Oh my goodness. Not me wanting to spend literally all the money that I have on a picnic stuffs. Enjoy your... Ah, for fuck's sakes, can I stop doing that? I'm good, thanks. Release me. Oh, I almost did it again. Fuck. I haven't been over this side. I think I've been all over here and here. Let's go have a look there quick. Oh, you can set as destination. Cool. It's tough being a kid. Yeah, because everyone fucking attacks you. Adults just casually on the road attacking you. Shoe shop. Socks. Oh, spectacles. This one's closed? No? Okay. There was a sign on the door. But I assume they only really have like one type. They have sporty caps. Oh no, they have other ones. Oops. No, thank you. Oh, and then the rest is just sporty caps. I think it's like... I mean, they're cool and all, but I have cool space buns that matches my actual hair, so... I think I'm gonna not opt for a hat for now. I don't need spectacles, but let's see if they have anything cool. That other guy was saying that there's star-shaped ones. Half rim, sunglasses, and glasses. Oops. Oh, that's what they mean. No! Release me. I know I'm a fool because I keep pressing the wrong buttons, but... Nice! Thick socks! Imagine just standing outside the store and saying that. High socks. Sporty high socks. Plaid. Floral. Not that I can see socks anyway, based on what I'm wearing. It's a little bit annoying that you do need to do each item individually. Let's see if they have any better shoes. Because my current shoes are shocking at best. Performance sneakers. Low tops. Okay, those are kind of cute. Do I go for purple ones to match my purple pants? Yeah, because the alternative is... Whoa! Performance sneakers. Oh, we got different brands. Oh, I see. They're still the same. They look the same. I see. These are just fancy because they got like... Oh. A pattern. Earthworm? Oh, okay. I very see it. Cool. Couple. And drowsing? It's got a fucking Kamala on it. I was expecting a drowsy. It's got a Kamala. Ah, shit, man. Okay. Your son told you? Yeah? What's the drums? Is this clothing, please? Rough and tough. Okay, this sells gloves, hats, and glasses. Okay. Well, I don't know if I'll ever wear gloves. Maybe when I want to be a hardcore trainer. The rest is just plain. Pom-pom hats. No, thank you. You have to when you GG. To hold the balls better. Because I got sweaty hands. Nope! I need to stop doing that. I want a clothing store though. Chansey's Supply. Oh my god, that's adorable. Oh shit. Energy root. Heal powder. I think the Pokemon don't like it because it's bitter. No! I accidentally went back in. God damn it. Oh my god, I did it again. Oh, jeez. Okay. Don't move. There we go. We escaped. Were there any more clothing stores? I think they were all like food stores. Does that mean that they don't have like a main clothing store? Maybe it's further down this way. That's a Chansey. That's where we were. What is this one? Ingredients store? Sure cans. Oh my goodness. What do they got? Oh. No, no, no. None of that shit. Was there anything else? I don't know. Maybe I missed the clothing store. A Spoink? Oh, shit. Camera stuck. Hate this. Release me. What was this one? Combini? Looks like Combini. It's fine. Let us ascend the stairs to hell. There are a lot of stores here though. Come here. No thank you. Ryu! Thank you, thank you! How are you doing? Oh, will you be playing Pokemon? Yo! Do I still have more stairs to go up? You are going to? Nice. Ooh, just a sec. I can turn the chat back on actually. Okay, I just need to eat my dinner quick, so maybe what I'll do is I'll pop on a silly video so that I can inhale my dinner, you know, gamer styles. Yeah, no worries, Ria. I don't know what we'll watch, but I'll pop something on. Let's see. Pokemon Shiny fails. Yeah? While you're taking a short break. Yeah. There's something that was made for you for your birthday that I'd like to send you. Oh shit! Yeah? I do have Discord open. Oh, it was his mastermind idea. Okay, well let me put on a video so long. There's someone named A Drive who apparently makes shiny fail videos, so we'll watch that while I eat. Oh, he's in a league game? Okay, no worries, no worries. Alternatively, I could put puzzles on for you guys, but it's okay. If anyone really wants to do puzzles, just let me know. Let's see. He's going to quit his game. Oh man.
Yo, whoa, what is going on YouTube? It's your boy Dan, aka A-Drive. Guys,
oh, this guy.
Fails of the week, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl edition. I've got some amazing shiny fails for you guys, and I know you guys are hyped for it. So
you wanted to bring it up while you were taking a break. Oh, man. Ray and I used to watch A-Drive together.
In this epic fail video. If you guys haven't seen it yet, I launched a brand new app called Shiny Hunt, which you can download for free on iOS and Android devices to keep track of your shiny hunts, your collection, and much more. Download it for free using the link in the description below. We have a ton of features coming soon, including dark mode and much, much more. So download Shiny Hunt app right now. Without further ado, let's jump into these fails. I know you guys love these videos. Turn up. At number 5.
Chilling with the homies, chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies, welcome homies, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Iku Inu, thank you for the raid. Welcome everyone. Oh, you were playing Stray? Did you enjoy it? Hi Senjin! Hi bread and butter. I love that name. Welcome raiders. Sorry, my camera is just off at the moment because I'm just busy inhaling my dinner. We're watching a video of some fails. Some shiny fails. Yeah, how was your stream? Were you enjoying Stray? It's such a good game. Hi, is it Rizo Artis? Welcome raiders. Did you guys have fun watching Iku play Stray?
Excuse me.
Ah, bread and butter. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Yeah, I'm a variety streamer from South Africa. I do play a lot of Genshin Impact though. That's kind of my thing. But I like to play all kinds of games. Thank you, Rizo. I also do cosplay. And I do sometimes VTuber things, sometimes facecam things. At the moment it's facecam, but I'm just eating my dinner. Variety. 99% Genshin. I don't know if it's quite 99%, but yes, it is pretty up there. You having fun with it? Yeah, it's such an amazing game. I really enjoyed it. Iku, thank you for the follow. Welcome all the new people to the posse. 1% puzzle. We can make that puzzle percentage higher. I still need to put a point redeem in for it, but if people enjoy doing the puzzles, we can do it again. It's been a while. We used to do it a lot more. But yes, let me just continue eating my dinner. But just thank you guys so much for that raid. Thank you for everyone who came through. And thank you for the follows as well. Yeah, we're just watching shiny fails while I quickly eat my dinner. But yes, we'll be back to the Pokemon action in a moment.
Wild Critonic, who is doing some very bold marsh hunting, which of course you don't have the opportunity to weaken the Pokemon or anything like that. You have to either throw mud
What you
at them
eating?
or bait
Stew.
them or simply start chucking Pokeballs. And
Beef
this
stew
dude
with
found a
rice.
shiny Wooper, failed it, and then you just gotta see what happens next.
I keep thinking about that gift. Maybe it's a...
This shit is wild.
Shy Whooper! Shy Whooper! Oh! What? Oh no!
Hold on.
Oh, we're going through a ball at it. I'm so scared right now. I'm sweating. Please don't run. Please don't run. Oh. Chucking our ball. Catch. One. No! Please don't run. Please don't run. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Don't run. Do not run. No!
Pain.
No! Oh no!
Oh, man's got the black lung because he didn't catch a Wooper. Oh!
Can I reclaim it? Wait! Wait, can I reclaim it? No, don't. Okay.
I love stew too.
I'm
Stew,
throwing another mud
soup,
at it.
and curries.
I'm
I
afraid
could
throwing
live on
another
that
mud
shit.
at it. And
Oh,
that's
this
what
is
I'm gonna do,
painful.
ain't it?
Number 4 is Phantom Michael and his shiny Onix fail. My dude was so hyped up in this co-op playthrough to find this shiny Onix. He even took a picture of it and texted it to his friend, but his confidence, oh, that was the death of him on this one, that's for sure. I mean, seriously, who uses a water type attack on Onix?
Probably me.
I just encountered a shiny.
No, you did not.
Yes.
No, you did not.
Bro.
No, you did not.
The guy on the right has a very
Right
interesting
now.
camera
It's on your
angle.
screen right now.
It is.
Snapchat me if it's real. Dude, if you ran into a shiny, I'm gonna be
Full
shook.
odds shiny. Full odds shiny.
I better see a picture or I ain't gonna believe it. Oh my god. Okay. Dude, don't kill it.
Oh man, I took a chance. I took a chance, Mike.
Uh-huh.
Every single Onix I've encountered has had sturdy, except for the shiny one.
Oh man.
No, dude, you killed it?
Yep.
Oh, dude.
He looked fine. That no. So that guy looked fine, but really on the inside he was crying. He's the most composed Pokemon player I've ever seen. He was dying on the inside. He realized as soon as he used the water attack, he knew what he did. He knew. Hide the pain, Harold. Exactly. This guy is a pro at hiding his pain because he plays Pokemon. No one is quite so skilled as a Pokemon player who accidentally kills or loses a shiny. Goddamn.
Killed it?
Yep.
Oh, dude.
I knew PokeRadar was gonna be the focus of some fails in this video.
Bread and butter. Why does the guy on the right have the camera set up like the news chopper is getting footage of a criminal? You're not even wrong.
And number 3, Breachy does not disappoint.
Oh my goodness.
Finding a shiny Hoppip, so excited, so hyped up about it, and then just so confused.
All of these are going to be pain, by the way.
Oh, we found it at 3. Retro. We just found a shiny.
Is he
Pachyrus
playing 3 different
Ice.
games at the same time?
Look at this. And Sab, Harvest Works. Privilege is seeping through. I love it.
What the heck?
Oh my god. My first shiny of
I'm so disoriented.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait. what? What happened? Wait. There was a patch above it? No, there wasn't. No, there wasn't. No, there wasn't. There wasn't a patch above it.
Wait, I didn't get that one.
No, there wasn't. What happened? Shiny of... Oh my god. You guys.
What the?
We just found a shiny patch at 3, you guys. Look at this.
Oh my god, I see it now.
Dude, I love it. Oh my god.
Pain.
Shiny of
Oh, he got the. There was an encounter just above the shiny.
What? Wait,
Oh my god.
what happened?
This is pain.
There was a patch above it? No, there wasn't.
Because I've seen people in Let's
No,
Go
there wasn't.
go
No,
after
there
a shiny, but something else popped up in front of them.
There wasn't a patch above it.
Number 2 this week goes to my man, the cruise
Actual
ship,
pain.
with this incredible shiny fail for
Hey,
Shiny
Hassan.
Hooper. My dude had spent so long trying to get this shiny chain started, gets the shiny, and you'll see what happens
You
next.
sent it?
We have a chain of 1 whoop. 1 whoop. We have broken
One whoop.
26 whoopers, at least. Yesterday we did like 12 of them. We broke 26 tonight. We never got to a chain of 40, and right there, 4 spaces away, finally.
Wait, what? What did he do?
Finally!
Oh no! Oh my god. Pain. Pain. He's just dying in the background.
And number 1, and the crown this week goes to the Break King himself, Soccer Boy Coop, with a double shiny fail. I know y'all in the Briefcase gang can resonate with this one. I'm so sorry, Coop.
So I would, I'm doing a good space booming.
Wait, what?
You got the Typhlosion, nice. Very nice. They just gave him a big hug? Yeah. That's why he stopped talking.
Wait, what?
That's what happens after I get a big hug,
Oh!
right? No! No! I so didn't want this to happen. Ugh.
I'm so confused though.
Kill it, then reset? I really should, right?
What?
Oh, man. They're on Pokeball. Nah, I'm gonna kill it.
Oh!
Watch me kill a shiny. Watch me kill a shiny. Bye, Starly. Bye. Bye, Starly.
Oh my goodness.
Hopefully you can get that taken care of soon. That's no fun.
Is he like trying to get a shiny starter or?
I know. I need Mike's luck. Man's got no freaking whip.
What the? That's funny.
Catch it. Catch it. Okay. Let me just select my Pokeball real quick. Let me click my Pokeball. Oh yeah, I'll use a Master Ball. Let me pick my Master Ball real quick.
Oh, cause wait, he doesn't have
Let me
balls.
find the Master Ball. Let me click Master Ball. Where's the Master
Oh,
Ball?
I see. I
It's
see.
so hard to find the Master Ball.
So hard to beat our top fails of the week. Such great clips. I want to thank everyone who was featured today.
Bro,
Shout out to
like
Coop for the
those people who have like multiple things. I could not. I would struggle to focus just on one thing. Alright. Hassan made a thing for me. Let me full screen this. Yep, yep. I was getting there. I was getting there. Oh. Wait. Ah, hold on, hold on. That is messages. Oh, that's so sweet. Hold on, wait, I need to read these properly. Happy birthday, Nintendo Potato. The fates were against our meeting, but with the power of the internet, we gave the fates the finger. The world and my life are better because of you. Oh. Her sense of humor, the funniest person I've ever met. Oh. I wish her good fortune and for life to give her a break. It's ironic that that was the wish because this morning was really tough. And then the bottom there it says reward, biggest nerd of all time. Me or you? Me or you? Biggest nerd of all time. That's so sweet. Your son, her son. Happy birthday to the most wholesome Tato I've ever known. I wish you a happy birthday and a year filled with happiness, love, and good moments. Aww. She has a great personality, wholesome, amazing, kind, pretty, literally one of the most amazing people that I met online. Her son! I don't know if her son's still talking to his dad, but anyway. Me? No, you. I wish you the best in your life, Tato, and to become a millionaire and stop having load shedding. I love that. Reward of being wholesome and the best streamer ever. You guys. This is sweet as heck, man. Yoda! Happy birthday, Nat. Thank you for being the best human ever. Hope you have the best birthday ever. Aw, her humor. You guys think I'm funny? Y'all think I'm funny? Yoda's wish is happiness. Ah! Oh my god, the timing. Chilling with my homies, chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni. Chilling with the homies, Yoda. Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni. Chilling with the homies. Welcome, welcome, homies. Yoda, what are the chances that I'm currently reading your thing? Wow! Welcome, Raiders. Hi, Liliana. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Converse Box. Galaxy Wolf. Yoda, did you enjoy Pokemons? How are you finding it? Welcome, welcome, Raiders. I'm just watching a video that my son made for me for my birthday. Are you enjoying the Pokemons? I just got like, I'm about to like go into the school now, but I needed to eat dinner and now I'm watching this video. But blessed. Welcome to all the raiders. If you guys don't know me, my name is Nat Tato. I'm a variety streamer from South Africa. I'm currently playing Pokemon Violet, but I do also play a lot of Genshin Impact. I'm also a cosplayer, and I recently went full-time streamer, so I'm trying to do the things. Yo. That's a little bit about me.
Excuse me.
If there's anyone new here, they want to introduce themselves. You're welcome to. Thank you so much for the follow, David. Welcome, welcome to the posse. It's so much fun. You had to end now because of load shedding, but you're playing later. Nice! Who did you choose as a starter, Yoda? And are there any new Pokemon that you really love? I cannot get over Pawmi. Oh my goodness. Hi, new Banana. I actually have load shedding at 6 myself. But I think I'll probably just be streaming through it, to be honest. So yeah. Anyway, let's continue with this. So sweet. Becca! Wait, I almost went forward. Happy birthday to my favorite Snat. Hope you have a lovely birthday and eat lots of great foodies. Oh, Becca. Her smile, she's so accommodating and sweet to everyone. She's funny and has a sense of humor. You're back, Hassan! Hello, welcome back. Pawmi and Fido, they're so cute. Sorry, Hassan, sorry. I know you said you went to go do a call, but I wanted to watch the thing. I wish her good health, long life, and whatever she wants in life be granted. Oh, Becca. Best cosplayer. Oh. You guys are gonna make me cry. Mau Mau! Happy birthday, my friend. You bring me so much joy and happiness, and I wish the ultimate best for you. Thank you for being the best big sister ever. Her laugh, you guys. It's my humor, it's my laugh. I wish for Tato to realize how truly loved before she is. Mau Bao. You're gonna make me cry. Big hugs and happy morning messages every day. Mao has been sending me messages in the morning. It feels good, man. You had to get something from your grandma's house. Sorry, your message was so short. No. It's not about short or long or whatever the case may be. They're all appreciated. This is so sweet, her son. Llama! Look at the llamas! Must I remove my face so you guys can't read some of the things? I didn't want to correct him. So have an extremely uncomfortable and sweaty birthday message from me. Wait, why are you oiling your hands, llama? Oh no. Some context may have disappeared with yours. Why? Sweet and sweat? Did he make a mistake somewhere? Tato is confident and sweet and keeps it real, as the kids say. As the kids say, as I'm no longer a kid, I can't say it. The form said birthday massage, not message. But that's her son, right? Is making those typos. Hi, Vivian. Thank you. I wish you much happiness and fortune for this next year. You've just entered the 30 club. Welcome. I will be your guide. Don't worry, it's not all bad. We have comfy slippers, early bedtimes, and snacks. Thank you so much, Lava. I wish you the happiest of birthdays. 16 crunchies, but the fun size ones. Also a can of pop. Nat is getting old. No, listen, Vivian, I am old. That's the thing. I turned 30 yesterday. That's embarrassing. Oh my goodness. Hassan, please. Give your mother peace. Cupcake! Happy birthday, Tato! I hope that you truly have an absolute blast. I'm so grateful to be part of this amazing community and having the opportunity to laugh alongside everyone through the chaos of streams. Truly. You are truly a great potato and made me laugh countless times. Keep it up and I can't wait to see what life brings your way. Lots of Tato love and hugs. Oh man. Her energy and personality. Unless you guys redeem the ASMR thing, in which case it's a completely different person. Nothing but happiness and success in all her goals. Tato gets a reward for being the dopest potato around. You guys, this is so sweet. Papa T! No, Vivian, I'm not reading my birthday messages in ASMR. I don't know if you... refund. Can I refund that one? Who's heck? Reject. Goodbye. It's not happening. Is it not happening? I want all my love to go into this. Thank you very much, Vivian. Happy birthday, Tato. Stay the humble, most friendly person you are, and I hope that you get everything you deserve. Oh, glad you are someone I can call a friend. Guys, don't make me cry. Tato has always been welcoming and knows how to treat people with decency. Scammed? No, scam would be if I took your points and you didn't get anything. I wish for others to be like you. Oh, no, Papa T. Legends are born in November. Definitely. Definitely. Also, I have to pause it because I can't read that fast. I have now followed you for the longest of times and have been subscribed for a little while. Hope you have a fantastic day and you get lots of cake. Thank you. I do actually have cake in the fridge. Actually, we have custard slices and we have like leftover cake from yesterday. Her humor, laughter, and kindness. You think I'm kind? That's wild as fuck, man. No more load shedding and many, many followers. Thank you, Dan. Being followed by me for a long time. That is like one of the silliest but funnest memes that we have in this community is Dan being a follower for like half the time, currently at least, that he's had a sub. So it's very funny for me. Custard slices? Oh, so good, so good. What is that? Okay, actually this is something you can Google, Hassan. So Google custard slice. That's a safe thing to Google. You're fine. You're fine. All right. Daddy! Oh my goodness. Even Daddy got in. I should not have said that anyway. It's when you make custard wrong and then slice it like American cheese. Oh, Jargon, I hate that you said that. What a bad day to have eyes. Happy birthday, and may this year be filled with adventures, blessings, and lots of laughs. Her quirkiness. I'm quirky. Happiness and joy. And the head pats. Hell yeah. Don't corrupt her son. Look, it's not me. A bubble! Happy birthday, Nat. I hope it's filled with stuff like love and happiness and presents and good vibes. How did you organize all these people? What the heck? That she puts up with my inane comments. A safe and adventurous year ahead. Oh man. Mostly monthly Twitch sub. Listen, it's the sub, but it's also the weekly boss kills. It's the inane comments, you know. He is so self-aware. It's strange, isn't it? People are not normally... But I like that one. Crazy Mug! It is your birthday. Listen, if Crazy Mug wasn't a real person, he would be Dwight. Like, if he was not a real person, that's who he would be. It's never occurred to me before, but this is the most Crazy Mug thing that Crazy Mug has ever said. Anyway, her infectious laugh makes me start giggling too. More rain ASMR, much less load shedding, and a happy birthday, I guess. Most wholesome, except to me. Oh, but I'm not allowed to call him my friend. So he's just an acquaintance. He's got the acquaintance package right now. So until he actually upgrades to the friend package, you know, JK lol. We need more Nat ASMR. Shush, Vivian. The load shedding. I love that everyone mentions load shedding because all of my international friends, they're just like, oh, poor baby, no electricity. Yaku! Wait, who's this? This is not Yaku. This is Jayco. Jayco the Boneless. He's a pretty cool... He is. Happy birthday, Tato. Hope you have a wonderful day and that you get spoiled a lot and you'll have the most amazing day ever. Big hugs. Thank you. Writing skill issue. Being very silly at random times. Yep. To live long and keep streaming for as long as possible. Oh, blessed. Gifted subs if possible when Tato is live for birthday stream. Exposed. Wait, who am I exposing? Am I exposing his son for his writing skills? Or lack thereof? Get good. GG. GG at spelling, please. Puggy! Ah! You even got Puggy in here. Tato, happy birthday. It's been over 9 years since we first met. I'm gonna cry. We've had our ups and downs, but I genuinely consider you one of my very best friends. I'm not crying, you guys are crying. Puggy is one of my oldest friends. Thank you for everything and more importantly, for just being you. I'm trying not to. I'm trying not to. She's one of my oldest friends. Someone's cutting onions. Please stop. I hope you have an amazing birthday and stay healthy, Daisuke. Please stop cutting onions, whoever did that. I've already had dinner, so you don't need to cook anything. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. I do like onions. Just not when they're being cut. Everyone's like, her humor. This bitch is funny as fuck. Wish endless pug cuddles, always winning 50/50s, beautiful new Gumi outfits, Namjoon smiles, and everything you could ever dream of. My reward, Drew kisses. Sweet sweat bean? I'm a sweat bean now? Oh my goodness. Ray, stop cutting onions. Yeah, someone send him a message, tell him to stop cutting onions. Oh, and the penguins as well. Nyuki! Happy birthday, Natty! You're an amazing friend from the land of Baby Dutch. And I appreciate the time we have spent together and will in the future always stay the absolute gem you are of a person. Love, Miyuki. The first time you ever replied to me on Twitter, you called me a sweat bean. Me? Did I call you sweaty? Shit, bitch. Writing skill issue. This is where her son got it from. He got it from his mama. Anyway, her warm aura she gives me as a friend. Oh, a very happy future and birthday. Reward, poopy head. Me, I'm the poopy head. Debatable. Imagine getting a reply from Nat on Twitter. Do you deserve one, Vivian? I'm just asking. I'm asking a question. Happy birthday, Natty. I hope you have a real amazing day. Her cheery attitude. Have a great day. An amazing rest of the year. Snuggles with the you can't see the snuggles, but there's a little cheeky winky face there, which is very on brand for Lulu. Roxy! I love that you put the cakes here, because Roxy makes fucking tasty shit. Well, it looks really good, and I've tried one of her recipes, so she's very good at cooking stuff. Happiest of birthdays to the cutest Tato. Sending you loads of hugs and best wishes for your amazing day. Her ability to make everyone feel special and welcome, never hesitating to help someone in need. Roxy! I wish that she can be spoiled rotten and pampered the whole day. She does so much for everyone. It would be amazing for her to get all the love back. No, you guys are gonna make me cry again. The most supercalifragilisticexpialidocious person in the world. Her son can bake. I mean, her son can't cook. I don't think he can bake. But Roxy can. Roxy makes fucking tasty looking food. Llama! The wholesome vibes. The wholesomest of vibes, apparently. A legendary pull on her first try. Oh shit. Am I being blessed by Llama? Tato will be spared in the coming Llama apocalypse. Oh my god, I can't read. You only burn the cakes. Okay. Let's not let you near the oven then, her son. Garbage! Ah! Unsure how to convey a massage in text format. But a message I can do. Happy birthday, Mugen! Please take care of yourself and have a peaceful and restful end to your year. He always calls me Mugen. He doesn't call me Morgan. Has a great laugh. His wish for me is rest. And the reward is... Listen, I'm gonna have words with him later about this. There's a foreboding word behind my camera. I'm just gonna show you guys for a second. Unbelievable. Child. I don't want child, thank you. But it's fine. I'll take it. Peanut! May you get batshit old. Thank you, Peanut. The laughs and the squeals. All the legendary banner pools and uncorrupted save files. I like that one. His banner, is it up yet? Is it up now? Excellence in being awesome and donation to tip jar. Oh man. Moombas! Happy birthday from Baymax to the biggest cutie patootie Tato. Her energy and charisma. I wish all the best and greatest things for Tato. Tato will get head packs and Baymax hugs. Shit. Cheap is still 1.5 hours. Okay, so not yet. Not yet. Maybe in Asia. Mickey! Mickey Moo! Happy birthday, Natty Moo! Have all the trash you want on your birthday. Fuck yeah. Sweet summer child personality. Me? Sweet summer child? Nah, Mickey. Couldn't be me. Eternal... Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Peace Squiddies! Eternal youth and no load shedding. Anti-load shedding machine thing, shield, I guess. Blessed. My international babies, they all know. Hi, Peace Squiddies! Andy! Happy birthday, Mama Trash Cat. How did you organize this, Hassan? So many people. Oh, happy birthday, Mama Trash Cat. I hope you have the most amazing day as you righteously deserve. May the Genshin drops be with you. And I hope Sky gives you all the kisses. Her stunning sense of humor and the joy she brings. Ah. Load shedding is a vibe. An evening filled with good food and BTS playing non-stop. Best Trash Cat meme sharer. Yeah. I share all the Trash Cat memes. Kai! Happy birthday, Nat! I hope you have an amazing birthday today and many more amazing ones in the future. Keep on being yourself and always remember how badass you are. Damn! I'm the most badass, what is it called? Monster Hunter gamer. Nat is an energetic, warm, and welcoming person with a big heart and a great sense of humor. Her son is the real Sus King. He's slowly becoming the Sus King, actually. He is. I wish for Nat to have C6 Chi-Chi. Cursed. Actually cursed. I hope you have everything you wish for and you're happy. It's been awesome getting to know you, and I hope we share more birthdays in the future. Oh. The Wholesome King? That's debatable, Hassan. Tato Chips of the Year. Oh man, Hassan, this is amazing. Thank you. Sushi! Hey, bestie Tato, I wish the happiest B-Day ever. And I hope you'll celebrate with your loved ones. I did. I think I'm very lucky. Everything. Literally. Just everything. Sushi says everything. Twitch partnership? Nice. I don't understand this question. My English is 50-50, but I still love Tato very much. Oh, that's my reward. Being loved. That is the best reward. And the little sushi's a panda! Happy birthday, Snat! I hope you get loads of snacks this year. Oh, this speaks to me. This speaks to me. Snacks? Yeah. That's the way to my heart. Her broken sense of humor? Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. I would say getting younger, but that ain't happening anytime soon. Maybe Rain. I give Tato the only streamer I know who still plays Genshin Award. You like my buns? Thank you, Peace Fitty. You'll see my Pokemon characters got buns as well. Oh, thank you, Panda. TT! In a few years, it'll probably be a decade since we met because of the cosplay community. It's been absolutely a joy to see you grow as a friend, as a cosplayer, and now as a streamer as well. You've truly grown, matured, and become someone to look up to more and more. Your cosplays were and always amazing. I wish I could have been more in touch as a friend and been there for you as one. But just know that I'm happy for you, for how far you have come. I'm proud of you. Digi! You deserve all the love and support. Thank you so much for being in my life and for being a friend. Oh, the rain's down in Africa. Yes. Wishing you an awesome special day filled with love, fun, joy, and a great time. Wishing you an awesome birthday. Oh, it's the same one on the other side. Same. Why I got 2 wishes from Digi, her son. What is this? The rain? Yeah, my eyes are raining currently. And the bunny. Her son. This is so special. Johnny! Mao, I've already cried. It's your turn to cry, please. My eyes need a break. Happy birthday, Nat. I hope you have an amazing day and may all your wishes come true. You're an incredible friend and amazing streamer. Stay strong and don't let anyone ever tell you that you can't accomplish something. You can and will accomplish it, Nat. Have a great one. Thank you. My personality. I wish for Tato to have an amazing year and reach all her goals. Oh, being an inspiration and being awesome. Puggy's message made me cry. Hope you have a great day, especially if there's cake. There was cake, and it was very cute, and I posted it on the Discord as well. It's Jargon's time to cry. Start crying. Start crying, Jargon. Always upbeat, keeps a good vibe all the time. Ah, Despair. I hope Despair finds the courage and the good vibes to ask that girl out. Little Beaver's on. That's adorable. Happy birthday, my dearest Beeb. You are and forever will be one of... I'm gonna cry again. One of my dearest and bestest friends, and I hope you have an absolutely amazing day. Shut up, Jargon. You are strong, funny, and capable, and an absolute superhero and deserve all of the good things that this life has to offer. May this next year be filled with only the best for the best. My allergies are same, Yoda. They're out of control. My favorite thing about Tato is how absolutely unique she is and how she is unapologetically her, always. Are you also crying, Vivian? Someone's cutting onions in here. I wish for all of her desires and wishes and goals to come to fruition. Are we all crying? Okay, we're all crying. So if we're all crying, that means that's the normal state to be in. So if you're not crying, think about that. Unlimited Genshin pools that bring you smiles, BTS merch galore, and the best snackies. Yeah, anyone who mentions snacks, you know me. I'm all about them snacks. Oh, there's another one. Oh my goodness. I love this. Christopher Jamestopher 89. I accidentally read it as 69 once. Happy birthday, Natato. Her hair? I wish Natato a happy birthday. Short, sweet, and to the point. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Peace Squiddies, are you still here? Hey, you natty patty cakes, is it your girl, Peace Squiddy? I love you. Thank you for being you. Hope you have such an epic and fun birthday. You deserve all the love, fun, and sweets you desire. I love the periods like don't mistake the tone. Wait, what? I love how quirky, nice, and fun she is. I wish Natty Patty all the happiness, love, positivity, and strength. She deserves the world. What are you saying, Jargon? I don't love periods. They're a horrible time in any person's life. Oh man, happiest of birthdays, dear Tato. You deserve all the... You know what? All of the mistakes, all of the typos, it just shows like her son made this for me. It's special. No, it's not a criticism. It's what we know her son for, you know, for his writing, for his typing skill issue, you know. It's on brand. Hassan, thank you so much. This is so special. I'm gonna keep this forever. You couldn't because of Yuri and League? No, Hassan, this is perfect. You got so many people in there. No, the spelling mistakes, I can't speak now. But the spelling mistakes, what makes it uniquely you. Thank you so much. Thank you. That was very special. Oh. You got so many people there. Oh, an ad is about to start, so apologies for anyone who's sitting here. But yeah, oh, that was so special. Thank you, Hassan. I need to show that to my family because they're gonna cry as well, probably. Spelling's overrated. Yeah, definitely. It's not required. We're not. This is not a lesson. That was so special. Thank you, Hassan. Oh man, so many people from everywheres. Okay, let's go back. Thank you guys. Watching ads couldn't be me. Alright. Yeah, I've just been standing in the middle of nowhere this whole time. Thank you for the confettis and for the hearts, Peace Squiddies. Uh-oh. What's going on over here? They have an Eevee bag. The little backpack. Don't you get it? If you join Team Star, you can shine as bright as anybody. These kids seem annoying. Thank you, Hassan. Making me cry. Goodness. And this person? Seriously, what's with you? Don't you want to burn bright with awesome friends like us? Not really. Mood. We've got a quota. We're supposed to fill for new members, so just sign up already. Oh, okay. See, I was like, why would you just bully someone? Obviously, I'm gonna help her out. Why is that even an option? You want in on this too? Yeah, I'm gonna whip your asses. Get out of here. If you're here to sign up, we'll get to you next. We nearly got this one in the bag. We're Team Star, kid. We burn so bright it hurts to look at us. But you knew that, right? No, actually. Another ignorant little nobody. She looks like she needs the loo. Yeah, I'm finally part of Team Star and still I get no respect. I gotta work my way up the ranks. We can't just let something like this slide. The honor of our teams on the line, so we've got no real choice but to battle. Yeah, let's fucking go. She looks like something, that's for sure. I mean, you wouldn't catch me doing that in public, but it's cool. Something you'd practice in front of your mirror when no one else can see you. Oh, Pommy! Cringe. She looks like Jargon's crush. Jargon, you have a crush? Jargon's got a waifu. Don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, they all do about the same. She looks like you, Vivian. Oh my goodness. What the heck? Not gonna lie, kind of weird of you to say that, Jargon. Kind of weird, man. Man, those birthday messages are so sweet. You're kind of weird? Wow. Irk! Why is it nobody like you so good at battling anyway? That's just not right. No way, she beat you? You gonna go back to League now? Good luck, Hassan. Thank you, thank you. Does that mean I gotta battle this kid now since I'm higher up Team Stars ranks? Lol. Pero bueno? What do you think you're doing? Oh, she gonna come whip these kids' asses. What chuckle fuckery is going on in chat? All kinds of chuckle fuckery, Yoda. It's that student council dweeb. Chat on screen. Thank you. She's gonna report us if we don't book it. Yeah, book it. I can't believe you. What? You don't have to go find randos to battle. You'll have all the battles you'll ever need with me. It was those Team Star punks. Wait, they picked a fight with you? Wow, I read that the wrong way. Sorry. What the heck? They made her so, like... You two have got Team Star written all over you for sure. I bet you they were trying to pressure people into signing up again, weren't you? We weren't not doing that. That explains it. As head of the student council, stopping this type of nonsense would normally be my job. But this is almost the perfect chance for you to try my amazing and ultra rare gift to you. You taught me that word. I'm using it everywhere. Yeah? Call people a chuckle fuck. Chuckle fuckery is what they do. Chuckle fucking? Okay, maybe not that one. But like... Yeah. Terror orb. It's a fart ball? What? You're a fart ball. An orb that holds within it the power to crystallize. When it is charged with energy, it can be used to cause Pokemon to terrestrialize. Oh, for fuck's sakes, I can't read that word. What if I am? It's a poop ball. Well, that's a Vivin. With this Terror Orb, you can terrestrialize. Like crystallize, but terrestrialize your Pokemon during battle. Let's see. After it terrestrializes, I'm pretty sure your Pawmi will be an electric type. Wow. It wasn't electric before. I only have audio on, no spoilers. Yoda, I'm reading the text though. Normally you've got to take special classes to be able to get one of these Terror Orbs, but I put in a good word for you. Wait, what? You want this kid to practice wailing on us with her Terror Pokemon? Is that it? Got a problem? You want to battle me instead? What, Vivin? What do you... Don't broke me. I'll take my chances with the new kid. Yeah. Hey! Smooth like butter. I don't want to get banned, so... How long is this one? Okay, good. Woo! I was just like... Please stop, sir. You may not have diamond. I'm just gonna ban you quick. Where's my... Reject! Joggin is a mod. He's been a mod actually for a very long time. Do not do that. I know you've already fucked up your time, so like we don't know how long you've been mod for, but do not. Please, give me peace. Here in the Paldea region, Pokemon can crystallize through a strange phenomenon. The people call this terastallizing. You can terastallize your Pokemon by selecting Terastallize button in battle. When a Pokemon terastallizes, its type changes to its Terra type. Moves of the same type as this Terra type will become much more powerful than usual. After terastallizing a Pokemon once, you won't be able to terastallize a Pokemon again until you heal up at a Pokemon Center, but use the strategy wisely to seize victory in battles. Interesting. I didn't fuck it up. Our science experiment for timeouts did. That is also true. Thanks for keeping me entertained while I have been brain dead for most of the... Oh, Cupcake, thank you. Okay, what are we doing here? Are we doing this? It's this button? Okay, and then I do this. So now he gets a giant light bulb on his head. Have a lovely one, Cupcake. Take care of yourself. Get some rest. If Jargon unmods himself, can I have his sword? Why, Vivian? As mod, what will you do? You have to fill in a form to be my mod. This fucking giant light bulb on its head, I can't. This Pokemon is so cute though. The Pawmi is like my favorite out of the new ones. I cannot get over how cute it is. This chickie at the back's got pretty good rhythm. Okay, she did for a second, but it's fine now. Oh, I got double prize money there. I guess it was technically like a double battle. Yay! See, that's what you want as far as I know. You want the Terra type to be different. Still a bit sick, but better today. Yeah, I'm not feeling 100% today either. Because the start of stream was like really rough. I'm not going to be able to do a 12-hour stream, that's for sure. So I will have to do it probably next week. But yeah. Maybe I can try and figure out some birthday things to do as well. Because yeah, I don't think I'll be able to do 12-hour today. You're going to take a nap during load shedding? That's actually not a bad idea. That's actually a very good idea. 24-hour stream when? Vivian, I don't really believe in those. Because what? I sleep through some of it? Or do you stop the timer? You stay awake for 24 hours? I don't know, man. They just don't seem healthy. They don't seem good for you to do that. Well, I'll be on my merry way then, yeah? Hustler V-Star! Futsek, basically. So yeah, Team Star is basically a group of students that like to kick up trouble. They hardly ever show up to class, and when they get together in groups, they're a real headache. Even the teachers don't know what to do with them, from what I hear. Wonderful. Excuse me! Socially awkward little baby. I love their bag though. I want it. See you around. Okay. Cool. You sleep? You stream you sleeping? No one wants to see that. Listen, I make all kinds of noises when I sleep. I'm sitting there like farting and grunting and you know, it's not stream suitable. It's not something that people want to have on the stream. Oh, you mute? Okay, well no one wants to hear that. No. But it's funnier if you don't. Listen, yeah, that's not gonna happen. Especially since I share the bed with another person. Unless I have to sleep like on the floor here. In which case, yeah. There's a sleeping category too. Yoda, the funny thing is that there's a game called I'm Just Sleeping, but it's actually a game. But everyone uses it when they're asleep, which is fucking hilarious to me. You got 32 stars without doing the last floor? Oh, shit! Did I miss anything else? No, I think we're good. Yeah, I'm gonna stream for as long as I can tonight because I want to play Pokemon, obviously. But like, yeah, if you search "I'm just sleeping," like if you look at the description, it says it's a game. I don't know if we've ever seen someone actually playing the game because Jargon and I looked it up because we were curious, and then we were like, oh, this is actually supposed to be a game, not people sleeping. That Eevee bag though, love that fluff. Same, Namona. Same, girly. Seems like the troubles died down, so better book it up to school. I can't read. You saw someone play it, really? Probably for the only time in history. Yeah. Get ready to climb the worst staircase in the world. Do you guys not have flying Pokemon? Do you not have Pokemon with wings? Namona, does she not have Pokemon already? Why would she not just fly up? That's what I want to know. I need to try a different strat for floor 12. I haven't even attempted the Abyss, so I couldn't even tell you. My character's just fucking flying up the staircase. Like, Nimona, what were you complaining about? Oh, he's got 2 little Rockruffs. That's adorable. You 3-starred the Thunderfuck chamber? Oh, shit, congrats. I know a lot of people are having trouble with it, actually. Because I saw people posting on Twitter. Also, let me know if the sound's fine. Not too sure. Seems loud, but I guess as long as you guys can hear me. Nobody's dropping stuff here. The sound seem good? Okay, perfect. It just seemed to get louder than it was before, and I was like, well, I didn't change anything. But Lord knows I don't need to change something for it to actually... Oh, Starly? Another Rockruff. It's that kid. What the fuck? Me? Am I that kid? Another Rockruff? Okay. Rockruff common as fuck at school, apparently. Everyone and their dog has a Rockruff. Ah! My painstaking search has finally paid off. What do I get? A heal ball? Shit, bitch. Unlike James, I just like collecting the balls. I never use them. I bought Ayaka Freeze for the Mechano Dragon fight, and it was impossible. Ooh. You know what? Yeah, that sounds terrible. I would have taken... Aggravate... Cookie, Yaimiko, maybe even Tainari for the range. Oops, that was a mistake. For the range, and then Yaimiko, obviously. I said that one. Nahida. It's the opposite. You only have Yoimiya. Oh, fuck. I would take something to do burning. If you can have burning on that thing, I think that would help. So have a almost constant dot on him. So like Traveler, maybe Traveler Collei, so you can get as much Dendra application as possible, and then just Pyro something. Maybe I need to build my Yanfei because I don't have Yoi. Ah, here we are, Morgan. Welcome to Uva Java Academy. This here's the entrance hall. You can sign up for all kinds of classes at the desk behind me, and those halls off to the side lead to all different parts of the school. Shit. It's totally big enough to let loose and battle in here, but for some reason they banned Pokemon battling in the main entrance. Oh my god. For some reason. This guy again. Balls to the wind. How did you find your first school commute? We had a blast. I imagine Miss Nimona's high spirits helped with that. She's a true asset to our fine academy. Not that I was expecting any less from our champion-ranked student council president. character Rocky Balboa those stairs. Yeah, just fucking noomed straight up there. Your NA account is in a state. Is it in Ohio? I tried to speed build Nahida because a Dendro is required. Ah, since the Dendro Cube is one of the bosses. Fuck. Do you not have other Dendro characters? Reliable as ever. Sorry, I missed that. I was like, why is he saying the same thing again? Now, well, I know how to look after my friends. Right, Morgan? That was like a threatening smile. Speaking of which, we saw some of those Team Star kids in town, Director. You did? Where? Gasp! He did not look surprised. It was down the stairs from the front gates. They were hassling this kid with an EV backpack. That is quite the news. Are they still to be found out there? Actually, Morgan flexed on them and ran them off. You don't say. Of course, it's a fine thing to try and help fellow students, but you might wish to show a bit of restraint as you find your feet here at our academy. I feel bad. My friends want Nahida, and I get her on my NA account too. I mean, I technically have 2 Nahidas as well. And I have a C1 Nahida on EU. Do you remember that the school staff is here to resolve any such troubles? A child with an EV backpack, you say? I suppose that might have been Miss Penny. I'm relieved to hear she's come to class at least. And Miss Namona, if you'd be so good, do report to Mr. Jack about this Team Star business. As your homeroom teacher, he should be kept apprised of all such goings-on. You got it, sir! But look at the time, you two had better hurry along. Classes will be starting soon. We're class 1A. Come on, I'll show you the way. Nice. So violet is grapes. What is the red? What is the scarlet one? 1A? A1? Listen, I can't read. Ooh, these kids have got PowerPoint presentation animations. Good morning, Mr. Jack. What is that hair? Hello, hello, everyone. We have some exciting news this morning. Who wants to hear it? Oh, yeah. But isn't that how they number classes in Japan? I have no idea. I want to hear the news, she says. There's a PowerPoint presentation sitting next to her. I suppose I should have told you sooner, but we have a little friend joining our happy homeroom as of today. Is it me? I wonder what they'll be like. You gonna go nap? Alright, sweetest dreams, Yoda. Actually, thank you for reminding me. I'm gonna have to read chat on my phone. Yeah, it should be fine. Stream may restart. Apologies in advance if it does. Anyway, just opening chat on my phone because I think it's 6 to 8. Let me just double check. Yeah, 6 to 8. All right. Thank you, Yoda. Sweetest dreams. I hope you feel better soon, friend. Alright, let's go back to the game. Background animations are killing me, actually. Looks like everyone's eager to get to know you, Morgan. Alright then, who wants to be the first to ask our new friend a question? Me, can I ask a question? What's your favorite thing about Pokemon? Has to be Because, okay, I like 2 out of the 3. I don't like battling as much, but playing with them, like in Pokemon Sword and Shield, they had like a campsite thing where you could like make food and feed them. I fucking love that. I wonder if he would say that regardless of what your answer was. Probably. God, no, Nimona. Potato Nader, hi Nibibbles. You went to all the trouble of enrolling here, so spill. What do you hope to get out of it? You must have some kind of dream, right? I want to complete the Pokédex. Thank you for telling us a bit about yourself. I'm Mr. Jack. I teach biology here at the Academy, and I'm also your homeroom teacher. Is it your birthday? It was technically my birthday yesterday. I was supposed to do a birthday stream today, but a lot of things went wrong. Today was kind of a frustrating day, and I'm rather wanting to be jovial and have a like proper celebration when I'm not like holding myself together, kind of, if that makes sense. But yeah, thank you, Nibibbles. I need to build them when I get them. When you get better at the game. Yeah, it's a work in progress though. So Galaxy will, you know, we all started somewhere. We all, when we started, had no idea what we were doing. Sure, some people have like game sense and they understand RPGs and gearing, but like, it's a journey that everyone has to go on, you know? Oh, no! What the heck? Oh, man. Why are you like this? Not this shit again. Actually just gonna... Oh! I think the power just went off. That's fine. Let me see if I can... I'm just gonna close the chat on my PC for a moment. Just so I can see. I may have just fucked up. I think I can't actually stream this game during load shedding because the Switch isn't plugged into power. Oh shit! Thank you for all the redeems there, Dash Dash. Okay, hold on. Let me go ask Ray. I'll be back in a second. I'm just gonna throw you guys on the BRB screen. Oh, our ad is gonna start in 5 minutes. We're gonna do an ad break. Hey, Nibibbles! Wait,
Nibibbles donated $20, wishing you the happiest of birthdays. Hope the year ahead is a wonderful one and all the good things come your way.
Thank you, Nibibbles. Thank you so much for the donation as well. I really appreciate that. Yeah, everything's kind of broken. But I'll be back in a second, guys. Sorry, let me just bop you on that. I don't even know if it's gonna work because my my OBS is broken. My OBS is currently broken. So let me just try and see if it works. And then I'll be back. Did it work?
Got him!
I don't know if you guys can hear me because my my OBS has crashed. You can or you can't hear me? Y'all clowning over here. You can hear me? Okay, so my OBS has crashed. So I'm gonna have to try and like close it and reopen it. Can anyone hear that? All I'm getting is silence. Oh shush. All of you. I'm gonna try and reopen it and hopefully nothing's broken. I had to like plug my Switch into power because it won't do the thing. Just the simple fact, my favorite thing, kids do this as well. When you say to them like can you hear me? Almost immediately they'll be like, sorry, what did you say? I can't hear you. Like the timing, you guys. Anyway, I'll be right back. Hopefully this fixes it. I don't know. We'll see. See some evil, hear no evil. What the fuck? No, I was fucking with you guys. Got him. It was, to be fair, it was actually muted. It wasn't until Llama was like, is she messing with us now? Then I was like, oh, okay, this is my chance. This is my chance to mess with them. That's what y'all get. You messed with me, now it's my turn, I mess with you. 10 out of 10. Alright. There we go. That's your seat. Second row from the... I don't get to sit next to my bestie. What is this bullshit? Never helping again. Sorry, guys. The opportunity was too golden. I couldn't. Alright, you ragamuffins. I haven't heard someone say that since I was a kid. Be nice and friendly to our new classmates. I'm here to learn, not make friends, but thanks, I guess. This is why we can't have nice things. Listen, you guys started it, actually. You guys started it. I'll have you know. Get to know the Academy campus by exploring a bit on your own. You did nothing? I mean, technically you. Yeah, you did nothing. The other ones! A battle class is about to take place. Oh? Yes? Food? You're a good boy? When you're in the mood. Munch, munch, munch. Look how little these kids are. I'm starting school so late. I'm so old. Relatable as fuck. No, I didn't get to finish this place. Boy, boy! Hi, buddy! Yeah! I love this Pokemon. Jargon is say-so? Oh, what a lie. Oh shit. Did you set that up, Jargon? I've never seen that come on before. I don't want to talk to this guy, but I guess it's the one person I need to talk to here. You did? Oh shit. Check stream info. Oh. Smart. I have a button for that. Oh, actually. Bam. You remember me, right? I don't think we've met. Oh my goodness. The temptation. Because this guy's a bit of an idiot. I'm gonna do it. What? Come on! I gave you Miraidon's Pokeball. Did I forget to introduce myself? Well, the name's Arvin. No need to tell me your name. Morgan, right? Whole school seems to be talking about you. The new kid who showed up with the president of the student council. This poor guy. Nah, I don't give a fuck. Hey, Nabibbles! Congrats! I normally wouldn't even bother showing up for class, but I came all the way to school today just to talk with you, our new celebrity. You've got to help me out so I can finally make my dream a reality. What's this dream? Oh, jargon. Sleuths are very disappointing. Caught your interest, have I? You want to hear all about my dream, right? Ugh, not really, dude. I just wanted to know before I agreed to do it. This might come as a surprise, but the fact is, I'm all about that picnic life, the great outdoors, the perfectly prepared sandwiches, all of it. Okay, maybe I can be friends with this guy then. Not half bad at cooking either, I can tell you. Right now I'm researching new recipes that'll help Pokemon feel better. Real health food, see? I found this book the other day and it had a section about these Herba Mystica things. Basically, there's some kind of special herbs that heal up any Pokemon as soon as it eats them. Now, there are a total 5 different types of Herba Mystica based on what I read. Just taking a little lick of them once they've been powdered will get your blood flowing, provide nutrients, prevent aging. Shit, I need that. It'll even boost the immune system. Damn, these herbs seem like they're the real deal. Only found here in Paldea and rare to boot. Convincing yourself you aren't a fish isn't working. Maybe you are actually a fish, Jargon, and that's why you got hiccups. Oh, even Nabil decided to sluts. Why? You guys hate yourselves. Let me see. Sleuths. Sucks to be me. But this book says they're all guarded by Titan Pokemon, meaning that's going to be pretty tough to try and even grab a few sprigs. Because, see, Titans are, well, I think they've got to be things like this. As we descended further into Area 0, we began catching glimpses of mysterious Pokemon, though we wondered if these compact, cruel... Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni. Welcome, welcome, homies! Shiro! Hello, hello, welcome! You were playing Genshin? How was it? Hello, ma'am! It's me, I'm the ma'am. Thank you for the bubbles. How was your stream, Shiro? What were you up to today? Shoo! Shoo, right? That's adorable. Daddy wrote, we love Sussy. Daddy. Thank you for your message, by the way, Daddy. That was very, very sweet. Also, I know Jargon posted the message as well, but, The electricity is currently off, so it might take me a little while to read chat messages. I might be a little bit slow. Daddy, you're not gonna catch me with that one. Do you know why? Because I watched someone catch Nay with it. Was it Nay and Kai, or was it just one of them? It was fucking funny though. Stream was scruffy as always. It do be like that sometimes, Shiro. As long as you had fun. That's the most important thing. If you had fun, then it's all good. Catch what? Thank you, Daddy. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing, sassy as all hell. One of our teams suffered a brutal blow from such a beast and was mortally wounded, forcing us to retreat for a time. Damn! I mean, that's Donphan. It's like a big, scary Donphan, though. Stab Daddy? Does he deserve it? Does he deserve to be stabbed? A member of the survey team captured this photograph by chance. I noticed a passing resemblance to the Pokemon known as Donphan. Yet differences such as its texture and the way it moves suggest it is biologically separate, to say nothing of its treads of iron. Oh shit. Y'all so violent towards me. You so sassy towards us, Daddy. I really want to get those. Oh fuck, I accidentally pressed the button. Never mind. This guy just wants herbs, basically. Don't have any friends with strong Pokemon to lend me a hand either. Get your own strong Pokemon. I'd never hear the end of it if I went crawling to that student council girl. And it's tit for tat, yeah? But here you waltz up, you've got to help me out with this. You'd be perfect. Yeah, fuck it, why not, mate? People really call for stabbing without reason. It's wholesomely sussy, is it though? Nope, wait, I don't need an answer yet. I'll just register the places where it seems there might be titans in your map app for you. Oh, he's got such a cute little case. It's got Flabébé on it. Oh shit, Lurking Steel Titan, Stony Cliff Titan, Open Sky Titan, Quaking Earth Titan, False Dragon Titan. So this color looks like Drampa. This looks like a piece of bacon, the Stony Cliff one. There's small people shouting outside my window. Path of Legends. Okay. Let it stew a bit and we can get more into the details later. And in the meantime, take this. A little gift for listening and all. A bag of stardust. Lovely red sand that flows between the fingers with a loose silky feel can be sold at a low price to shops. Thanks, guy. Okay, maybe he's not so bad at, after all. I mean, he cooks, you know. Why wouldn't you be friends with someone who cooks? Hi. Hope your studies are going okay. What'll you have today? Oh my god, they're so foodie. Oh, they got sandwiches. 5 alarm. I swear, if there's kids on my wall again, I'm actually gonna pitch a fit. Good news, they're not on my wall. Because heaven help them. Heaven help them if they want my fucking wall again. Because the last time I complained about it, I got flat out ignored. I couldn't believe it. And these walls are high, so if a child falls off that onto paving, they're breaking something. So that's not safe. Where's the chip sandwich? Yeah, there's no chip sandwich here. Hi, Despair! Kids are dumb. Yeah, they can be. Definitely they can be. Peanut butter sandwich. The thick sweetness lingers in the mouth. Okay. Pickle sandwich. Potato salad sandwich. Egg sandwich. Interesting. Oh, no. No, 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 no. I do not want to eat. Why am I always doing that? There's Squavit sleeping. Wait, can you guys see that? You can't because of the chat. Let me just... There's Squavit sleeping on top of the extractor fan there at the top. That's adorable. What do you get when you mix a Rotom with a microwave? This is fruit, right? What? Turns it into a heat Rotom. Oh, there we go. Huh. Oh, that's why they were asking. Lol. Yeah, I can see the anxiety of like, is this actually fruit? Can I blend it? Oh. Ah, thank you, J-Man. Who's calling me? I hacked your smartphone so I could talk to you. Hope you don't mind. Is it Penny? Oh, Cassiopeia. But never mind that. It's you I want to talk about. I hear you're a trainer with serious potential. If that description is accurate, there's something I'd like to ask of you. You know about Team Star, right? Great, I appreciate you being upfront here. Team Star is a group of troublemakers formed by some academy students a while back. They cause headaches for the school and try to bring other students down to their level. I refuse to sit idly by and let them get away with it. So I've come up with a plan to bring down Team Star and force them to disband for good. I call it Operation Starfall. Did I miss the birthday? It was yesterday, Cam. My birthday was yesterday. But it's all good. I'll need allies to carry out this operation, and I'd like you to be one of them. Yeah, why not? No worries, no worries. In 3 days. But I probably don't need to tell you. It's Leslie's birthday. No need to reply right this second. We can discuss the details some other time. Till then, I'll leave it to you. Bye! Thank you, Cam. I hope you're doing well. Both y'all be Scorpios. Yeah, very close together. Keep your voice down if you're making calls within the school. Yeah, sure, guy. You don't want anyone else overhearing any personal information after all? This guy is so weird. There's so many things we need to be careful about in this day and age. On you go then, young lady. Guy's got balls to the wind. I don't trust him. What kind of wave is that? Is he practicing to be the queen? How's my tato ass been? Yeah, we good. I recently became a full-time streamer because the company I was working for just poofed out of existence. So I was like, let me try this thing thang. So yeah, that's what we're doing now. I don't really know what I was supposed to be doing. I also still haven't figured out how to use this other motherfucker. The Miraidon. Poofed out of existence? Ah, no, it's all good. I stayed, as far as I'm concerned, like very positive about the whole situation. It's the Violet book, the mysterious purple tome. Do you want to read it? The heck? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Oh my. That's a lot of fucking chapters to go through. I ain't sitting here reading shit. Let's go outside. Oh, I have to explore the academy? Goddamn. Yeah, it was a whole lot of drama. It was a whole lot of drama when the company just poofed out of existence, but it's okay. No need to be negative and sad about it, because what, I'm just wasting my own time then, because nothing will come of it, you know. So pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and just get back in there. Since I was doing the streaming thing anyway, I was just like, yeah, let me do it. Let me push, let me see if I can do the thing. And I'm doing the thing, and enjoying the thing, and working hard. So yeah, it's all good. Wish I was like that company so I could also poof out of existence. The only thing is despair. When things poof out of existence like that, it leaves a lot of people feeling sad, angry, heart sore, you know? It's not a good thing to poof out of existence like that. Look at the Pachirisus up there. What are they doing? They're up to no good. If y'all know squirrels, they're always up to no good. At least the squirrels, yeah. If y'all interested in moving overseas, my company might be able to help. They need people. What did you do in a past life? What do you mean in a past life? You mean like what I did before? I don't know if we're looking to relocate because we have a very old dog. We're actually moving to Cape Town sometime next year. I don't know where they wanted me to explore, to be honest. What happens if I try and go through one of these gates? Oh. Cool. I don't think I should go to the staff room, but sure. You want a Vaporeon? I haven't seen any EVs yet, but yeah, I think for now we're not looking to relocate abroad simply because old dog, but also what the hairstyle? That looks like a road. Girlie's literally got the pavement special in her hair. What is that hair? It's a look. It's an interesting look, that's for sure. So does everyone have a superhero... Wait, in Cape... Oh, wait! Is everyone a superhero slash villain in Cape Town? Wait, why do you say that, Daddy? I'm so confused. The words, Daddy, is not making sense. Why? Wait, why do you say that, though? She looked awesome. Debatable. La Primera. She's got cool practically coming out of her ears. Okay. Oh, because... Oh, I see now. I see, Daddy. Because they wear capes. Yes, let's say they are. Even though capes are a terrible thing to wear. Cape Townians can be assholes. Definitely. Definitely. That said, people in Johannesburg can be assholes. People anywhere could be assholes. Oh no, I've made a mistake. The trainers who reach champion rank are the ones who raise their Pokemon really strong. They're pro-tier battlers. Their moves keep crowds absolutely on the edge of their seats. You have to prove yourself to the Pokemon League to officially get the title of champion. And to do that, you have to do more than just take classes here. You've got to take on 8 Pokemon gyms and win so you can collect their gym badges. Once you've done all that, all that's left is a special test, the champion assessment. Once you pass that, then at long last, you'll be a champion. It's every Pokemon trainer's dream, the coolest title anyone could ever hope to get. Not to brag or anything. Nemona, you are specially bragging. I reached champion rank during our last treasure hunt, you know. Oh, the treasure hunt is a special independent study thing we've got here. Should happen soon. Our last one started not long after the beginning of the school year. It's great. You get to leave school to go and have an adventure and learn however you want. I guess you could say my journey to becoming a champion was the treasure I found. Maybe. I don't know yet if it's the answer I'm looking for. She's so dramatic. Goddamn. Hi, Miyuki! Did you jam Pokemon Unite? Ah, I did, like, in the beginning. I haven't played it for months, though. You're prepping for night shift? 4 hours of sleep? Oh my goodness. Shit. Also, Miyuki, thank you for your very sweet birthday message. Why does everyone look like they've taken inspiration for their hair from Dragon Ball? Yeah, their hair is a little bit much. I've got a feeling I'd be able to get even stronger if you and I were both working at it. The one standing there by the bookcase is clearly an important NPC. She's got jewelry on. Let me go ahead and save the gym's locations in your map in case you decide to go for it. Shit. No, it's fine. I only watched it earlier today. No worries, Cam. The Pokemon gym location has been added to your map app. Yeah, I watched it a little while ago, Miki. It was very, very sweet. Give it some thought. Some thought. Riolu! Ding dong dong ding! Oh my god. I just want to go talk to the lady with the crazy hair in the background there. That's not who. Okay, I can't talk to the Riolu. Can I talk to her? Him? Oh my god, it's a man. Taking time out of your day to attempt to converse with me? You must be absolutely mad. That's me chatting to anyone who joins my stream. Fucking rude, mate. Cool, well... I guess I can only go one place. I think it was Guy? Wasn't it Guyfoot? I have no idea, to be honest. That memory's already been cleansed from my mind. Have you been playing, by the way, Miki? Okay. My character. You don't have a sweetie! Oh, butts. I don't know why I thought you did have one. What's going on here? Oh! This guy. You don't have a lot of games you want to play on it, so it wasn't worth the investment. I mean, fair enough. Ray plays like all of the Pokemon games. I have Animal Crossing and Breath of the Wild, which I still need to play at some point. The professor is in fact a graduate of our fine academy, as well as a splendid researcher. What? Man's just jumped out of my pocket. I used to have one when I was still with my ex, but even then I noticed. I didn't play on it enough. Oh, did you sell it, Miyuki? You found Gimmighouls yet? Yeah, I found 3, Professor Henny. I've only like just gotten to the academy now. I found 3 so far. They were kind of annoying to get because you had to like jump up on rocks. Its Pokeball was also originally mine. I assume you received it from a young man called Arvin. I'm no longer in any position to be able to manage that Pokemon myself. This is what I'll ask of you. Will you continue looking after Miraidon on my behalf? Of course. What a dumb question. Am I just gonna say no? Currently incapable of battle. It can, however, take on a form specialized for mobility. It was just some stuff I took and some not. The Switch was one of the things I didn't take. Okay, fair enough. I'm doing good, J-Man. How are you? In all likelihood, it will require some time to fully regain the capabilities it once had. And that's fine. I'll provide you with my contact information if you please get out your phone. I'll be in regular contact going forward to keep tabs on your status. The way that they've done this is very different from the old Pokemon games. Nani? Did what? Cool. Oh! Shit. Getting called into the director's office? How'd you land in that much trouble already? How could you? She's supposed to be my bestie. Your very own private room. Let's go check it out. It's Highlight Girl again. This one? Because she got highlighter hair. An ad is about to start. We're gonna pause here. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the loo. Be good. Behave yourselves. Weapon- no, we don't do weapon banner in this house. Weapon banner is disappointment. So no. Oh! Shotgun? You can just run up to them and shoot them in the face? Where is this guy? Money, 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 money! Make an offering. Uh-oh. I'm being too loud. It's now almost 12 o'clock. I need to... Shh. Listen, Tango, they never say why the power's out. They're like, oh yeah, there's a fault. I'm like, yeah, it's your fault the power's out. Turn it back on. My god.
Kero. Did she just say it once? Kero?
See, but I like it. A pussy tight, pussy free, pussy fresh. No, piss! I had that song stuck in my head earlier today. Oh no. Why you read? Because it was funny.
Alrighty. Oh, save, save, save. Ah. Beautiful. Don't fuck this up. Ah! Ah!
I wonder if the avatar farts. You mean like Aang? Being a windy boy, I wonder if he can just like control his farts. So you just don't hear the squeak. It's just silent but deadly all the way. Sorry about that. I just thought
Got it!
Ah! Dragon! Thank you for the... You did it like as I got back. Thank you, thank you. Wait, like this. Man, my room's getting so dark now. Obviously, because it's night. Yeah, thank you for the gift subbies. I did unmute, right? Yeah, we're good. Who did that go to? Professor Henny, Unleashed Beast, Shasha, J-Man, and Wendell. Thank you, friend. Did you want to do it while I wasn't here? Okay, yeah, I think everything's running. Thank you. It's as new to me as it is to you. Never been in here before. Hi, Jim! I hope you're doing well. Are my captions on, actually? Fuck. They are, okay. I wasn't sure if I still had them on, but it looks like they're working. Hopefully they're showing the correct things. Alright, let's go back. Let's go back. Where were we? You must be pretty worn out from all the stuff happening on your very first day, huh? Quick rest on the bed is all you need to get yourself and your Pokemon healthy again. The plan was to do while you were away. I went to the loo, I got myself more pain pills, and I got myself a cold Lucozade out of the fridge. And then I went and chatted to Ray for a little bit. I thought I was away for a very long time. I was like, rush, 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 rush. I'll see you tomorrow when you've rested up. Then we can battle even more. Oh my goodness. This girl. She's so aggressive. Oh damn, it's a whole ass house. I can make my own food. Is this like a... Oh, that's cute. Can I cook? What's tonight? Ooh, what is tonight? Yeah, fuck it, why not? Oh shit, Muki! For realsies? You didn't tell me? You didn't tell me, but you plugging in my chat, Muke? Does that mean I need to ban you? Am I banning Muke? Is that self-promo, Muke? I can't believe this. Assignments? I literally just came to school and you're already giving me assignments? I just want to go catch Pokemon. What is this? No! Muke, I can't believe you've done this. Muke. You unmodded yourself. Not again, Muke. Oh my goodness, I can't believe you've done this, Muke. Man, I'm trying to look at the emote. That isn't a possum, right? Oh my goodness. They're all opossums. Oh my god. I love that. Yeah, it's very strange. It's very strange that a person could unmod themselves, but thank god, you know, in some situations it's useful. Schoolyard, apparently. I hate that I'm kind of stuck. It's supposed to be like open world. Jargon banned Muke, reason self-promotion and being a little shit. Man, that's so funny. Can't believe you done this. Oh shit, this guy's been talking. Whoops. I wasn't even pushing buttons. This shit was just going on. You got the foam sword again? I mean, if you don't want it, you can remove it. But if you remove it again, it's gone. Everyone's hair in this game is so poof. Only the important characters have poofy hair. So much hairspray. Oh my god. Yeah, they have really poor air quality here, and it's because of all the hairspray. This guy, I hate his hair. I don't know why his hair irritates me. Look at these itty bitty little kids around us. Yay! What is going on? Spot the relevant characters? Yes. No wonder all the animals are so mutated. This is just normal. They have like evolution, evolved hair. Words are hard, man. What is that? Hair? Cyclizard? What? Cool, so that's exactly where I'm gonna go. I wanna know, when can I use my Miraidon, bro? Let's see, I just wanna... That's not the button I thought it was. There we go. Okay, cool. I like how the music goes down when you crouch. Is it to help you focus? Turn down the volume so you can focus. I've got to get a new notebook. Okay, cool. Treasure? Since it's your first time, come on, let's walk and talk. I don't want to walk, woman. Her frames? Do you mean like her glasses, or was it a PowerPoint presentation? Because yeah, there's a lot of that. Oh, okay, so it's not stuffy and just like classes the whole time. I was worried. I was like, do I actually have to do like forced Pokemon classes? Oh, okay, yeah, so yeah, there's a lot of PowerPoint presentation animation in this so far. You'll see like people in the background or Pokemon in the background that just like... What's left of Twitter is super mad about that. Yeah, I can imagine. The thing is, apparently Twitter's not actually going down. It's just that they're kind of closing the doors until the 21st. So I don't know what's happening with Twitter. Whatever is happening doesn't seem to be good, but you know. Your friend's map app lets you set your self-destinations. I did know that, actually. Fucking Arvin. Shut up, man. They lost like 88% of the workforce. They did. Which is why I think they are closing the doors for a couple of days to try and like handle things. Oh, shit. Or deal with things. I don't really know what's happening. In any case, it's not that they're closing Twitter. They were just closing the doors for a bit or something. But yes, I feel like Twitter's going to be in limp mode and a little bit broken for a while. It'll be interesting to see if it survives all this. Searching for Titan Pokemon. Okay, so these are like my two friends, I guess. I've got the overachiever and the underachiever. Musk gave them the current workers a choice to stay or not. Really? Holy shit. It's surprising that anybody stayed, actually. And I read today that Twitter was not doing well financially. Like, before Musk. It was not doing well financially. And like, people say that maybe something weird is going on. So, I don't know. It feels like a reality show. It doesn't feel like real life. That he spent so much money to buy Twitter and now he's just fucking it up. I'm just like, is this a video game? Can we go back to the last quick save? Because I don't like the outcome of this this chapter. Can we just redo the chapter? So basically, I have like 4 or 5 different things. We are living in a weird simulation. Yeah, we've gone on like one of the side paths that is kind of weird. So we've got this. We've got the gyms. We've got the food thing. Cheese and rice. There's a lot of things to do in this game. But obviously I need to do everything right. The toxic crew mood. Gasp! How do they... I want that to be Penny. Like shy and awkward in person, but actually mastermind hacker. I hope we get to see Penny again though. Cool. Sandwich! Hey! It's my little Robro! The Brobot emerged because someone mentioned a sandwich and he wants a sandwich. You see guys, this is why we didn't feed him the phone. Arvin looks like a JoJo character. It's true actually. He does. Ah, there we go. Finally. B button to have a jump allowing you to leap over obstacles, and the plus to get off and walk. Nice. Let's go! Fuck yeah. Some kind of weird cyclizar. Man, I wanna see Arvin's face again so you guys can see the JoJo-ness. His fucking overdramatic multicolored hair, multi-layered colored, multi-everything hair, and his eyes. He's just missing the pose. Everybody gets a Cyclizar and you are just there with your high-tech cooler dragon. It's true. Well, the treasure hunt encourage students to set out on their own and learn for themselves, decide where you want to go. Okay, cool. Oh, he puts his little leggies up. Oh my god, that's amazing. There are mass outbreaks occurring. That sounds like a them problem. Your phone can reveal your past lives to me. I'm good, thanks, lady. I just want to go out and find Pokemon. How to know you're not the main character in your own story. You're writing a Cyclones song. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. You have the plain motorcycle lizard. You're not special. Whoa, actually that's really cool. Can I... You can pick stuff up on... Okay, cool. Show off. Nice. Okay, so hold on. What is this? No, I just want to know what it is, man. Are those like the bad guys? Oh shit, the bed. Oh my god, that's huge. Oh my goodness. This place is massive! Okay, so I've been like in this area. What is this? Your house? Oh, these are just important. Are these like the thug boys that we have to fight? Gym badge, bug. Okay. Huh, wait, what was this? Oh, and it shows you the Pokemon there? Is this like a person you can battle? You've arrived? Oh, that's where I am. Lol. Was that my face? Yeah, the jump's pretty... Oops. The jump is pretty cool, I think. Because he's got his little leggies, right? So he just like... takes his leggies out to do the jump. He looks like a frog, actually. Just a sec. Yep. I got a custard slice. Gosh, my room is so dark. But Ray's mum put Astros on it because she wanted it to be like confetti, basically, like colorful. Oh, there's Bounce Sweet like right in front of me. Let's oh, what did I do something? How did I miss these before? Because I tried to catch everything earlier. Everything I could find, at least. Astros for the space buns. I don't want this thing to die, so... Oof! Splash! I should probably buy more Pokeballs. It's new banner time. Are you gonna be rolling, Joggin? Christopher Jamestopher 89. Hello. Thank you for your very sweet message, by the way. I watched the video earlier. Shit, I should have made that the banana one. It's fine. I'll wait for another Pokemon. No, thank you. It was a sweet message. Do you know why? Because anyone can just wish you happy birthday and say happy birthday. But it's a meme. It's a meme between us to have like that short, you know, like CJ89. So I feel like he put thought into it. I think he was trying to make it a meme. Which it was, you know. At least that's how I saw it. It was intended to be like that. And that's what made it special. Oh, Jesus. What the heck? Aggressive Hoppip? You wanna fucking go, mate? What the hell? GG-san! You did think about it, thank you. I was trying not to cry the whole time. And then there was 2 messages that like broke me. But the whole time I was like, no crying. It's a happy thing, not a sad thing. But it was very sweet. Yeah, we like Happy Tears. Happy Tears is okay. The little legs when he stops moving. So cute. Metal Claw? Oh, shit, bitch. Full heal. Okay, wait. I need to find a place to go. Okay, so that's showing me what Pokemon are here. Maybe if I mark this. Or I mark something like far away. Maybe I can just make my way there. Let's start here, maybe. Wait, no. How do I do this? It even turns you around. That's pretty cool. I didn't want to make you cry. I cried anyway. It was a group effort. You all made me cry. What were the messages? You didn't get to see anyone else's messages? So there was a message from Puggy, who's like one of my oldest friends. And then there was also a message from Little Amazon. Oh, the underside of my tongue is so sore, man. Dying on the inside currently. I remain strong for most of the time. It's just like when their messages popped up, made me cry. But there's messages from all kinds of people. You meant to make me cry? What the heck? Nice. Oh, that was 2. I hope there's another fruit Pokemon, otherwise I'm gonna have to go catch another Bounsweet for banana. What is that? What are those? What are these? Oops. I'm getting close to it. Where is it exactly? Oh, I kind of need to go up. Up there? Okay. That looks like a good spot. Leperberry. Okay. His jump is not that... Oh! Is that a Litleo? And Slack... This is Slacking up there? No, 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 no. Not you. So aggressive. Relax. Oh, I didn't even need to. What is this though? Honey, honey, thank you for the lurkies. Yeah, it was a very, very sweet thing to do. Rumpeldeer, swap demon crystals. Oh, raid battle? No, 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 no. That's a young goose. I'm good, thanks. Oh, I obtained something just for interacting with it. I mean, it's a 1-star. I guess it shouldn't be difficult, but like at the same time, no thank you. I thought that was going to be something else, but I guess those are the raid battles. Well, I guess I wanna get up here though. Where is that? Is there actually a path up there? No, it's the same part where I was trying to get up. But you can't. I thought this thing could fly. Apparently not yet. Okay. Is there another way up there? Doesn't look like it. I don't know how you're supposed to get up there. Maybe it's only for later. Yeah, it looks kind of or not restricted. It looks restricted. Looks like I can go in here though. Ooh, you want Yae? Are you gonna be rolling for her now? Say Hassan's name for 3 times for luck. Yeah, it works. Oh, I guess, can I come this way? Where am I currently? Oh. I'm here? Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, maybe let's go to this place. Oops. I think it was here. Yeah. Cool. Well, let's go mark this and see if we can go there. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, I can just fly? That's great. You used all of your rolls and didn't say his name and she didn't come home, but it's early and I'm guaranteed. You got C6 Hazel? Oh my god. Jealous. I'm jealous. Bam, 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 bam. Level 1? Oh man, is that on NA? Or EU? Ew. No resource gang? Alright. You use B button to crouch. When you're crouched down in tall grass, it'll become harder for wild Pokemon to notice you. You can get close to Pokemon without it noticing. Then throw a Pokeball using the arrow button, catch it off guard. You'll be able to act first in the battle, giving you a nice advantage. Oh! Thank you. She's always giving fucking useful tips. Bless her. God. This is really good. But there's no way you're 30. Hydro Boy, listen here. I will fight you. I will fight you, sir. I was born in 92. Therefore, if you do the quick math, I am 30. But yes, thank you, Hydro Boy. It was yesterday. Hi, Mad Bunny! Everyone is 20 plus on NA? Oh, I see, I see. I mean, I have most of my characters at 90. There's a handful at 80, 70, and then the rest are all at 50. But I have more characters at 90 than I do at 50. 23, 25 max. Yeah, a lot of people say that. It's a little bit funny. But yes. 92 gang! Thank you, Bunny! I don't like not having. So I normally just buy a couple of each. I'm like, what are the chances that I'll need both? Yeah, this should be fine. I'd like to sell. Do I have anything to sell? I have ham and butter. I have a... Oh shit, I have a bunch of things. Stardust. This is a thing that you sell. Nice. What are those? Oh, those are materials. Those are TMs that I've picked up. I almost never use these things. I've never got that into Pokemon that I've had to use them. 54 characters now? No thanks. I mean, fair, Joggin. The thing is, like, you have all the characters, I don't. So I can understand that. I'm not building anyone again, probably, until I get Kazuha, Shenhe, or a Dendro character. Like, those are the only new characters that I would get. Someone had some good skincare routines in high school. Me? No, I didn't. I did not. Actually, Hydro Boy, I have terrible skin. My skin is always in a state of despair or disrepair, one of them. So, yeah. 6 hours left. Hassan, I don't know if I'll be able to do 12 hours today. Today is a bad day to be a woman, I guess. Who did you pick as your starter? I went for Sprigatito, the little kitty. Also, it's currently load shedding, so I don't have another screen to read chat on, so I'm just reading on my phone. Yeah, I picked the kitty cat. How are you enjoying it? Thinking of getting in December after exams? That's very clever, actually. So far, I'm really enjoying it, Hydro Boy. There's a lot of, like, it feels like there's a lot of dialogue. And, like, you know my concentration span is not there. But, yeah, so far, it's a lot of fun, and it's quite nice. I think sometimes the graphics are a little bit janky, but it seems very interesting. Arvin! It's always a bad day to be a Hassan. Your skin is dead? Oh, Hassan. You never cared about it? I mean, to be fair, that's a lot of people. But you are still very young, Hassan. So I would say if you can, try to take care of it. At the very least. Just with a wet, like, washcloth. And then moisturize. Just those two things. I have, like, one long piece of hair that's bothering me. Oh, wait, that went over my headset now. Oh my gosh. This is the worst timeline. There we go, it's fine. The last couple games have had major amounts of dialogue. I'll be honest, I was so excited when I played Sword, I don't really remember. If you find a Titan... Oh my goodness. He's saying that like you'll just run into them. Please no. And thank you for the hug, Hassan. Yeah, I took painkillers just now. They might take a little while to kick in. I'm always bad at remembering to take them. And then by the time I need them, I'm too miserable to get up and get pills. It's kind of annoying. It's an annoying habit I have. They need to consider doing voices now instead of just subtitles. I wonder if they would change that. A float stone reduces the weight. That's weird. Ooh. You think he can jump that far? Whoops. That is not what I meant to do at all. No, fuck. God damn it. What is that, a Rookidee? Rookidee's nuts. Sorry. I honestly can't stop it from happening. It just... What is this? It's a little poo! With a rock in it. Let's go. Uh-oh. I'm scared to use a grass attack because I feel like it's gonna die. Maybe it won't? Let's risk it for the biscuit, actually. One of these is a weaker attack.
Would you like a cup of water?
Because you look thirsty as fuck right now. Listen, Hydro Boy, I appreciate you. I have got water here. Are you sick? In the head, Hassan? Or like physically? So I'm not sick. As such. It's... I don't wanna say something weird. It's what I call Shark Week. If you ever hear me talking about Shark Week, you must just know. Like I said, it's not a good time to be a woman when it's Shark Week. Oh, Bullet Seed! Yes, please. I fucking love Bullet Seed. You can Google Shark Week. Is it safe though? Because I feel like if he Googles Shark Week, he's gonna get something completely different. Wants to forget sleep powder? But I want sleep powder. Ew! What do you mean, ew? You're married, llama. Don't even. Don't at me. I want to keep poison powder. Of course it's safe. It'll be the shark shows on Discovery. That's why I thought. That's why I was like, he's not going to be learning the right thing if I say Shark Week. Also, yes. Did I hear you ask Hassan if he was sick in the head? No, no, no. Because Hassan said, are you sick? And I was like, maybe sick in the head. So it's me. I'm sick in the head. I don't know. I kind of like this one. I don't know. I don't know if I want to get rid of. I want at least one Pokemon with sleep powder. I can always get it on another Pokemon, I guess. For now, because Hoppip is joining us on our travels. I would never say to another person that they're sick in the head unless they actually are. If they say something like super deranged. Rock Salt Pokemon. Okay, it's not a poo. Cool. Oh, I lost my list. Okay, so we've got Noah's one. Starts with a T. As he is evolving. Ah! Oil filled... Their tail is filled with oil? Bounties are the best celebration? The chocolate? I had to think about that for a second because I was like, what the hell is Llama on about? You heard your name? No, I was just... Oh, Shanks! I was just double checking to see like Pokemon name redeems. You're looking? No worries, no worries. Intimidate? Uh-oh. Don't kill it. Okay, no, we're good. They don't have tubs of celebration? I don't think so. But you can just buy like the bounty bars like by themselves. It's just him and Kaya? What? Why? You said you took painkillers, so I assumed you're sick. Oh yeah, it's just I don't know what you would call it, Hassan. Period. So I have back pain and cramps, if that makes sense. But I call it Shark Week. I can't believe they just have him with Kaya. Why? I feel like there's so many other better ways to use a child. To use child. I really don't like that name. I just think it's weird as a name. Would you like to give him a nickname? Actually, do you know what? Is this a cat? Bounty sucks? Oh! I'm disowning you, Noah, for saying that. It is a normal thing, but I wasn't sure what you would know it as, Hassan, because people call it different things. Is Shanks a cat? Shanks is a cat, right? Because it turns into like a big lion. I think this is our Odite. And he gets to be a very big, cool kitty cat when he evolves. Now, if I didn't already have a very cute... Oh no, I scuffed it. Imagine I didn't notice. Oh, like monthly cycle? I mean, fair enough. That is what it is. We're just gonna put him in the box because I actually don't have space in my party because I already have that other electric Pokemon. Feline Pokemon. Fantastic. The baby form is very cute and then it evolves and it's badass. Like, fangs! What the fuck? Did we just pull its teeth out? What the hell, man? There's more poop rock Pokemon. Spoink! Boink, 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 boink. I love this Pokemon. Okay, we've done Panda, Odite, Yaku. So it's just Noirs and then Banana. Growl. I think we can hit it again. Just don't crit. That was spicy. If you are single, it's a unicycle. Why? Because there's only one person on it. Shark Week gave you sussy results. Nah, how did it give you sussy results? It's jargon learning. Spoink! You know what? Google Translate has actually not been so bad. In recent years, they've really improved their translation. There's a young goose, another Spoink. I need to get a Rookie nuts, but... Let me go get it before I... Because Lord knows I'm going to forget. Oh, and there's a ball. Well, just as well I went back. Hey, Rookie D. Rookie Doos. Who wants to be my friend? Oh, there's a little buggy. Hello! Gimme ghouls. Does anybody want to be my friend, my pal? No? You want to be my friend? Yeah? It has a lot of user input now. Oh! That helps then, I guess. Definitely. Yeah, we're gonna have to scratch. Ooh! Power trip? Don't crit! Okay, we're good. Ow! Don't do that. Oh! Maku! Makuhita? Release me! Release me! Yes, 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 yes. No nickname. Send to boxes. Release me. I need to stop accidentally sneaking up on things. Oh, I don't have much health. Whoops. Uh-oh. Let me actually... I've never tried this when the bar's still green, but let's give it a shot. It's only a level 10, right? What's the worst that could happen? Ayo! I'll take that. Because I wanted to heal my baby. Nice. A name? No. Send to boxes. Oh, that was adorable. Boy. There we go. Alright. I love when I get excited for something. Because it's the only one I've seen in that area. And then I like immediately go and catch it. And then something else spawns immediately afterwards. I'm like, cool. This is fine. There's another Shinx, a Yangoose. Rookidee. I forgot to ask Professor Henny if he's playing. Young gooses? Young geeses? Was that everything here? A tunnel? Oh. Oh, Hariyama? No ways, bro. Oh my god, in the wild. Chonka donks. Let's go, buddy. Not just any tunnel. I forgot to heal. Is this gonna kill it? Fuck. A secret tunnel through the mountain. I don't know the song. I can't remember. Ah, she got a little flower crown. Whoa. Please don't kill it. Oh, did like nothing. Did like fuck all. That's fine. They don't remember it either? Oh. Yo. This guy's tough, man. You know, I thought that was gonna happen. Sorry, Kitnip. Sorry, little baby. I'm gonna try my luck though. Wait, I got rid of the sleep powder. Oh. Why am I like this? What beats fighting? Hiyo doodles. Is your power back? Or did you just wake up? Psychic? I don't have any psychic. Also, Henny, are you playing? Flying also is not bad. Okay, let me do flying because I do have flying. I have a boib. Your power didn't go off? Actual scam. Super effective. I think I might need to run away. This guy is too... He basically said, fuck you, fuck off, and then yeeted. A Pokédoll! Cool. Oh. Oh my goodness.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Still trying. You got C1, Layla? Oh man. I'm so jealous. Oh, nice. Henny, which one did you go for? Man, that Hariyama was so fucking tonky. Holy shit. Did you go for Violet or just through here? Was that a... Oh, it's a Shinx. It's such a cute noise. This one? You have both, but Violet is your favorite? Ah, I see, I see. Shinxies. Oh, is that a Happiny? Hi! Hello, little baby! Oh, that's adorable. Don't kill her. Oh, Jesus! Gosh. That was stressful. You like all things purple? I mean, fair. She's probably going to be on my freeze team. Oh, that's really cool. How many gym badges you got? I got none. I have none. Aww. That's so cute. ASMR? I can. Did it work? What? Is it working? Siri not working. It's fine, I'll just set a timer on my phone. I don't know why Siri's misbehaving, but it's okay. Normally he's a very good boy, so it's okay. It's okay if you misbehave sometimes. This guy looks like a knob. Miguel, the student, he's got very angry eyebrows. Is your electricity gone? It is at the moment, Asanya. Crab roller. Hey. Very punchable face, definitely. He does have a very punchable face. Ow, you bastard. Stop your cuck. Hey, yo. Slam. I guess we can get rid of Splash since we can't even use that for anything. This is fine. Why did he look surprised? Oh my god, I found the council meeting of the Shinxes. I love seeing the different sized ones as well. That's so cute, man. There's so many. Bless them, they're so cute. They're adorable. This doesn't seem like a safe place for children to go. Shiny boys. This is lacking here. Ah, that didn't work the way I wanted it to. Oh, no. Damn it. That was a mistake. I don't want to fight you guys. Let me run away. Nice. Oops. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It was an oopsie. I thought I'd be able to jump over the thing, but it was like, nope. I'm just not good at jumping, apparently. Oh, no! Bro. Am I still sitting on my... Oh my god, you don't get off the thing? That's amazing. Mounted combat. Cookie tea. What's this? Is this a cave? Oh, it's just a tunnel. Oh. Oh, Jesus. That gave me a hell of a fright. I'm just minding my own business, trying to explore. And these little Pokemons is everywhere. Oh, I'm back at the beginning. Pikachu! I just went shopping for sandwich ingredients and I bought more than I could use. Mind taking some? Thanks! Try making some nice tasty sandwiches. A picnic's not a picnic without them. I'm just pressing weird buttons now. Pokemon's in my Pokemon game? Yeah, exactly. I like accidentally turned music on and I was trying to unmute my mic, but I pressed like a series of incorrect buttons and I got to the wrong page. And my cow? Goddamn. Yeah, fuck it, let's... Oh, it's like a healing thing? Oh, I thought we'd be able to get to see like a picnic thing. Aw, that's so cute. Your Terra Orb is all charged. Oh shit, I forgot about that. You a new kid? Why? Do you want to fucking go, mate? Here's another council meeting. This time it's just for everyone in the area. It's for the whole neighborhood. Oh, there's a little cave there. Oh. Yeah, he does want to go. I'll go fight him in a bit. I just want to see what this is, if it is anything. I don't think it is, to be honest. What is the first Pokemon game you played? Honestly, I don't remember. I'm almost sure that I've played at least all of the generations at least once. Not one, once. I've played all of the generations at least once. I don't know if I always finished it or like fully completed everything. But I didn't have any kind of the Nintendo consoles growing up. But I played on emulators when I was younger, because I had a PC. Where am I? Oh, do I need to jump up there? With the bike. Llama! Not during load shedding! How? How could you? You're not allowed to make that kind of joke during load shedding because I can't check easily. You muted me because of ASMR? How dare you? To be fair, I didn't say too much because I was like busy focusing on what I was doing. Your first was yellow for Game Boy Original. Oh, I see, I see. You enjoyed Pokemon Orange, Dragon? I mean, that sounds about right. Oh, Makahita's coming to watch. Martina's got a really angry looking face. Arokuda. Weird, but okay. How dare you? Rest in fucking pieces, stinky fish. What does that mean? What do you mean? Pokemon Orange? That was legit hilarious, was it? Your Pokemon just got thrashed. That was not hilarious, friend. Oh my goodness. That person's got a very weird idea of what hilarious is. Thank you for the lurkies, Yoda. Oh, it's just a rookie D. Sparkle, sparkle, twinkle, twinkle. Yeah? Orange, it's like Pokemon Light Blue with a dash of green. I'm sure Professor Henny knows that one. Oh, thank you, Daddy. I hope you're doing well.
What's poppin'?
Don't mind me, just watching. Let's not dance this dance. Thank you very much.
Would you like a cup of water?
Because you look thirsty as fuck right now. Thank you, thank you. Ja, je Vilmos. Mm-hmm. The audacity. I'm just gonna say that now. The sheer audacity. Unbelievable. Yeah, that's what you get. The audacity to say audacity 5 times. Did I say audacity? Now we're all bruisey and loosey. You're lucky that it's only bruisey and loosey and not deady and weddy. Motherfucker. I honestly couldn't think of anything. I was just like, fuck this guy. Fuck you to heck, man. Ooh, shiny boy. Energy root. Blessed. Whoops. Whoop, 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 whoop. Ooh, The jumping's kind of hard to get the hang of. But so is the movement. Honestly, it would have been faster if I had, like, dismounted and then done it, but you know. Oops. Wrong button. The new Rattata? Yeah, they're everywhere in the beginning. There is no peace. Only problems. Is that how Pommy walks? It like kind of like waddles a little bit. Oh my god. It just gets cuter and cuter. What's cracking, homie? Don't mind me. Just passing through here. Nest ball. Oh, that's adorable. Cool. I just went in a circle there, which means I can carry on beyond my merry way. Is there something back here? No. Ah! Not gonna lie, this little bike dude's pretty cool. Oops. What's everyone's favorite Pokemon? This guy. In case you couldn't tell from my sub badges and my bit badges. Bulbasaur. He was sitting with me earlier as well. How visible is he? Not really. How was he sitting earlier? Like this? Oh, I think my hands were around the front. Yeah, like this. The lighting is so bad currently. Are we battling? Alicia? I thought this was a man's. Igglybuff. Your favorite is Clefairy since you what the fuck, man? Yeah, Catnip, go! Good baby. She looks like she's wearing Crocs. But it looks like she also wants to fight me. Whoa, that was a lot of money. Thanks, Alicia. Much appreciated, lady. What is that? Fucking aggressive, whatever it is. Oh, what is it? What is that? Charcadet? He's gonna absolutely fuck up my Sprigatui, but you know. Oh, Jesus. Don't hit too hard. Sorry, boo-boo. No! Let's not take a chance. This guy looks fucking cool, though. Defo catch that? Yeah, is it the only one? Uh-oh. Sorry, boo-boo. Because of the way the movie and TV... Ah. Yeah, we'll bring out Ezzy. Hold on. That's quite strong. Maybe if we can get a quick attack off on Fletchling, actually. Yeah, I came home! Congrats, Misaki! That's wonderful. She's an amazing character. Now she matches your tattoo, right? Yeah, let's try again. He looks like a little knight. It's very fucking cute. You spent money to get her? Fair enough. Oh, shit, man. You wanna relax, dude? Why are you so difficult? Holy shit. Please don't kill it. Yes, brew. All you need to do is survive, Fletchling. Fuck. You had one job, mate. God. Okay, never mind. You had to get your baby? I agree. I agree. Sometimes it's worth it. I almost clicked run. Yo. He showed me his butt and then, okay. I'm kind of tempted to use the Great Ball. Really? No, oh, I'm very excited. I'm putting him into my party. No! Nuzzle! What's Nuzzle do? Paralyzes? Hell yeah. Charcadet? Fire Child Pokemon? Not gonna give him a nickname for now. The auto battle thingy is superior. Oh, like throwing your Pokemon out? Definitely add to my party. Sorry, Fletchling. Very fucking cool. Quite like that one. Like, if I do this? Oh, Catnip's fainted. Man, I hate when my Pokemon faint. It makes me so sad. Wait, there's an auto heal. There we go. You want to play this? But Switch is very expensive. He failed once and got replaced. No, I've had Fletchling basically since the beginning. But I really wanted a different fire Pokemon. And that guy seemed pretty tonky. This little cutie was an instant add to my party as well. Stayed with me through the whole game. Oh, I love that. Yeah, he seems really cool. Just his design. Like, when I saw him from a distance, I was like... Who the fuck? What the fuck is that? I keep pressing the wrong button. There we go. Hee. I don't have one of these yet. GG's Hassan! What are you up to at the moment? What does this do? No. Oh yeah, you need to go to the airport. Whoop. Your Picking up Tato at the airport? Yes. Imagine failing to yawn. How embarrassing. Just go home at that point. Oh shit! That's fine, Gulpin, because you're gonna get caught now anyway. That's so far, yeah. Jargon's not in New York City. Ooh, ooh, ooh! Got him. Drive for out to see my friends from other side of the world. Could not. Gulpin these nuts. Yeah? Do you know what, actually? Where is it? Banana best fruit. I hope it fits. Oh, hold on. Helps if you... I don't know if it'll fit, actually. But maybe we'll make it banana best. Because it looks like it's a 12 character limit. Banana... Banana best. We'll make it capital B. Oops. Oops. There we go. Because, yeah, we can't fit... Can't fit fruit. Because he's got a banana on his head. And he's also a stomach Pokemon. So he knows best about what fruit is the best, you know? That completely makes sense. So that was definitely... That Pokemon was made for banana. Nice, buddy. Ayo. Oh yeah, he still has poison on him. Shit. Oh, sorry, baby. Let's fix that. Oh! Not quite. I don't have a smaller heal, do I? I guess it would just be berries. Oh, 10 PP? Let's see. We got all of these bad boys. Oh, there was a thing here. I could have just healed my Pokemon. What an idiot. What a dummy ass. This is fine. Sometimes we have to make some mistakes to learn. It's okay to make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes.
2 hours later.
I think. What the heck? How could you? Oh yeah? If you select your profile, you'll find various records from your adventure. You can also check your profile picture and trainer icon. Updated freely by taking photos with the camera app. Oh. Where was that? I definitely read what she said, but I don't remember now. Lol. Oh wait, can I access my boxes? Oh my goodness. Wait, what? Have we always been able to do this? I want to move the special, like the named ones. It's gonna be a while before they get put in there. There's Odite. Oh shit, my phone's low. But load shedding should be over soon-ish, I hope. Yeah, I think we're fine actually. Hey yo! Been having some nice battles? Hello there, I'm a Pokemon League rep. Been having some nice Pokemon battles. You've defeated 4 trainers. Once you defeat 6, you'll get a prize. Time to go look for people to fuck up. Oh? Arvin! The Sonic Titan likes to look somewhere in this rocky area. I had to look around, but I couldn't find any trace of it. High up on a cliff? Don't go falling off cliffs. Oh my gosh. Let me live my life, dude. I'm looking for people to battle. There's a Spoink just nooming it up the cliffside there. Cool. I love the jump animation. Very cool. Battle me, for I am mighty. Okay. The office worker. Oh my goodness. A Jigglypoof. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, I guess just... Let's do Fire Spin. I want to see what this looks like. Is he gonna have a candle on his head? Yeah, it's just a... So what? Does the Chandelier Pokemon also get a chandelier on its head? Stockpile? Getting closer to your Pokemon? What do you mean? Like the Pokemon you're using, or...? Wait, did he not do the Fire Spin, or did he do it? And I missed it. He must have done it, right? Oh, oh, that's so pretty. Holy shit. Oh, it's just raising its defense. Gross. Oh! Burn it! Hehe. Sus! What did it spit at me? The one I wanted you to name after me? Ah! How are you streaming without electricity, Tato? With great determination. With great determination. No, I have an inverter. Ah yes, thank you, Cupcake. I have an inverter. So... I can power some things. It started as an investor. Ray's hand cranking the electricity box. Yes. Yo, this Jigglypuff! Can you relax? Oh! The floor was broken again. How was that a critical hit? Oh my goodness. Yes, guys, this is rough. He's whacked out two of my Pokemon. Magikarp's just here for the ride, you know. Good thing the thing is right there, so I can just go heal them, but holy shit. investing. Why is Pokemon Red so grindy? I mean, that all of the games were like that, right? Okay. Please don't bring out something else. I'm done fighting you, sir. Skiddo? I don't know what Skiddo is. It's a goat. I don't have anything to counter Skiddo because my boy died. It's fine. Let's see. Cool. Old gen games feel more grindy. Maybe they were. Cool. I'm gonna switch Pokemon now. The ground just breaking every time is great. Oh! Okay. No, man. The audacity. Leftovers! Oh my goodness. Stop! I haven't actually played Genshin today now that I think about it. Hey! This guy is tough, holy shit. Yo, I am having a time. Oh! Did you guys see the electricity come back on? While I'm doing that. I'm just rearranging my stuff so I can, What was this one again?
It's electric. Boogie woogie woogie.
Oh my gosh. I can finally... Let's see. Okay, we're still waiting for that. And then... What's happening here? Did the slam work? It doesn't look like it. Fuck. Well, I wasn't expecting that, I guess. This is rough. This is real rough. Oh, the Skiddo! This is actual mad shit. Let's go, Panda! Carry us to victory, you little cutie. Okay, cool, thanks. Okay. Is that the chat that I want, though? I don't think it is. What does this do again? Fuck it, let's try. Jesus, this thing's tanky. As all hell. I just want to test and see if I opened the right chat. I didn't. Okay, let me close this quick. I have like 2 different chats, but only one of them shows the BTTV emotes. Where is it? Why can't I see it? Huh? Oh, here it is. There we go. It's the Stream Elements one. Fuck. Okay. This guy's thoroughly whipping my ass. I'm gonna heal, but... don't know how much it will help, honestly. He's just gonna whack me for the same amount of damage. Yeah. Yeah, that didn't help at all. Fuck. Did the poison... did I try that poison? I don't know if I did. I don't think so. Ah, guy! He's gonna wipe me out at this stage. Because he keeps healing himself with his fucking leftovers. Look at this shit. Oh my god. This guy's tough. I'm gonna sacrifice you. For the boy. Sorry, Magikarp. Needed to happen, man. I have all the butt cancer right now. It's fine. Yeah. Shut up. Oh! No, man! The fuck? Please be serious. I don't know why it's doing that. I don't know if freshwater was 30. That's actually quite nice. Yeah, catnip, go! Stinky goat. Please. What is wrong with this thing? understand. It's just showing like the screen is on. It's like not docked. When it most certainly is. The fuck? I don't know why it's doing this. Like, everything's plugged in. Obviously, it's been working this entire time. Just now, suddenly, it's like, nah, actually. Let's actually put it back on the original charger. I don't know why the other charger is doing, but maybe it's the problem. Cool. Oh, my battery's low? Fuck. Maybe that's why it's being weird? What was I doing? Quick attack. Ow. I'm gonna sacrifice and hope that my boy can finish off. Yeah, good. Waste your attack. Sorry, Catnip. Still fighting this guy? No, he's actually fucking my shit up like royally. Like, look at this shit. I'm just hoping this guy can one-shot, because if he doesn't, he's gonna die. No! Fuck me, sideways on a Tuesday. I've revived so many times against this guy. Oh, you give money away when you lose? Jesus Christ, that's so depressing. I've never lost before. God damn. Don't say that like I didn't just come here for potions. That is my first loss in Pokemon. Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to fight people. Because there's a... You get a reward. If you do defeat them. Oh, shit, man. I guess that's the only problem with the bike. You can't see the Pokemans. What a doucher. I agree. Man, that fucking goat. That shit was tough. I fought this guy, right? Maybe I go find other people in this area to battle. There is nobody though. Whee! Oh, Stantler! Would I? Come here, you. Where you going? You little shit. Oh, he's mad. Oh! There's a boy in the background there. Roadkill? No! We don't have deer as such in South Africa. What was this one? Oh my goodness. I guess the levels are a little bit high for my sweet summer children. No, man! What the f- I don't want to kill this thing, I just want to catch it, but it's being such a shit. Holy crap. Uh-oh. Ah, sorry, poor me. Got sand in your eyes, buddy. Let's see if we can, stun this guy. Never mind. Holy fucking shit. I think my Pokemon are not a high enough level to be here. Because this guy's level 17. Pocket sand? Yeah. The best kind of sand. It's like pocket glitter as well. But it failed, damn it. Oh man, come on. Yeah, fuck, I'm gonna try Pokeballs again. There's a Stantler behind me watching. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Shit, man. No ways, man. This thing's gonna die to fire now because it's being stubborn. And there's a Corvisquire in the background there that I want, but... And there's a fucking Go-Goat, little motherfucker. Actually the most stubborn Pokemon. Yo! Come on, man. Fucking finally, holy shit. This stuff is tough! Shit. Yeah, I think I need to go farm their levels a little bit, because this area is a bit spicy for me. Synthesis? What was Synthesis? I don't know if that's any good. Poison powder, I guess, yeah. The total lack of celebration, because yasses, brew. That was cuck, man. Magical Leaf. Isn't this one that does a lot of damage? I'll be honest, I might get rid of this one because I never actually use it. Yeah, no, that was painful. I want the Pokemon in the background there, but honestly, I can't. Hey, this thing's almost as tall as me. That Stantler is about to die of old age. Same. Holy fuck. Catnip's evolving. Ah! Floragato? That's adorable. Oh my goodness. I'll take that. Cool. Well... they fucking booked it out of there. There's a lot of things I want here, but yeah, fuck it. I can't. I simply am unable to. I'm gonna go attack some small things for a bit until I am a little bit more better equipped to fuck up some other shit. Cause yeah, that was way too much. Whoops. Stardust? And that guy's chasing me? Cool. Ooh. Oh, he's on the sign. Nope, no thank you. I don't want to buy any. I'll come back here for these weak boys. I just want to go heal up and stuff first. Because damn, that was spicy as all hell, man. Hey, Moombas! It's a gold pin. Been having some nice battles? No, shut up, man. I'm taking that a comment personally.
Got him!
Ah! Dragon! That was gift subby for Ario. Thank you, thank you. Ah. Man, she really does give good advice. Thank you, lady. Nice. This is a spicy one. Aw, sorry, boo boo. That one was a little bit tough, hey. How about a spoink? Whoops. How's your performance been with the game? What do you mean by performance? Your map looks like a top-down cheeseburger. Wouldn't that just look like a burger bun, Jargon? If it's top-down? Also, have you been playing Moombas? Ah, that's cool. The FPS. Oh, I've had, yeah, there's a lot of people who look like they are a PowerPoint presentation when they move. I've had the floor disappear sometimes as well. What else? Whoops. Yeah, Rookie Ds are kind of hard to fight, I guess, because they are burbs. He's Naruto running behind me, by the way. He's got a little fluffy tail. I love him. Played a little this morning. There were so many performance issues that it put me off the game. Ah, sorry to hear that. I am, I guess a very easygoing person. Not too phased. Oh, nice. Boy, give me that tasty XPZs. Oh, Jesus, boy. Okay. Aww. Ah! Silly baby. Hmm. Nice. Ah! He be training hard to become the next Hokage, like for realsies, not for plays. Definitely. I lost my ability to use words there for a second. Sorry. Here's a Rookie D's nuts. Because he's electric, so he can just zap these little birdies. What are you fighting? No! My controller's like low battery. How long have I been streaming for anyway? Whoops. Poor me. You silly Billy. 7.5 hours? Hi, Edge. Damn, okay. That's not too bad. Yeah, boy. Go get him them sweet XPs. Hi, Maestro. Oh, shit. He already... Not doing too Gucci, fam. Damn. Okay. He wasn't a fan of fighting that, clearly. Yeah, actually. Oof, maybe not the Shanks, boo-boo. Can fight the little rock fella up here. Yeah. Nice. I'm just getting them XP at the moment. Oh, what are you fighting? Oh, jeez. Oh! Panda is aggressive. Damn, girl. She's going all in. Fuck yeah. She's spicy as hell. It's a weird spot on the wall. Let's see. There's some boys down there, but we don't want to fight those. Yeah, why not? She seemed happy to fight it earlier. Makuhita sweat. Ew. Do they just collect it like in a vial? It's kind of gross. Hi! How's your day 2 birthday going? It's going good, Bubble. Thank you for the birthday wishes, by the way, in the video. Very, very appreciate. I thought yours was quite funny. Yo, Panda! Panda slaps, man. What is the final form of Hop Hip? Because I know there's Jump Bluff, but I can't think. Is that the last one or?
Would you like a couple?
Oh shit! Thank you.
You look thirsty as fuck right now.
Yeah, my power just came back from load shedding a little while ago. Gonna go play some Minecraft. Enjoy. Oh, here's a couple guys. Whoops. Jump love. Oh, it is? Oh, perfect. The blue thing. The blue thing. You're suddenly thirsty? Why? Because of all the salt I've been fighting? Like, Panda is literally... She is so tanky. Look at this. Oh, maybe I'm not against that thing. Oh no, never mind. She killed it anyway. She was like, fuck this bird. Fuck this bird in particular. Panda is thrashing, man. Wow. Oh, it's skip bloom. Skip blooms. Something like that. The other one? I think. That's a Gulpin. Don't know how she'll fare against that. Ooh, it's a bit owie. She did it anyway, though. Damn. Actual powerhouse, this one. Getting chased by Makuhita here. Come save me, please, Panda. Get him! Hop hip, skip bloom, jump love. Yay! Okay. Fuck. That's so cool. I like this kind of like XP grind. It's probably not as much as if you like fought it yourself. I don't know. Not actually sure how much XP you get per fight. Was sent after you mentioned Makuhita Sweat. Oh, sis, Noah. Ugh. Cease! Yeah, sis, she's tanky though. Like, for realsies, not for play. Like, even against the flying things, she fucks that shit up. Oh, what are you fighting? There was nothing there. Oh, shame. Ah! There was something there. She's just like, nope, fuck you. I'm telling you now, Panda is aggressive. In person as well, but she's aggressive with her love. So, you know, it's a different kind of aggressive. So, kind of a nice aggressive. But in this game, she will end you. She doesn't give a fuck. She's like, oh, you're in my way. Squish. Instant squish. Oh my god. Look at you go. Yeah? You wanna find more? Just destroying the local populace here. Ew. Sprigatooey, Sprigatitos. Helping hand. Gonna have so much of the salt because these ones are just easy to kill. What about Pocari Sweat? Yeah, hey. I almost tried it once. I was like, oh, maybe. And then I was like, but what if I hate it? I need to go defeat that guy at some point once I'm stronger. Once I can thrash his Go-Goat, you know. Yeah, shut up, guy. I know. I've already tried to fight you. Got my ass handed to me. First time I lost a battle in Pokemon. I told you guys, I always overlevel. I don't know the taste of defeat. Or I didn't. Oh, Luxray! Oh! sorry, this is Luxio. You can't believe it? Can't believe what? The next one you catch. What am I naming it, Bubble? What is this? This thing's so strong. This is not a smart thing to do for me. How about... Yeah, it's fine. Bubble? I just named it Bubble? Okay. Sorry, Panda. It was the one that we couldn't handle, hey? I see a Murkrow in the background. Just gonna pop another potion on. You're nothing but original. Don't worry, I've named a few after people. I have a Yaku, I have a Odite, I have Panda. It's not very effective. It may be unable to move. Do I just... because he could just paralyze me again, right? What is the... Ow. This might be difficult. Oh! And there's a Litleo in the background? Okay. Very nice. Spark Pokemon. We call this one Bubble. Because we're already here. Bubble. And he's blue as well. So it works. There we go. And it's a girl Bubble as well. Okay, once more. There's a big old Stantler there. Litleo, Murkrow. There's a lot of things here that I can catch. But these are also spicy levels, man. That's why I'm like trying to level them. Let's whip Azzy out, and then when Azzy's health is not so Gucci fam, we'll come back here. Ooh, sorry, Azzy. Oh, sorry, baby. Guess that wasn't a good matchup for you. How about this one? Yeah? You got that one? Cool. Oh, what is she fighting? Hello. She's just on a mission. Oh, she went and rocked a little Litleo. And then attacked a Stantler? Well, that doesn't make sense. There's a Go-Goat. No, listen, I have trauma now from Go-Goats. Been well and proper traumatized by Go-Goats. I can chat to them while I'm on the bike. I'll probably go for as long as I have battery on this thing and then we'll end stream, but I will do a proper like 12-hour stream for you guys when I can actually give you a proper 12-hour stream and not feel like I'm dying in the last few hours. Because I don't think that's right. I don't think it would have been right to to do a 12-hour stream in this mood. I'm in pain, I'm tired, my body is just like, nah girl, Absolutely not. We'll play Pokemon. We'll play Pokemon. It's Pokemon stream. Okay, let's see. Let's bring out Panda again, because Panda actually... But I need to level the rest, right? You know what? Pommy's a little bit low. So, let's bring out Pommy. We can go attack... No! Stop it. We can go attack Rookie D's, because Rookie D's should be weak sauce. Yeah, it is Pommy, okay. No! Damn it. This is fine. Your team is too nervous to eat berries? What the heck? Oh. Did this do damage? Oh. Cool. Low battery! Girl, don't I know it. I love Pommy though. Okay, don't fight those ones. No, Pommy! You're not gonna fight an electric Pokemon. Oh, Pommy, be serious. Ah! Personally, if I were nervous, I'd be eating more berries, right? Nervous eating is the way. Just eat your anxiety, it's okay. Uh-oh, not again. This Pommy's just aggressive. It goes after everything. It's like typing. I don't give a fuck. Would actually fight his own brothers, definitely. Given the opportunity, given the chance, would fuck his brothers up. Meanwhile, I'm like, yeah, go after the Rookie D's, you know? That's something you can reliably beat. Nice. I don't know about the Makihita, but let's try. Nice. They're all getting a little bit of XP at least. Oh. Bit spicy. Oh, there's 2 rookies. Oh, there's lots of rookies actually. Nice, nice, nice. Yo. Ooh. Okay, sorry, Pommy. Yeah. Gulpins are a little bit scary, aren't they? Especially this one that's chasing you relentlessly. Oh my god. What the fuck? Has the one got a longer feather than the other? It wants blood. Yeah, I can see that. Very aggressive, this thing. Let's see. Magikarp's low, but also Magikarp doesn't matter, so it's okay. Yeah, boy! Sorry, little Pommy. is there like a specific order that you need to go in with the gyms? You just go fight anyone? Because actually I don't want my Pokemon to get too high. Because Catnip's quite high already. Chocolate. Can you fight anyone? Yeah, there we go. Ah, so close. I want him to get to 17 and then we'll stop. Maybe you can go look at the gym. See what's good. Yeah, there we go. Because I don't know if my Pokemon will stop listening to me at some point. If I don't get a badge. Pink hair equals healer? Yes. Alright, so... what have we got? Technically there's no set order. There's no level scaling. So some of them you can't do yet. Oh! Any recommendation for which one to start on? I'm going to assume that one's closer to... like, what is this one? Ah, shit, man. There's one closest to me. This guy. Grass type user. First stop for many fledgling trainers. Okay. I think going here is the right move. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try and do this one first. Yeah, we're gonna make our way there. The rest of this, we'll come back. We'll come back for the rest. This guy, fuck this guy, honestly. I'll bell you later, homie. What is that? It's a fucking huge ass crab. No, leave me alone. There's a little kid here who wants to fight. Hasty Mint. Well, the moon looks really cool, so that's something. There's a goat. Rare candy. Is she fucking possessed? No, she's just floating. Okay. Is that thing on the side of the... okay, cool. Oh, Jesus Lord. Have mercy. Is that a crab or a spider? Oh my god, little growlers! Oh, my heart. Look at how fluffy they are. Bless them. These fucking crabs are everywhere though, holy shit. For realsies, not for play. As a whole, just a murder of Honchcrows. Just vibing in the grass there. There's a bunch of Skiddos. Is that Skiddo? Or that's Go-Goat, right? No, that's Skiddo. Go-Goat's bigger. Oh fuck. No, bro. I'm not interested. I don't want to buy any. Thank you. Man. The evolved form of this cat looks really cool. I just want to pick up this, if you don't mind. Thank you. I don't want to say hi, kid. Oh my god. What is this? What is going on here? All my Pokemon healed? Yeah. Oh. I think... Yeah, these two are the last ones that I want to use. Actually... I want to see her moves though. Oh, there we go. So she doesn't have flying, but maybe the flying will give her a bit of resistance to grass attacks. And because she's also grass as well. So yeah, that should be fine. I think it'll be okay. If it's not, then we'll hang our heads in shame and try again, yeah? Oh no. Oh, that's a cute little... What is it called? Playground? No, that's not the word I was looking for, but it's okay. I can't think of the word now. You arrived at your destination! Yeah, boy! Oh, Shroomish? Oh, hey, Malgin! Came to see this gym, huh? That can only mean one thing. You're out to earn some gym badges and take on the Pokemon League. There a gym test? Hey? Guess I'll just go battle every trainer I run to. She was that kid back in the day. She was that kid who would stand on a path and aggressively enter a battle with you. Sunflora hide and seek. What is this? Oh my goodness. It was not enough. It was not enough that I had to thrash in the gym. Now I have to go do puzzles and shit as well. That's some cray-cray shit. Okay, they said something... Did they say go left? Oh, no. They said go right. This is fine. Time for the Go-Goat Battle Gauntlet. Oh my goodness. Wait, am I actually fighting another Go-Goat? Because I'm gonna cry. GG's, Hassan. What am I doing? Oh? Oh, that's cute, man. Do I have to do it in a certain amount of time? Or just do it? Oh, look at it. They're all sleepy babies. Look at this one being naughty, just sitting in the bushes. Yeah, come. You want to play with Pokemon? That is definitely not a Sunflora. You're a fucking huge one, imagine. It's like 3 times the size of a normal one. You got a new leather jacket? Oh shit! Are you going out partying, Hassan? Do you have someone to show it off to? Send a picture to your girlfriend. A wink wonk. Would there be any in here? I feel like this would be a good place to hide. No? How about up here? No Sunfloras? What? This would be such a bomb place to hide. Ooh, low battery. Low battery. Fuck, this is cute actually. The more Sunfloras I have running after me, the less frames I have. Did one just fall in the pool? Okay, interesting. Trying to save money for... Whoops, I keep dropping them in the pool. For Comic-Con? Oh shit! Are you really gonna come? There was one in here, what the heck? Did I just miss it? Ah, you need the scholarship. Yeah, definitely. Just for the sake of having it, actually. Oh! Yeah, I caught you. You naughty little motherfucker. Oh? You pay too much? Or you pay a lot for uni? Ah, that's very nice. 5 frames. This PowerPoint presentation of chasing Sunflora around the city. Mega Drain. What the rude. Actual hacks. This thing's just got healing. It's just got healing abilities. It's just gonna sit there and heal itself. I do hope you get it, Hassan. Yeah, definitely. Oof. of that just to get burnt. So wait, I killed it? Whoa! That was a lot of XP. What is Leech Seed again? Yeah, I'll keep Absorb. Magikarp Learn Tackle. Whoa, 70,000 per year. Jeez. Panda's evolving! Yes! She's so cute! I can't wait for her to be Jumpluff though. Because Panda's got a fro, and I think that's perfect for her. Okay, so that didn't count, or it did count? Oh, I got a Sunstone for that? I'm getting body blocked by all these Sunflora. Come on, man. Please just follow me. Thank God. A new car every semester. Jeez. See, there's another one to the right. So if this one wants to fight... Hey! Nice, okay. Because there was another one, like, somewhere in there. Can't see it now, I guess. Because I already found 10. This is so cute. Mau Mau, thank you for the hearts. So do these Sunflora keep escaping and that's why they have randos collect them? Thank you for the confetti, Hassan. Okay, this was fun. I think that was kind of cute. Yeah, boy! How do you fail that? Like if you give up? I need to go restore my Pokemon's PP. Guys, Evil Dead is free on Epic. It's like Dead by Daylight. I'm good, thanks, Hassan. Thanks, but no thanks. I won't even play Dead by Daylight. Let's not play that. Listen, it's not gonna be fun. Guys, I can't hide. I don't know how to be sneaky. I was waiting for the TTS to do it, and then it didn't do it. Skill issue. Hassan. Why TTS not working now? What the heck? Wow, Brian! Why is it not working? Where's my mouse? It should be playing.
Jargon 1674 scream fart noise.
My poor Quaxley. Why did you bring him to a grass gym, you dummy? I don't know why. Sorry, guys. Here. To say sorry. I don't fucking know if I'm ready. We're gonna give it a shot anyway, and hopefully my controller doesn't die in the middle of it. You joined our... It's funny. Brassius, an artist specializing in grass-type Pokemon, also the gym leader here at Artisan Gym. I was observing your gym test from atop the windmill, you know. Okay. The perception you displayed in finding Sunflora was truly... Oh, how shall I describe it? It was truly avant-garde. I hate this guy already. Imagine styling this wig, though. Skill issue. Only pray that you might demonstrate that eye for beauty in our battle as well. I don't have a good feeling about this. But it's fine. Man's got a whip. Oh, don't want to fight the baby. What level is it? Your defeat will nourish my Pokemon. Imagine the gym leader kept getting harder and harder. You gotta go. Yes, Hassan, go, go, go. Take care. Travel safe. Nice. No, don't sleep powder. Resist it. No, fuck, man. Damn it. His power scales off how many Go-Goats you have beaten you. Oh my god, Noah, how could you? Smoliv! Oh, I haven't seen Smoliv yet. We'll keep Smoliv. Or we'll keep this guy out. He needs a name though. Look, it's a little olive baby. Oh, she's asleep. Fuck. Ouch. Let's wake this bad boy up. Which Pokemon will use it on? I wonder. So please. You need to learn how to dodge. Did we fire spin this bitch already? I don't remember. Oh, we tried to, but we were sleeping. Lol. Sorry, little Smoliv. I'm gonna heal again, though. I really like this little Pokemon. Noah, do you know if it has like a... I mean, it has a second evolve. Does it have a third one, though? Boop. It does? Oh my god, I'm so excited. Sudowoodo? Suichi? Because I can use water against it, right? Oh man. The baby form looks really, really cool. Let's go Azzy! Azumarill! Well, it's Marill for now. It will be Azumarill. Fucking Sudowoodo. What? Hey, Tenandayo, already? Bro, don't you have 4 Pokemon? Why are you in such a hurry? Uh-oh. Oh, this is not a good thing. This is a grassy boy. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Fuck. Da, 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 da. No, shit. I wasn't expecting him. For whatever reason, I was not expecting him to be a grass type. I'm just gonna throw that out there now. Man has some big bags under his eyes. Ba-da-ba-ba-da. Low battery. Don't I know it? We had 150 on and we were happy for it. Yeah, definitely. I think we're just gonna bring out... Shame. Sorry, Azzy. I wasn't expecting that. Just resist a little bit. This guy. Let's see. I know it's the same type, but cries while playing Pokemon Red. I have no idea how many Pokemon there are now. It's very hard to keep up with them. Let's go, buddy. Rock throw, what the? Yeah, get him, Catnip. Bomb him. Ba 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 ba. I know it's not very effective, but it did damage, so that's good enough for me, yeah? Yeah, I'm just gonna keep seed bombing him. If I stay alive. Shit. Just don't rock throw me again, okay? Thank you. No, man! Mans actually don't listen. No, no. We're just gonna poach in because I'm not losing my boy. Yeah? That's 60. What is the heal powder? Oh. That's fine, we can just use a normal potion. Should be fine. Da, 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 da. It's very similar to the Sword and Shield one, which was my favorite song. I used to love it, like Ray would sit in bed sometimes and play. Oof. I don't think I can survive. I can do a quick attack. We'll lose Catnip maybe? Catnip barely did anything. Damn it. Sorry, Catnip. I thought you'd do more damage, but it's okay. Why cry? Oh, man. Let's see. Oh, shit. I'm kind of tempted to go for the quick attack on Pawmi, but I don't think he'll do much damage. And I think Charcadet's gonna die. Let's bring out Panda. And we'll use a turn to heal up Charcadet and then bring him out. I think. What did you have? What was this? Wait, what? Oh, fuck! I wasted a turn. Because I pressed the wrong fucking button. Your pink Pokemon is 1000 in the Pokédex. Oh, really? Sylveon is number 700. On the dot. Shit. Okay. Let's switch to the boy. At the very least, I hope he can do damage. You couldn't give points? The actual audacity. Fuck. Did Llama not have points? Is that what happened? No, it didn't work. Oh, come on, man. Give me a break. This guy's so tough. We're sacrificing Magikarp as skis. For the boy who did the most. Rest in peace, Magikarp. We weren't ready for the gym. Yeah, the thing is, like, my Pokemon are close to level 20. I don't know if they stop listening to you at 20 or what the case is, but you know. We'll bring out Azzy to heal. Rest in peace, Azzy. Because, yeah, shame she's not gonna make it. Ah, sorry. Yes, this is tough. Was not prepared, clearly. I don't know how he's gonna do anything, honestly. Not like this, man. Oh my god. Get him! Magikarp MVP. We did it, guys. God damn, that was rough. We weren't ready, but we did it. Old Baiju, oh my goodness. Is Nat making the mistake of only leveling up one Pokemon? Listen here, Bubble, I will ban you. I will ban you for slander. It's not possible to only level up one. They all share XP. I'll ban you. You think I would only level up one Pokemon? I'm offended, actually. I've named every single Pokemon I've come across in the wild. And you think I don't know Pokemon games? Ha. The audacity, sir. How could you? Okay, so we have until... You see why I said I needed badges? Because my Pokemon are all close to level 20. The Damsity, exactly. Exactly, Cupcake. Don't give me that smile, Bubble. Don't give me that smile. Ah, I kind of like that one, to be honest. That one fucking wrecked. I want to teach that one to my cats, if I can. I can't believe you, Bubble. Cannot believe you. Oh, no. Just had to tell you my Pokemon are learning some pretty cool new moves. Be ready! Pretty rough. It was pretty rough. I bet you walked out with a badge, didn't you? I'm training hard too, by the way, day and night, going all over the place to boot. Thank goodness we've got the map app. It helps a ton with figuring out where to go next, especially in a huge place like Paldea. Yeah, this place is fucking huge. The path to getting stronger usually has some strange stops and detours. We time out Bubble again? I joke. Catch you later. I hope you know I'm gonna want a battle if we run into each other. Oh my goodness. Holy shit. That was rough, man. That was rough. But we did it. It's okay. Strategic, resurrecting, sacrificing, and healing, you know? We did it. So can you just buy multiple TMs in this game? How does that work? Because there's a TM machine. Oh, what the f— oh, I did that last— oh, I wanted to do that last time. I was like, no, wait, you can't go there. This is fine. Let's go heal my poor children, because goddamn. That was spicy. Listen, when I was younger, I was always, like, well over-leveled for things. And everyone, nowadays, people are like, no, you'll be fine. And then I'm not fine, and I'm like, yo! You lied. Oh, thanks. I don't know if I need anything. Probably more pochen. It is a skill issue then, of course. Oh, I mean, well, yes, but don't tell me that. I have feelings, you know. Gosh. Have some tact, sir. I wonder if there's any reason to not use LP for this stuff. Like, do you use it for other things? Oops. We have so many of— I think it's because we pick them up everywhere. Yeah, I think we're fine. Oh wait, I had a bunch of dust I can sell. What was this again? Reduces the weight. LP is used to make TMs. Oh, right. I don't think I have anything else I want to sell. Let me go look at the TMs. This is the technical machine. Okay. Whoa! What is this? Charm? Oh, that's cute. Oh, and it shows you on the side who can learn it. Thunderfang? Owie! Shrimp! What's cracking? Ice Fang? No one here has fangs. Struggle Bug? Water Pulse? Oh, I see. Trailblaze. I need Petilil Leaves. Damn it. And my cat can learn it? Oh, that's amazing, because I really like it. Ooh, Swift. So what? Can I just make them? Like, there's no limit? I can just, like, duplicate them? That's very interesting. Could I theoretically use Ray's controller? I want to talk to you. Hey. No? Not interested? Okay, well, fuck, fine. Did they say this looks tough, or...? Ooh. No, just empty. Okay, cool. think you just have to sync it to your Switch. Ah. Because I could maybe stream it a little bit longer. Of course. I just wonder if there's other stuff in here. Oh, like that! Poison tail. What are these? The harvest. Okay. It's just a little thing. A little statue. Oh, excuse me. Can't ride Miraidon here. Cool. I want to do a hedge maze where I have an aerial camera following me. Hacks for days. I mean, to be fair, I was actually looking at the minimap. Having a minimap is quite handy, actually. Yes, I know the battery's low. You've told me several times now. Oh, I was gonna say I'm gonna run an ad, but there's already an ad running, so it's okay. But I am just gonna go ask Ray if he has a spare doohickey for me, and if he can maybe help me with it. So I'll be right back. Who's out? Oh, I don't know where he's going, but you can watch them be cute. I'll be back now. This shit is so confusing, holy shit. Okay, well... This is so annoying. So it is plugged in. But it's not, saying it's not connected now. So I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do. Ugh. Do I actually need to... Like, I plugged it in, but it's not working. Release me from this. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I don't know what to do. Because it's not picking up the other controller. Which means I have to unplug the damn thing and I don't want to be here. No, I don't want... Oh my god. I hate it here. Mm-hmm. I don't want to be here though, homie. I hate it here. I'm so confused. It just doesn't detect it? It doesn't see it? It's like, the light's on and everything. But it's like, nah, son. Might just have to give up, to be honest. Because it's no worky. It is attached to the Switch. You said use a cable. The lights are on, but nobody's home. That's why I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. Because it just doesn't see it. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm using the Joy-Con because, like, I can't actually do anything if the Joy-Con's plugged in. Like, the Switch doesn't have anything. Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, welcome, homies. You just press a button. The thing is, this is Ray's, so I don't know if it's like trying to sync with his. And it's like not paying attention to mine. Welcome, welcome. Kaya, what were you playing? Oh, Resident Evil 5. Holy shit. Did you have fun? You people in your scary games. Welcome, welcome, Raiders. My name is Nato Tato. If you guys don't know me, variety streamer from South Africa, cosplayer, master Monster Hunter player. Is this Switch close? I mean, yes. Several meters away. You did a short stream with Nay. Oh, is she... oh, she's in bench mode? Is she sleepy? Aw. How is she doing? I haven't been able to watch her streams. How was your birthday? It was good. It was good. I had good food, good company. Yeah, that's all I really wanted on my birthday, to be honest. You think it's not connecting to mine because it's too close to his? I'm not walking down the road. I'm not walking down the road to try and use this thing so that it loses connection. Imagine. You prefer chill birthdays? Yeah. No, it's very nice, I think. Cause yeah, just like the fuss of trying to organize something. I can't. Yeah, no, it's okay. I just need to change the grip. Yeah, like so. Hopefully it got a bit of juice while it was plugged in now. It's fine, we'll just keep playing. Actually, whoa! Let's go back here. Yeah. Good food and good peepo is enough. Exactly. Honestly, I wasn't like... Because people kept asking me and I was just like, a lot of my friends either A, already live abroad, or they've moved abroad. And I'm just like... Yeah, I have a lot of people I could celebrate with, but it's then a case of like, I have to put in a lot of efforts to try and organize something. Yeah, no, it's not happening. I was like, no, I just want to chill. I want to have fun. I want to eat good food and relax. And I got both of those things. So yeah, I spent the evening with Ray's parents, Ray's family rather. You don't need that exact. I'm 30. I don't need that stress. I don't, Kai. It's gone. He'd have to unlink it from his Switch. Oof. Yeah, he's busy with raids at the moment, so I don't think he'd be keen on doing that. Right, well, whoops. I think what we can do, we can have a squizzy squoo around this area. We haven't been here, so might as well go have a look. See what's available. What's on the menu? Is that a teddy? It is. And a Dunsparce in the distance? Let's see. Oh, this is level 18? Shit. What did you pay back, sir? Oh my goodness. I didn't do anything to you. You just brought the violence. Oh my god. Actually no peace in this place. Just pure violence wherever we go these days. Yeah, I don't want to kill this thing. I want to catch it, but... Ouch. Yo! So please. Ma'am. Yeah, ma'am, please calm down. Baby doll eyes, how could you? It's fine, I'm gonna catch you anyway. Get in the ball, Teddy! Ah. Uh-oh. Hmm. Okay, we're good, we're good. Stop it! Gosh. It's so spicy, man. Heyo! Azzy? Little bear Pokemon. Who did I still owe a name to? Was it just... Oh, it's just Noir, hey. Yeah. Aww. That's cute as hell. Oh! Yes! Yes! Did you do bubbles? Yeah. It was a Luxray. Or Luxio. Ah! I do my reel! Yay! We used to use Azumarill a lot in PvP in Pokemon Go. Because this thing right here fucking slapped shit. Tonky and big damage. I don't know if I want to catch the evolved Ponker. Oh, Komala! What is this thing's name? Oinkalone? I don't want to do too much damage. I wasn't sure. Okay, never mind. How much did that actually heal, though? Ah! Rude. I love the way this cat is standing. It's so fucking sassy. Also, mud shot coming from its butt. That's a bit gross, dude. Just gonna say. Yeah, Miko energy, yeah. There we go. This spares me for my living dex. That's a. Yo! That was a lot of XP. Let's see. Let's see what she says. Anything you wanna... You don't mind skipping it? Wait, let's see. Check other moves. Yeah, let's get rid of synth. I don't think I'm going to use synthesis, to be honest. Sorry, Panda. Making that choice for you, girl. Venonat. Oh, wait. Oh, whoops. Send it to the box. Oh, it's like little, like eyelashes? I thought it was, like yucky. Blech. The final Evo's signature move of whom? Of the kitty? Kumala! I want a Kumala. Kumalala. No. The pig in the background. Do you think I'll be able to catch it? Because it's asleep, yeah? No? Oh! Wait, he attacks when he's asleep? Cool. Pommy! Oh, another pig watching me. This is making me very self-conscious, all these things watching me. Oh! What the fuck? I know it's level 21, but Jesus! I can only level to 25. What do you want from me? The picnic one? I haven't tried it yet, so I don't even know what it looks like. Yo! No, man. Oh, fuck. Do I just use a great ball? Fuck it. You better stay in there. I'm leaving. I'm done. I'm done! Jesus. And somehow it still fell asleep in that moment of being bonked so hard on the head that it got flattened into a pancake. It was like, yeah, I'm gonna sleep actually. I need to level these guys. Like, oh, they're struggling. There was a thingy somewhere. There's a thingy down there. Lilligant. Where's the petalil though? I haven't actually seen one. Oh, there's dealings! Oh my god. Can you catch the different forms? Or is it just like a season thing? Because it's currently summer for me, so I wasn't sure. So how do you access the picnic stuff, Noah? Because I haven't like done that yet. It doesn't come up at all. Yes, this game is making me feel like an idiot. I don't know how to play Pokemon. God damn. That's fine, let's go. Maybe because the area I'm in is too high? I don't know, man. Just press X? Oops. Was there an option for picnic? Oh my god, I haven't seen that before. Oh! Oh my god, that's adorable. Oh, my babies! Hello! Can you interact with them? Hey, Azzy. Azzy's like spinning circles around me. Hey, Sprigatooey. Yeah. Tell them. Yeah? Hello, Azzy. No? Sorry. Did I wake you up? Oh, okay. Doing hot yo-yo tricks. Okay. And you? Hi. Yo. A little baby. I love this so much. Holy shit. Fucking Magikarp's just struggling over here. Hi, buddy. You doing okay? Yeah? Were you sleepy? Yeah. Does anyone want to play with a ball? I tried to throw it. Oh! You just throw the ball and they'll play? Oh my god. Oh! That's cute as hell, man. Wash him. What? When your Pokemon get dirty, you can give them a nice wash to have them looking fresh and clean. Doing so can have all kinds of nice benefits, including restoring the HP and making them feel more friendly towards you. This is a Mareep sponge as well. Yeah, you need to keep your motorcycle clean, yeah? Hey! Fuck, this is cute. Is anybody else dirty? You also need to wash, Sprigatito. Hmm? And your feet? Are your feet clean? You all clean? Yeah. Fuck, that's so cute. Oh. No, no, no. I was trying to wash this little baby. Come here. Oh, it's so cute. Closed eyes. Oh my goodness. Can I wash your little ears? Oh. Does this evolve, Noah? Wild Pokemon won't battle. Oh, that is nice. That is actually. You want a BF? And your ears? Do we need to wash them? Big floppy. Oh my goodness. Wash the feet as well. Just gonna leave the bubbles on her ears because it's so cute. Oh my god. It's a 3-stage Pokemon? Oh no, I wanted to stay baby forever. Who hasn't had a bath? You haven't had a bath, but I feel like giving you a bath is really not a good idea. We'll make it quick, yeah? I don't know how clean you need to be. We also won't put water on the head. Aww. What a sweet baby. And then the last one was just the fish, right? No, we didn't do this one. Oh. Oh, you don't like that? Sorry. Let's rinse it off. Yeah? Oh. Give it an Eviolite. Oh, is that to keep it at the baby stage? I must do that then. Hey! You can't play football, you don't have feet. Never mind. Yeah? You're a fish, you can't be stinky. Gotta be nice and fresh. Can play soccer though, no feet required. Oh, yeah. So B is crouch. What does that do? Are they gonna chase me? Eee. Oh man, they're so cute. So what does recall... Oh. If you don't want him out for whatever reason? Shame, he must play with his friends. Whoops. This picnic said, I want to make a sandwich. Do I have enough stuff to make a sandwich? Try whipping up a delicious sandwich by piling your favorite ingredients on sliced bread. If you're picnicking with friends, you can take part in sandwich preppers. Oh, shit. Ah. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. So these are the recipes that I know. And then you can do creative mode. I mean, fuck it, let's make it, yeah? Why not? I want nice coverage. Nope. Can I? I can't move it? Oh, I want to die. Oh! Oh! I dropped my ham! Listen, guys, don't come to my house for sandwiches. I was not made for this. You're gonna have one mouthful just full of mayonnaise. I worked in a cafe. I didn't make fucking sandwiches. I was the baker. I made the bread and the cake and the cookies and the muffins and the pies. That's the worst sandwich. Hi, Demon Wolf. Lol. Well, they all took a bite of the sandwich. They liked it? Thanks, guys. I feel better now. A tasty Morgan original. Used to work in a bakery? No, so I was a baker, but I worked in a cafe. So I was the baker in the cafe, yeah? If that makes sense. That was a long time ago, though. Oh shit, they get XPZs from that? That sandwich is screaming, kill me. Yeah, that's why we ate it, dude. Gosh, be nice. Do you know what? Oh, yeah, it is him. Okay. Let's see if he can whip this thing's ass. Get him! Oof, it was a little bit tough. But some nice XP. There's a bunch of spoinkers. You still bake? You know what? I didn't for a long time because Because my day was basically get up at 9. I was busy with work until like, well, I changed my schedule, so I was only busy until about 3 o'clock. But then I was like getting dinner ready, getting stream stuff ready, eat dinner at 5. Then as soon as there's a vroom vroom. Hello? Can you catch these guys? Oh my god. Level 20? He's absolutely gonna whip my ass, but it's okay. Get him! Oh, not very effective. What typing is this guy? What is check status? Is that mine or... Okay, that's not helpful. Can only use... Okay, no, that's fine. What is this thing? I attacked it without really knowing what it was. Auto mod? Why? What did you say? I didn't see auto mod pop up with anything. I'm just gonna run because I... Oh, Kai, come on, man. Give me a break. Release me from this hell. Let me try... Oh, not very effective, but super effective? Let's just see. Ow. Jeez, that's a super effective move? I guess it is level 20. Oh, she's level 20 as well. Like, damn. She's ass. She is not gonna survive another whatever. Actually, close enough. Look at all these Pokemon. They're just standing around watching. Also, Tauros is one of my favorite Pokemon. One more should do the trick. How am I gonna get out of here? Something stopped you from posting? Oh my god. It's because you said NATO. Who the fuck's NATO, llama? I'm so offended that you would use that word. Yeah, boy. And I can flex on the normies. Oh my god, I love these guys. Oh, Jesus! They're aggressive as hell, man. Jesus. No, 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 no. Yes, you see. Tato. You may call me Tato, because that is my name. It's mostly a meme thing, to be fair. They're so aggressive. Look. Yeses. Oh shit. I just ran into a rookie D. Thanks, guy. An honest mistake? No, it's fine. Like I said, it's very meme. It's very meme because some people call me NATO on purpose. And then some people just can't read my name and they read it wrong. So then we can laugh at them. What? No, give me peas. Also, baking stream. So at the moment, my kitchen is very small, very dark. So like, it's not really It's not really possible for me to do it at the moment. But I'm hoping when we move to Cape Town next year that we'll have a bigger, better lit kitchen. Who the fuck is this guy? Look at that fucking hair, mate. Clive? We're not pals. I wouldn't be friends with someone with hair like that. Why are we just accepting this bimbo? What the heck? What? Oh, did I get close to one of them? Is that why this popped up? Oh, lovely. So... Oh my goodness. Gosh. Good luck, I got wrecked here. No, listen, Connor, I'm not doing this now. Oh my god, is it the director? What? Oh my gosh. Anyway, I'm not fighting these motherfuckers. Listen, Connor, I'm getting my ass handed to me by wild Pokemon. These guys, they just want to kick my ass. Look at this. They're getting ready. They are mad. I need to train up my boys a little bit because yeah, we keep getting our asses kicked. Oh Jesus. Cool. Don't do that. Did you do the bug gym? I haven't done the bug gym. I did the grass gym. I don't know where the bug gym is, but I did the grass one. That's the only one I've done so far, but yeah. Is west of school? Is it fairly easy? Because yeah, this place was tough, man. Oh, hello. Guy was just sitting there. Just actually straight up vibing. Level 14? Let's go. Because I did the grass one first and that fucking handed my ass straight back to me. Ugh, yes, I'm still getting used to the controls. Let's see. Can I... Is it... No? Okay, cool. Well... I don't know why the zooming in feels weird. Is it this one? Bug. Yeah. Cool. I should be able to fly somewhere near there. Yeah, this one actually. Cool. Man, because I don't know. Don't know if I really have anything to counter bug besides a little fire boy rather. Pyro. Tell me you play too much Genshin without telling me you play too much Genshin. I don't have a flying Pokemon. What else is good against bug? And I need to heal my boys. Blue Saxon, thank you for the confettis. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I almost got my ass handed to me at the grass gym, but I managed to defeat him, and it took a lot of very careful healing and reviving, let me tell you. That shit was spicy as hell. Any shiny so far? No. No. Not even having them run away from me, just not having them at all. Which is fine. I'll see them when I see them. They got Pachirisu. I love that there's size differences. It's so cute, man. This whole game actually has been really cute. Oh wait, this way. Some people get really lucky. I'm not one of those people, but some people do. I think having a second badge will help because it'll increase the... I'm just worried, like, I never had that in the past. Where, You got 2 today? God, what did you get? Oh, is that a Meepy? Meep meep. Oh, Evie. Hi. Aw, thank you. Strawberry cheese and jam? Oh man, cream cheese? Pepper? Oh, I actually don't need to, but thank you. What a sweetheart. I've done a lot of... No shinies for you. How many hours do you have now, Noah? Meep meep. Just a sec. Yep. Guys, as if I didn't have enough pudding today. Ray just brought me cake. I'm not sleeping tonight. I have so much sugar. Been a long day. Yeah, get some rest, Demon Wolf. Take care of yourself. You got the Spoinker and Mastiff. Oh, I don't know what Mastiff is. Are they shiny on the, like, I don't know what it's called. The overworld? Overworld? Hmm. Who's gonna hit the weakest? Yeah, Fire Spin maybe. Yes. Oh! Did I kill it? Shit. No sound or sparkles until you interact. Ooh. Girly, I'm gonna say this once. Stay in the ball. Okay, well that's good to know. My first shiny in Pokemon Sword was a Araquanid, and it ran at me as well. Pink Piggy really stands out. You have almost... Oh my goodness. No shiny? No shiny, Noah? No bitches? No bitches, Noah? Hi, Lich. Okay, so maybe some Pokemon are going to be a little bit harder to find than others, like for the shinies. Because some are like, you can barely tell the difference when they're shiny. Noah. I'm giving you blessings. Go get you a shiny, please. You want a shiny Lucario? Oh, damn. I'm kind of curious, the new Taurus variation, what would it be shiny? Because it already looks really cool. Combies! Wait, I don't have those. Accidentally threw out a Pokemon. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, I want this one. Battery low? Fuck. I'm scared to hit this thing. Can I just try and throw a ball at it and see what happens? Took you ages to get one in Sword and Shield. Oh, man. Ooh. Okay. Not too much damage. They don't have sound or sparkles. I might have missed one. I wonder. Hey, Odites! Why am I a DJing? Because I'm eating cake at 10:30 at night. That's a bit rude. Listen, it's still continued birthday celebrations. It's my party and I'll eat cake at 10:30 at night if I want to, right? You have donuts? Oh my goodness. Blessed. Combi, honey. You eating cake without me? I'm so sorry. Tiny bee Pokemon? Fuck, that's cute. Ah. Blessed. I'll get myself a... What is it called? Is it Vespiquen? Oh, look, there's a Psyduck in the water. Oh, that's adorable. What else have we got in here? Oh, the little Azuriels. Magikarps. You would eat cake too if it was your birthday. Wait, what song? Sorry, I'm not very smart. Let me eat cake. This cake was quite sweet. The sponge, not so much, but the icing. Sorry, as Americans say, frosting. Hello, baby. Hi. Yeah, it's raining. Oh god. We have the Psyduck fan club again. They're so fucking cute. Icing is literally sugar. It is. So this is like, I think it's called like butter icing. Buttercream. But fondant is just plastic. I would not have that on cake. Chootle! There's an ittle bittle Chootle here. Let's grab him. It's my birthday and I'll cry if I want to. Yeah, it's my party. I only knew that song because of it was a Discworld movie. Which one was it? Fuck, man. It's been so long since I watched that. Fondant is ugly and disgusting. It is. Also, Ray didn't bake it, but his mum did. I actually posted a picture on my Discord. Also, Odite, I did catch an Odite. Woo! He's Voos. Don't fuck with Choodles. They'll fuck your shit up, man. So it was a... It had Cookie Run characters on it. Oh! Gases. Alright, it's... Why am I fighting a little water turtle with a fire Pokemon? Mmm. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Mmm. Did I not have... I think I didn't. Please don't kill it. So I think I actually put it on... Where did I put it? Well, it was in Cookie Run, actually, because it was Cookie Run characters. There's Keiki. Yeah. So it's on the Cookie Run Kingdom channel. Put it back down! Oh. I was like, wait, what did I pick up? No, man. Yo, this guy. You better stay in this ball. Why did I see a ball on the floor? Smurf, you still up, friend? I'll show you now, Odite. I can't stand Shootle. There's something about its creepy little face that just like, does not sit right with me. You waiting for dinner to finish cooking? So, it is 10:30. Wait, it's in box. I put it in a special box. And then I forgot to change the box. Of course I did. This is fine. Anyway. Oh wait, that was a bubble. I should have left that one. Fuck. Oh, damn. Skill issue. Anyway, here's Odite. A little baby. There we go. This Pokemon is pretty careful by nature. We first met one another on today's date. Wait, that's not the right date. It's very finicky. Are you strong? I don't know. I didn't use Shinx. Poor baby went straight to the box. I do need to change that date though, because I didn't realize my date's wrong. It's because I was time traveling in Animal Crossing. But I never really played other games, so it never mattered before. Now I'm like, shit. But it's okay. Just want to move these things. Because this is my, like, special named ones. The keep safe babies. Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, I didn't want you to die. I always feel bad when the named ones die. Or, like, they get hurt. I'm just like, fuck. Because Panda's a named one. And Panda... I think Panda's been knocked out a couple times. This guy's the reason why there was a Pokeball floating in the middle of nowhere. Motherfucker. Let's see. Yeah, let's bring out Panda. Panda's tonky. For the most part. Fights everything else for us. Oh, Jesus. Ah. You happy with the game? Yeah, like, there's some issues. Like, every now and then the ground would, like, disappear. Like, when I enter, like, battles and stuff. It just looks funny, to be honest. But it definitely, I think it shouldn't be happening. It's, maybe an issue that they need to sort out. Chestoberry. Yeah, I think I definitely should have come this way first. Should have gone west. Ooh. Oh, fuck. I didn't even hit you, bro. But since you want to go... What? There we go. Imagine you put your Pokemon out and she just goes and attacks like something shiny. Can you imagine? What is that? What is that? It's a little pupper? Oh! They don't attack the shiny? Oh, that's good. Can I still absorb if I don't need health? They'll shake their head and refuse. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's cute. It looks like a little, bit like a hyena. That's adorable. It would be funny, but like not funny haha, like more like funny boohoo kind of. if they did attack shinies. That's my first time seeing this Pokemon. Yeah, I think I went in the wrong direction, to be honest. Uh-oh. The audacity. Scary face. His face is a little scary, not gonna lie. He looks like he wants to take this outside. That is the, like, third pudding I've had today. I had cake and custard. Like Swiss roll and custard earlier. I had custard slice. And now I've had cake as well. I think Ray might be fattening me up for Christmas. Oh, nice. Shit, bitch. None of those things are pudding. It's dessert, man. Custard slices on my jam. Listen, I don't know. Jumpluff's like in my face. Skiploom, not Jumpluff. Oh, it's a dark type. He looks like he needs to take a colossal shit. Like this expression on his face, like biting his lip like that. That's like, I need to take a shit. Even his eyebrows look concerned. He definitely needs to... I can't. That facial expression. Tell me he doesn't need to take a colossal shit. I'm gonna call you a liar. To your face. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, Jesus. No, thank you. I don't want to buy any. Constipated. No, shame. That's just the face he was born with. I'll take that. Vroom vroom, motherfucker. Ooh. Meep meep. A big old flock of meep meeps. What is that? Starly? I don't have one of those. One of these, one of them. Hello. Custard. You know what? I didn't have custard slices when I was younger. I don't know why. Why am I paralyzed? What? Please don't kill it. Okay, nicely done, Panda. Yeah, never had it growing up, but Ray fucking loves custard slices, and his mother makes it, like, quite frequently. Like, whenever we go there for, like, I have a fan club standing behind me. Do the balls always float when you catch birds? I'm scared to turn around. Yeah, boy! Shame, poor Noah is waiting for me to catch his Pokemon and I've just gone backwards. Ray is a man of good taste. Yeah, he's dating me. Duh. Okay, no, that was... Meep Meep! How dare you? Poor little Pokemon. A new one. Chat says mean thing and Taylor's grabs sword and shield to defend poopy Pokemon. Yes. Oh, I see a little Ho-Ho. I see a little Ho-Ho. I see a silhouette of a little Ho-Ho man. What are these things called again? Gimme ghoul instead of Scaramouche, yeah? I can't sing, so someone else is gonna have to do that for me. Also, Ho-Ho is a bug. It's okay. It's found in several places. Is it okay? King amongst desserts. Yeah, Ray would definitely agree with you. He will eat too much, feel sick, but in the moment he's just the happiest. So yes, I know the battery's low. It was low earlier as well. Do you know what? I plugged it in for a few minutes and it was fine. So is that a Pikachu? Oh my god. Come here. And it's a girl! I'm gonna call this one Persephone so that it matches my other one. I did hear you. Thank you, Smurf. We have a place here called Paul's. They make mind-blowing, overpriced custard slices. Oh, do they really? I don't think I've seen it, to be honest. Keep an eye out for a pink thingy. You're a pink thingy, Noah. Let me try. I don't want to kill this one. Can it really be overpriced? I mean, if you can make a really nice custard slice at home, do you need to pay too much? He was sort of a kid. Oh shit. Yes. This one. Oh no, I forgot to erase the Pikachu part. Why am I always like this? Bro, if I'm gonna rename it, please. Give me peace. Give me peace, not problems. Christ on a bike. There we go. To the box. But wait, did I put the box on the right page or did I fuck it up again? Oh, Pikachu! Poor Panda's sitting here. She's stunned. Okay, we did put on the right one. So these are the special ones. These are like people who have redeemed names. I'm still waiting for a special one for Noir. It's a new Pokemon. Bag of peas? Wait, why a bag of peas? I love peas. Why am I getting a bag of peas though? That's a Starly. I haven't done any of these yet. I don't know. I'll maybe do some with Ray actually. I'll likely do them off stream though. Because Ray is like self-conscious. Does not want to be perceived by people. I don't know if I'd say he's shy. He's just like a very private person. Which is fine, because I'm the total opposite. Oh, peas! Oh, I see now, sorry. I do like peas, though. Bonsley! Do you guys remember when I struggled to catch a Bonsley? At the beginning of the game? And I think I killed it, actually, the first one. What is this? What the fuck? Meowth? Why is he so shiny? I done goofed! You cannot catch Pokemon while it's there. You reduce breakthroughs transformation. Okay, okay! Cool. So, I'm gonna switcheroo to Pawmi. Because it's flying type, right? With the balloons. Peas, peace. Peas, peace. I don't know if that sounds different to you. Also, I fucking love this Pokemon. With all my heart. Enough, Meowth, please. No more. No, 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 no. No, I need to heal it. Yo, Guy, come on, you're making me use my fancy potions for this. What's up with all the sparkles on the grass? Oh, it's just sparkles everywhere. Okay, never mind. Yeah, it's not very effective. Do you know why? Because I counted your bitch ass. Tanda shoku! Hehehehe. Get staticked. No, static. Alright, can we just go quick attack? Ballon! Break! So this is like a special one now. So do I want to catch this? And how hard would it be? Can I catch it in a Premier Bowl? Got him. Didn't know Meowth was in this game for some reason. This could have been an Odite as well. Scratch Cat Pokemon. We'll put him in a box. I'm not sure because there's so many new Pokemon. I have no idea what I'm gonna have my team. No, 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 no. How do I stop it? Can I stop it? You can't stop it. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're good. I was like, I pressed B. Doesn't that normally stop Pokemon from evolving? And it just wasn't working. And I was like, well, fuck my life then. I don't want him to evolve. Maybe I miss out on stuff, but like, I can evolve another one. Right? Because he's cute. But what if the evolve form is also cute? Here's a Ho-Ho. Oh, I can just do like that. They're barely different. No man, I want to Google it now because I'm curious. Like, so I'm spoiling for myself, but I don't want to let it evolve and then I don't like the evolve form, right? Pour me stage 2. Oh no, it should be stage 1, right? I don't want to look at all of them. I just want to look at the next one. It's going to show me all of them anyway. Poor Mo. Oh my god. Oh my god, it just gets bigger. Okay. I think I could be okay. Maybe I'm gonna let him evolve then, actually. Whoa. Yeah, it just gets stretched out, basically. And a little bit more detailed. Yeah, maybe. Oh! Did somebody just slap my ass? Mareep? I just got my ass slapped by Mareep. Bro, can you not? The fuck? Yeah, same girl. She had her hand over her mouth, like, could not believe it. What? Hopeep. Asper. Pika. You give me juice? What was that? Is that Timpole? Hmm. Is that a motherfucking Pichu? Bro, get in my pocket. Pocket monster. In the pocket you go. Please don't kill it. Oh, okay, never mind. Oh, thank you. Ouch. Sorry, Pichu. Man, there's so many like Pikachu. I don't want to say fake Pikachus, but y'all picking up what I'm putting down. But to be honest, I found all of them really, really like lovable. And even more so, some of the recent ones like Morpeko. Morpeko is amazing. Just like design-wise. So cute. No name for Pichu. Into the box you go. That's a Strudel noodle. I don't want any part of that, thank you. Squavits. No, Bonsley. Bro, mind your business. Oh, this is a big open field. Oh, this is where I was before, right? I never beat you. Bonsley. Pokidol. Wait. Fucking Bonsley. Mind your business, sir. Sayayay. Fake tears. Oh my god, this is Psyduck Heaven. Bui bui. Was the Psyduck's chasing me? Sunkern. Boy boy. What? What are those? Oh, them's the poochies. Let's just, yeah. Make like so. Oh, Jesus. Take the wheel. Oh! Okay. They're all just surrounding us to take a shit. Is this guy actually a student? Because he looks like a grown-ass man. Call me Cray Cray. Oh, it's... Oh my god. Is that like a little tadpole light bulb? Oh, what the fuck? That's cute as hell, man. Sorry, I'm gonna fucking destroy you, though. Sorry, my guy. Sorry, not sorry, actually. Listen, I went to the wrong side of the world. That's why I know more than you. Uh-oh. What's them's? More puppy. Nice. Sayayay. Then they do this for your classmates? Yeah! That shit's wild. They didn't have any beard customization? Man. Oh, it's one of those things! Oh my god, I don't know what this thing is. It's a tadpole, but it's also a light... Tadbulb? Oh my god. Please. What does the least damage? Yeah, let's go with this one. Hopefully it doesn't kill it. Spicy. For me, I just want to catch everything. The battling I'm not so interested in. Huh? How rude. I know the battery's low. Shh. Oh, no, that was a mistake. Fuck. And now I've got paralysis. Why am I like this? I wasn't braining. Tadbulb mucus? Ew. There's more over there. In the water. $81 so far. Felt like 2,000. Feels like there's a lot. Feels like every time I come across something, it's new. Like to my Pokédex at least. Except when I go back and forth in the same areas, then I guess. Grassy terrain. Ooh. Connor, did you find any issues with like performance? Because like, I've had it sometimes when I enter like trainer battles. That there's like, the ground disappears for a bit. Oh, Jesus. Look before you leap. Seeing under the map? Yeah. And, you say FPS drop, I say, PowerPoint presentation. Because that's what it looks like. I love the size differences. Holy shit, that's the cutest. Oh my god. That was close. The size differences are so cute. Seeing the itty bitty ones. Yeah, the game literally turned... I think I was in a city or something, and you just see these people like... They have like 3 frames for walking. Did I fight this individual? I must just fight everyone I come across. I don't know why I skipped. I don't think I fought her earlier. Have you seen them walk downstairs? I don't think... Look at this one with... That beard looks painted on. Maybe that's why they don't have beard customization, because they're worried that's what it'll look like. The game is ugly and runs terribly, but it's so fun. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know. The Pokemon seem fine, like, design-wise, and your own character. But some of the other characters just, like... You know? There's one point with a windmill in the background and it turns around at like 1 FPS. It looks so goofy. I don't know if I've seen that. Oh shit. Bubble bean. Sorry, guy. I'll have to look next time I'm in the city to see what it looks like when they're going downstairs. Oh shit! What are they sending? Sableye. I'll just keep this one because I actually don't know if I have anything to counter Sableye. But I can just make like so. Sus! Not bad. Rest in pieces. In pieces. Yeah, it's not bad XP to fight them. Okay, so I actually was on a mission and I was going somewhere and then I got distracted and very lost, so... Let me go back to where I was supposed to be before I got distracted. But there's so many things. Oh, that was not the button I wanted to press. You're so careless. Oh my gosh. There's a little bit of a delay when you like start the battle with them, and I'm always just like, are they just talking to me or scatterbug? Uh-oh. Oof. And we're paralyzed. I wonder if you'll get an attack off. Oh! Cool. Never mind. Going to the gym in this game is so realistic. Keep putting it off for other fun things. I feel attacked. Jafloon. We'll keep this baby out. Yeah, cause for me, like it's part of the thing, like in the standard games, but this is like open, so you can just do whatever the fuck you want, you know? Oh, cause there's a ghosty? Shit. Yeah, nah, that's fine. It works. Yeah, so like exploring, because this is what I love about Genshin, is it's exploring and collecting shit. Noah? You mean Noah experience for my Pokemon? I'm also so disappointed. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. Lepa? Oh, this is why I got distracted. I like rolled down the mountain, right? No, focus, focus, focus. We're going this way. Oranberry. Oh, what's that? Suncone. Okay, we're good. What's cracking, homie? Versant. Hi, Panda. Thank you for the message. These guys standing in the middle of this dry-ass looking field in a suit. Let's go, Sprigatui! Make Big Slapper. Show them. Spending so much time catching everything. Yeah, fuck. It's so exciting, especially when you see something new. When I saw the Black Taurus, I lost my fucking mind. But they were whipping my ass, so I was like, I can't catch one yet. Oh my god, look at these little hot pips together! Y'all look cute as hell. I just want to tell you that. There was a Kamala I wanted to catch earlier, but I was like, it's too soon. 10 hours? Has it been 10 hours? This is not my 12-hour stream. I'm just gonna put that out there. And yes, I am enjoying the game. It's, oh man. It's a little bit, it feels unfinished, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like there's some things that weren't given maybe the attention they should have. Cause like, yeah, there's just some things that ain't working quite right. Is that a Kricketot? Hello? Hello? Hello, little baby. Yeah, just use this one. It could be your 12 hours. Oh, fuck. Too strong. Sorry, buddy. Oh, Jesus. All new Pokemon games in lower regions seem unfinished. Oh, really? I don't know. When I played Sword and Shield, I thought it was really, really good. Like, I didn't have any issues with it. This one, like, I sometimes see under the ground when you enter, like, a battle. And it's very laggy. And also, like, I don't know if it's, like, rendering or what, but, like, in the distance, things look like potato. And I mean that in the, like, bad way potato, you know? Another ho-ho! So, yeah, I don't know. Sword and Shield was pretty good. But I don't think I played the other... Like, the other newer ones. Thanks. Listen, I understand the need for the crouch thing, but I also don't, like... I don't want to crouch. Why is that a button? Am I still on the right track? Yeah. Oops. Maybe I can find another Kricketot and not kill it. Whoops. Fucking queen of misclicking. Squavit? Fuck it, I'm gonna kill this thing again. Also, yeah, I don't know how much more juice I have in the tank to do 12 hours. But I want to do like a nice 12-hour stream, you know? Like play games with you guys and stuff. It's just that this game came out, so... Wait, did I catch it? I did! Shit, bitch! And what is that over there? What is that? Oh, Smoliv! That's my first Smoliv. I'm not gonna try and hit that boy. He's small. He's small, Olive. That's actually making me hungry for olives now. Shit. Smoliv oil. Oh my god. The face. The pure terror in its eyes. What are those? Why was there blue fire? Is it just a glitch? Hello, little babies. That was weird. Are these the Smoliv trees that they're born on? I do have a Diglett. And that? Oh, it's another one of those shiny things. Shit, bitch! What's cracking? What are you? Oh? Oh, yeah? is that? Mount Olympus? I don't know what that type is. Super effective. I don't want to kill it, but... That thing almost got sucked out of its hole. Extend a smaller branch. For peace? I don't want peace. I want problems always. Oh, shit, bitch! Yes, I know the battery's low. Please, give me peace. Oh, shit. No. Send to box. Oh my god, I got so excited. I was like, what is that? Oh, it's when they're sleeping. There's that. And you with your berry? Berry, strawberry? Anyway, I saw this and I thought it was a Pokemon. Meanwhile, it's just the barrel. Let's go get that quick. There's a set of keys. Oh, I see a silhouette. I see a little silhouette of a Jojo. Kimiko, Kimiko, Kimiko. So the blue is when they're sleeping. That makes the small lives. You want to fight? You want to go? It's electrifying. Oh shit. I wonder what she's gonna fight with. Why is a waitress in a field? Pichu! Apologies in advance, Pichu. Oh my god. I'm so tempted to play this off stream though. I'm closing up shop. Sorry. Look, all them small leaves. Just chilling in the field there. Fuck. To be a small live in an open field. Poopy dog. Every time I see the fucking fletchlings, I keep thinking they're Pokeballs. I'm like, why is there Pokeballs just sitting on the ground? Because we do have Pokeballs just sitting on the ground. Iggly! Fido! Hi, sweet baby. Is that a Jigglypuff? It is! Get in my pocket. Spicy. So round. Was that an Igglybuff just floating past me? Nice! I still need to play Genshin tonight, so... Not that I've got anywhere to be tomorrow, but, you know. Every time I see a pink Pokemon, I'm like, oh, Noir, and I'm like, no wait, it's a new one. And it starts with a J. That's Vivillon. One of them, at least. pixel art Pokemon. No, I don't know what it's actually called, but close enough, you know. Is that another fucking wheelbarrow? Fido. Eh? Oh, there you go. Just casually jump into someone's yard. This is fine. Ain't no thing. Flabébé! Do you want a Flabébé? Oh, I don't have one. So I'm gonna have to say... Oh, no! Battery depleted! Shit. It didn't do that earlier. I guess this time it was tired of my nonsense. Curses! Can you play with one... That was a screenshot I just took. Cool. Wow, that's something else. How do you do this? I guess you don't. Because I was like, I want to change the mode. The modo. Oh. So the home button will continue to work, but the other buttons are like, nah, son. We did AF. So maybe that's not a bad place to end it then. I can't even get back into the game. Hold on. I do like this. No, I don't have any other buttons to press. Go play Genshin? I do need to. I do need to. Okay. Let us. Let's see. I just want to see if there's any other redeems. Because I think it was just Noah's one that I didn't get around to. Yeah, so we'll leave that one in the bank. Until I find the Pokemon that Noah wanted. We'll just hold on to his redeem. But yes, let's see. Let's see who is live. Oh my god, everyone is live. God damn. Ooh, here's a new friend. 90 nights, everybody. Yeah, we're gonna be heading out now. So this person is also playing Pokemans. I left his in the queue too, if you lose your list. Thank you. Yeah, I was actually using the queue myself tonight. I was like checking everything. But yes, let me set up that raid. Helps if I spell raid correctly as well, you know. Quite important. Alright, so I haven't watched her stream before, but friends of friends who are good beans must be good beans too. So we are gonna go raid Zara. Like I said, she is also playing Pokemon. Yeah, she, her. Okay, perfect. It's going to the right person. Alright, perfect. Yeah, thank you all so much. This was I think this was quite good. Got a lot done. Caught all the things. I don't think I'll be live this weekend, but, you know, load shedding permitting, I'm going to try and stick to my schedule as much as possible next week. I'm also going to start, hopefully, posting on other social platforms like YouTube, like doing YouTube shorts, and TikTok. I'll be posting reels on Facebook, my Facebook page. If you want to get in on the action, my socials. I think I still need to update the other things, but some of my usual socials are in there, and then also the Discord if you do want to join. But yeah, I'm doing things. I'm trying to get the ball rolling. It's maybe taking me a little while, but we'll get there. Alright, so yes, have a lovely weekend, everyone. Thank you for chilling with me. I'll see you guys next time. Alrighties, we're outies. Let's go. Raid message, don't forget. Actually. Yeah, take care, everyone. Bye!